はい、どうもさんこんにちは、リザートです。はい、というわけで、やってまいりました。ラストの6試合でございます。さあ、頑張っていきましょう。いやー、マジで、もう最後の6試合やからね、ビクロイ1回は見たいね。今ね、マーフィンたちがね、18位でめちゃくちゃいい感じなんでね。全然、この6試合でね、もう世界変わります。マジで。じゃあ、見ていきましょう。いやー、どうですか、ルリさん、この4日間。楽しかったですか？
いや、楽しかったね。てか、早かったね。
あ、早かった。確かに、まあ、そうだね。
まあ、ちょっと、ゼロビルドの2日目とか長く感じたけど、建築ありになってからも早いし、1日目とかめっちゃ早く感じたな。
それはそう、俺もマジ同じ気分。もうね、全然疲れない。疲れない、本当に。全く疲れないわ。
本当に、
うん、
本当に
なんかね、あっという間がマジで疲れない。だるさも感じないし、本当になんか楽しさだけ残ってんの。
そうなんや。
やっぱさ、
そうなんや。
俺らより疲れるのは、やっぱこの当事者ですから、この今、プレイしてる人たちなんでね。もうね、俺らで応援するだけなんで、もう全力で頑張りましょ
う。おー、なんかさっきとちょっと人が変わったんだ。
いや。そんなことないですよ。寝坊？いや、寝坊じゃないです。全然。だって、まだ始まってないんでね。さあ、頑張るよ！キャリー！ちゃんとね、リザートさん、ちゃんとダイエットし始めてきたんでね。今日ブロッコリーしか食ってません。力も入ってません、体に。頑張っていきましょう。ダイエットするとさ、体力使う。いや、体力ないからさ。今日から、そう、今日今ブロッコリーしか食ってない。で、今ちょっと体力がないんだよね。だからあんまりテンションは、今日はあんま高くないと思う。気づいた人いるかな？今あんまテンション高くないんだよね。結構今テンション低い。いつものリザート知ってるならなんかテンション低いなと思ったでしょ？そう。ちょっと断食ではないけど、まあブロッコリー生活をしていて。
今日から
頑張っていきましょう。さあ、ラストだからね、今日が泣いても笑っても、ラスト6試合
Panda, it's so good to have you back here on the desk, and from the games that we saw yesterday, I am so excited for what day 2 has.
I am as well.
マジで買ってほしい。
We've definitely seen a lot of improvements over the zero build days.
スイルムがね、今15位ってやばいね、普通に。なんか俺さ、
やばいね。
なんか、最初気づいてなかったけどさ、全然。実は今高順位なんよね、割とみんな。15位やからね、だって。スイルムは。で、前の時18位でしょ？ナイトルたちないんだっけ？ 20 位だっけ？ナイトル。25が。
真ん中や。
まあ。ナイトルたちはまあ、何回か覚醒したらもう一瞬で。
まあ一瞬ビクロイすれば、
一瞬で追いつける。
一瞬でいける。まあでもクジャナイは初動詞だもん。
そうやね、初動詞ないから。
エンドゲームさえいければ、ビクロイ取れなくともいい順位は上がってくる。
そうですね。いやもう見慣れたね、この人たち全員。見慣れた顔が。
ここ最近のが一番見てる顔かもしれない。
今日も出てきてくれるかな？
始まってる。
いかつい、めちゃくちゃ身長の高い人、来てほしいな。ピン差しとるちゃんと効果マップの。いやなんだかんだマジでみんなめっちゃ順位高いんだよな。ビクロイはまだ取れてないけどね。ビクロイマジで見たい、本当に。皆さん、高評価お願いします。みんな拡散してね。今世界大会始まってるから。フォートナイトを盛り上げましょう。早いな、1試合目。早くね？
早いね。
じゃあいつものくだりやろう。うわー、吸い込まれるー！ルリー！吸い込まれるー！
それいつもっていうことでやる。
ルリさんこれ乗ってほしいな、マジで。ルリも、うわー、リザードーって言ってほしいのに。次から頼むね。
まあ、無茶ぶりすぎだよ。
いや。
待って、ルキンさんなんかあるやん。すごいなんか、公式のツイッターでなんかすごい。見たらわかる。マジ？だからサムネみたいになってる。トキンさんの腕組んでる写真が。まず初動よ。
he has a lot of potential to lead Epic well
相
through
変わら
Promised
ず
Land,
ここ
but
映
it
ってない
really
な。
depends
なんか乗り
on
方
their
動くね。
strategy going into the day. They
あ
left
いや、違
yesterday
う。
in 7th place.
まあまあ、昨日結構ね、マーフィンたち映ってたから、割と楽しめたね、昨日は。
で、初動とか特にめっちゃ映ってたから。
ゼロビルは全然映ってなかったけど、なんか、建築界でめっちゃ映ってたわ。
ね、ゼロビルと違う、光線終わんの早すぎて、一瞬やったね。もう映る暇すらなく終わってたから、光線が。
マウドキンウィン、クじゃないウィン、綺麗花火すげえすげえめっちゃ綺麗これ、子供、サウジアラビアのためだけ
いや、そんなことないし、
そんなことないか。綺麗すぎるでしょ、今の。
マーフィンの衝動の人やられてたよ、今。
マジマーフィン倒した
マーフィンが倒してたわけではなかった。多分、なんかあれじゃないどこだっけ右下の方のランドマークで、多分降りてる人たちにやられてたよ。降りてる人たち
見たい見たいやめてくれもう戦ってるとこ見させろ
右下のランドマークなんだっけわかんないけど高い建物あるところ
どこだ
砂漠の方チョンカーズのなんか
チョンカーズの左なんだっけ俺も忘れた名前忘れた
変わってる説はあるわかんない
いやー頼むからじゃあワンちゃん初動フリーの説ないかなだってさ昨日一回も来てないらしいからねマーフィン初動ありえるよなワンちゃん無敗伝説
そこに本堂の方の人にやられてたんだよねログ的には
はいはいはいはい
だからどうなんだろうなっていうフリー説はあるいや相変わらずここやるやってる
な相変わらずやってる
相変わらず50-50
いやアクは買ってほしいけどなアクはチャンピオンじゃないやん5700ってあ違うわ57000
で
は
じゃね
だよねけど 1K
7K だから 7K だから7000あるし5万7000
やばは5万さあやばいアクラも削られているさあ NA ウエスト最強イーストだっけウエストかわからんけど最強のプレイヤーがボコボコ
ウエストですね
ウエストがボコボコイーストウエストってわからんくならんめっちゃなるんよな俺
全
然わからなくなる
まあアクラはでも最近ポータントやってないからな
さあクラブが落とされているそしてラストワンベイツボコボコでございますさあ妹押されておりますいやこのアクラのピッキルがいいよなワールドカップいやFNCS 優勝者のピクロイの
ここもいいなアナスとピンクっていうのかな
5700やったよこれやっぱりあ、5700らしいわ。
じゃあチャンピオン行ってないよ。
行ってんどういうこと ?FNDS 出てへんってことどういうことなんだろう5700ってだって FNDS 出れないよね
まあ分からんやけど
そうは闇の中に
みんなやっぱ7000とかで止まってるのもよ
まあスクールとかばっかりからなみんな
今お休みしてんだアクは今なんか休憩らしい
フォートナイト
なんかそんな感じで
そうなんだ全然めちゃくちゃ強いけど
出てないんだってアクは
休憩してるのにめちゃくちゃ強いやんそうなんだ1位取って休憩するんだ大丈夫かな感覚狂わんのかな1シーズン休んだら休む 1シーズン
そうちゃんと休むのが強さの秘訣
新しいさあやっておりますキングがやられてしまったうわブラジル最強それなストーリーモのやつらが倒したんキング
そう
やばいって1キルしてるってちゃんとこいつ
ちなみに皆さんねこのアーマー
強すぎやろ
読み方わかんないけどこの人はストリーマーかそっち系の人ですアリケンさん
ストリーマー最強やな
最強やな
ストリーマーがワールドカップをめちゃくちゃ盛り上げたキング W キーで最強って言われてたキングを倒しました
僕も強いからな
今偉いね。ちゃんと後ろ下がるっていうね、プレイにした瞬間に。前に行きすぎると、シュットガンでババーンですぐ死ぬから。後ろ下がって、ちょっと角度使って。さすが。世界大会。レベルが高い。
いや、もう全くフリースあるよな、マジで。
いや、見たいな、どんな感じなんだろう。
神たちグローブ取ってないの。
え、それなこれ多分フリーだよ、ワンチャン。
フリーでグローブ取ってる説はあります、これ。
これさ、フリーだったらさ、ネタ抜きで、バカ強いよ。
それと、昨日、マンフィンたちと初動かぶってて、本来グローブをその初動敵がいるせいで取れなくて、セッティと神、この今ずっと2人に取られてたんだけど、多分今回取られてないってことは、マンフィンたちがフリーで漁ってグローブ取ってるんじゃないかっていう考察ね。
フリーなら、マジで狙えるよ。6球だって、めちゃくちゃサイズ当てやすいし、ワンパタ倒さなくてもサイズ稼げるからな。めちゃくちゃ。
しかもアイテム強いし、
これ皆さん、
もすぐできるし、
皆さんとんでもない映像が残るかもしれません。この生配信にで。
これ、帰ってくる可能性もあるやん。帰ってくる前に、次と行きたいよな。わからないからまだ。
昨日ボッコボコだったからね。なんかみんな心なしかめっちゃ強気に見えん。
いや、この人たち毎回ワンパーティー倒してる。
めちゃくちゃ強気に見える。
もう最終日まで来たからやってやろうみたいな感じなんちゃう。
やばいやばい。いや、こっそりこっそり。でんででんででんででんででんででんででんででんって感じ。
でもなんか気づいてそうだけどな。
Coney Crossroads is the point of contention thus far in this match, and we see they may not know it yet.
これ一回落ち着くのが偉いよな、一人倒しちゃうみたいな。
マーフィンたちグラップラーなしで18位だから、今から全部、まあ、来なかったらだけど、毎回、ね、グラップラー手に入れれるから全然やりやすいと思う、昨日より。
ちょっとロッテ的に気になるのは、昨日サージってやっぱ初動で稼ぐところもあったから、その分
まあでもロッキーなら俺稼げると思うけどね、マーフィンなら。
でも全然世界大会とかサージとかも違うから、現に行くじゃないとかサージで苦しんでるし。
まあでも、
そこどうなるか。
見た感じね、結構ロッキーに寄ってきとったよな、いろんなパーティーが。集まってくるからめっちゃ打ちそう。
マーフィンたちのムーブ次第よな。
赤目残します、もちろん。うわ、このハイドが。
こんにちは。
なんか来た一人。自己紹介お願いします。
なんて
自己紹介お願いします。
ベジフィッシュです。
おー、ベジフィッシュちなみに、ここのツアーは一度入ったら抜けれない。
抜けます。
迷路になってます。いや、もう一度入ってるんで。もしかして解説役来てくれたんだ、もしかして。
いや、
メイシもう逃げれんよ。
もう逃げれんよ、もう。
ちなみに今まで来たやつみんな逃げてないよ。
いや、嘘でしょ。
そう、ルナも一回来たけどもう逃がさんかったし、リブルも来たけど逃がさんかった。メイシもうダメだよ、逃げれないよ、もう。
そう、もう一回入ったらもう。
いや、
これ朝6時ぐらいまでやってるやん。
メイシマジで神。お前来てくれたら翻訳できるやん。インタビューとか。
メイシ優しい。
来たーもういいやつだな、こいつ。
俺、最近メイシ
はね、英語ペラペラなんで。
いや、俺もうすぐ寝るよ。
いや、せめて、3試合を追って。どういや、3試合はいける。いや、お前さ、お前世界で戦ってるやん、3試合が。お前それをさ、ピースかポーズか寝ていいんかって話ですよ。いやな。いや、なんかごめんなさいとか言われたら。
でもさ、メイシはさ、明日があるし、明日も忙しいもんね、メイシはね。常にリアル忙しそうだし。
うわ、なんかそっち。なんかめっちゃいいやつアピールする。
こんな強制で
めっちゃいいアピールしてる、ルリーやば。いや、俺は愛おしいな、メイシ。
辛かったら逃げてもいいよ。
大丈夫。
辛くなったら逃げるわ。
オッケー、じゃあ辛くなったらね。まあ、辛いことなんてないと思うし、こんな観戦配信。楽しい。
眠くなったらいいよ、全然。
俺せっかくセガ集が良くなったのに。
いや、俺らこのために、俺めっちゃ良かったんだよ。俺朝9時に起きて、まあ、夜の12時くらいに寝るっていう生活繰り返してたんだけど、この世界大会のためだけに、もう1日オールして、で、夜の 朝か、ほぼ朝8時ぐらいに寝るようにして、で、夜に起きるっていうの、真逆にさせたの、生活習慣。このためだけに。
すごい。
これぞプロフェッショナル。
これがプロフェッショナル。
それはマジプロフェッショナルだわ。
これガチね、これ。持ってないから話。
すごいな。
名刺どうせ直して薄い壊れるんだから直していない。
いやいや。まあそうだけど。そうだけど。
クジャナイもめっちゃいい移動できる。これめっちゃやるってそうなの。はい、まあ、無理絶対無理これ。
マリたち失礼。
They definitely don't. But one thing I want to ask you, right? Obviously,
はいフリーです。
はいフリーです。
やめそうじゃね？
いやでもビズルの後ろに乗ったよ。マーフィンたち。
サージ狙ってんじゃないか。
サージ異常すぎだろセッティたち。やば。これワンパ皆さん倒せませんからね。倒さずに614以上。もう位置取りがうまいうまい。
こういうムーブがね天才。
マーフィンたちのサージ気になるな。
でもこの動き的に大丈夫だけどね。
結構早めに。
ほら。
はい219。もうね、手打ちと言ったらマーフィンさんですから。あ、やめてセッティそのスキン使うと俺欲しくなる。今売ってるスキンです。皆さん買いましょう。今現時点1位です。皆さんセッティこれは買った方がいいよ。
おい、食べてさ、初動のやつらに W
いや、ほんまや。いや、こいつら対面強いよな、普通に。逃げろ、ナイトル。逃げて、いいね、ナイス逃げ。もうそこにいません。
ちなみにこれたちはロッキーに降りてて、もともと。今日考えたのかなで、中東でめっちゃ強い人たちみたいな感じかな。
なんか、ブッシュまずくね、めちゃくちゃ。うわ、これ帰ってくるんよな、もしめっちゃ悪かったら。もう。
いけ、じゃない、強気にいってくれ。やったれ。
これでうまくいかなかったらこいつら戻ってくる可能性あるから。うまっ。
通されてるな。うまい。
はい。こっちにはナイクジャがいます。
なめんなよと。いや、ただスキル持ってないよな、多分あの感じで。一人しか。
でもこいつらの時もう弱っ、真っ白やけ。
いやでもショットがないのつらくない？
まあ戦い方次第やな。
シティのこの丘の方とか取ってるやつ
クソ強いな。完全対面。
でもサージくらいは無理ですよ。
いや、うめえこいつら。
サージくらいほっとけば。食らってる。
これからの初戦も。
クジャナイマジ勝てる。時間かければ勝てる。
サージ食らってるやつは圧倒的不利ですから、これ食らってるやつら。
苦しい。こう見てる声に1個2個です。
はい、カウントダウン。いや、でもクジャナイもポーション系がマジでないな。
ここは勝てそうじゃない？ほら、ほっとけばだって時間もないよ、これ。
一発当てたい、一発。
おい、ここで変わるかして。
おい、それな。
じゃあ、ナイスさんが倒してる。
倒したナイス倒したはい。GG! もうね、マーフィンたちから逃げてもね、アジアのね、やつにやられてしまうんよ。結局は、アジアがね。
スイルもやられてた。
マジ？もうカカロット結構映るけど結構負けてないいつも。
結構辛そうだよね。
辛そう。はい、ナイスナイス。
いいよ、クジャナイもね、もうここでキルポイント回収したからな。ちょっとコンチたちもやばそうやな。
待って、ナイトマーフィンたちマジいけそうなのおもろいな。フリーになったし、マジでだって18位だしね。マジで一桁いきそう。
セッティたち今ブチギレなの？
まあ2試合分ぐらい差あるぐらい。その2位のやつと
2位と40ポイントで3位とも60ぐらいで。バカ強いです。
強いな。
うわー、溶かされたな。
さあ、これ絶望です。ストーンファイトをするとこういうことになるっていうあれよな。
交代巻いてるワン違いで。
The lobby is
資材も11枚。
Ten and Queasy over on the hill, just watching these players rotate in late, and they're just gonna continue to punish on these rotates. Whether you're gonna spend mats or
打たれるよね、こうやって。
もう14。
taking all different angles.
カカロットも
カカロットではない、もう悪役やこいつが。
He does fall. Kakarot will be following in his
Yeah,
footsteps here soon. Down both players go. That's what happens when you fight in storm and late rotate, and we see it. Not exactly the play. Unfortunate for those two.
2キルしてるトーマスエイジ。2キルしてまだ W キやめへん。
いいね、苦じゃない、いいね、時計ショックじゃない。みんなこれ
W キーってかな、中盤の。
ドッキンさん出してる、ドッキンさん出してる、そっちだって、モック出してる、ドッキンさんが。
強っ。何飯。
中盤の戦いこんな多かったっけ？
いや、そうなんよ。もうマジで対面強気やで、みんな。
ねえ。そうかね、なんか全然違う気がする。
いや、これドッキンさんのいいなに乗ってんちゃうこれ。
Yeah, 100%. They had 4 straight top 10
てか、
finishes
サイ
after
ズの
those
仕様が変わったから
2
さ、
rough
割と
starts.
こう、面白いよ、見てて。もう一つ、玉れる。
え、めっちゃいい。
いけるいけるいけるいける。倒せ。これ、ボス一人やん、相手。
いけいけいけ。いやいやいや、一旦チルでもいいね。一旦チルでもいい、チルでもいい、チルでもいい。
なんかいいわ、なんかいい。
You can hear the crowd going. They're rooting for FHD and Yonks here as they're going for another fight.
やばい、最高すぎる。
ただ、資材ないわ。
お前、資材が、まあまあ、リフレッシュできるやろ。17枚あればいける。
ここやば。5キルしちゃいます。なんでこんな苦じゃない近い毎回マービーたちなんか、
それが
近くいるイメージがある。
そう、アジア同士でやり合うのが一番見てて辛いから、本当にやめよう。
今日めっちゃ日本勢映るな、いいな。
ナイトルだけ全然映らんかったけど、なんか映っとるんでめっちゃいい感じやね。やっと気づいたか。
映ってる。いや、そうね。
やっとカメラマン気づいたか。アジアの良さを。
They understand how to use the lobby and their own pressure to force players into certain positions, and then they capitalize on that. When you're weak, when you've spent everything,
いや、楽しくなってきたよ。
いや、マービーたちちょっと小さい少なそうだったからな、リフレッシュ欲しいな。お前ね、超ファールコーン言うてる。
え、なんでこのチームマジで対面負けへんのやろうな。強すぎやろ。全然初動詞してないよな。対面していってんのに。強すぎ。
今アジアいい感じやん。
お、マリブかも生き残ってるよ。
いや、頑張れ。いや、マミたちやられてたくないよ。やっぱやられてるくね。マミたちやられてるくね。
どれ？
俺多分 FHD って人たちのとこいたけど。
え、バカだるからめされてるもしかして。
多分いい。あ、ピザナもやられた。
うわー、待って、やばいやばい、やだやだやだ。
多分マミたちもやられたっぽいな、今の。
ガチ？どの、もうタイミング悪すぎ。
多分ここにエクリオがしてる、ここ。
うわー、もうマジか。もうアンチライで絡んでくんなよ。絶対アンチライファイトになったよな、これ。
これ普段のリザートなら、競技してるときリザートならブチギレです。もう何段こいつらいてブチギレしてます。
ブチギレません、僕。い
や、もう大パンぐらいまで見えます。
いや、マジか、変わった人たちやなーっていうだけ。
絶対もうない。
うわ、同時タイミングでマウドキンクじゃないが落ちたか。シルムはまだ生き残ってるんだっけ一応。
もう一応やられたね。
タイミングが。
なんか難しいのが世界大会って感じよな。うまくいかん。
まあね、まあ、あと5試合あるから。まあ、フリーっていうのも確定したし。
そうで、このままフリーでやってほしいけどな。降りてこないといいんだけど。
アンチももうちょいど真ん中寄ってくれればね。もうこれだって。真ん中、どうなんだろう。
俺、この一生6位入っててほしいけど。
もうこのチームマジでバケモンなんよな。みんな、これマジ優勝候補。エピックホエール ナリブか。EU と NA が、
強いね。
EU と NA の選手が組んどるっていう、即席で最強だからね。まあそりゃ、最強と最強が合わさったらそれは最強だけど、にしても最強しかおらんのわけやから、その最強の最強の中で即席の最強が最強なのはほんまに最強なんよね。
つまり最強ってことやな。
そう。
いいね、カナダちも映ってるよ。やべえ、なんか血が可愛く見えてきたわ、なんか俺も。
どういう意味だ？
血これリズ血の血を使っとるらしい。
みんな？
うん、全員。
ほら、メッシ下に2いるから、カタカナの。
意味ないんかな。
いや、なんか多分海外だと
ってい
ね、
う。
そう、海外だったら、なんか日本語が可愛いとかなんちゃう。
なるほどね。
そう。
ち
ちなみに名刺は見てたのここ4日間？
いや、まあちょくちょく見てたよ。
見てた？
まあでも、リアルタイムではあんま見えなかったな。
まあそう、アジアと時間がね、合わないからね。
ね、
深夜帯だからね。いやでも、まあでもあれだから、大丈夫大丈夫。
Rotating here with the grapple gloves, looking to just getting zoned. Now, though, all these other players here close by, so much talent all surrounding them. This could cause them to shift here on the leaderboard.
まあ参考なのは普通に。
いや、レッツゴーファルコン言うてます。やばいやばい、コール出る。
本当だ、すごっ。
レッツゴーファルコン。
これさ、外役やろこれさ。だってさ、選手だって聞こえるってこれ。この声量の大きさ聞こえてるって、選手たちも。
いや、多分聞こえないよ。
聞こえないかな。だいぶでかいぞ、多分音。
あといいやつ多分つけてる。音聞こえない。
うわ、いいとこ取る先端。今何が見えた最後。
マリブカめっちゃ本当持ってるくない？
タグスプの量やばい。
やばいね。
コンカズ？
うん。コンカズじゃない。真ん中。水のところ。
ああ、そっか。あそこもめっちゃ出るのか。
さあ、テイトを倒します。
お互い24個ぐらい持ってたよね、昨日な。
うん。
6個、
やば。
2つ。それ4つ分。
いや、もうそれさ、終盤行くまでしんどくない？
いや、でも毎回終盤なんか普通に行ってるから何気ないからね。
すごいよな、それ。なんか、なくなりそう、この回復量。
いや、強いとこ生き残ってる。
やっぱ EU はめっちゃ生き残りが多いな。さあ、生き残ってるのはクイージー編。
うわ、木がある。うわかわいそう。
かわいそうすぎる。めっちゃ来るしね。
めっちゃ来るじゃない？
やばい。来るやばい。
木だけで大量キルです。
木でいろんなやつ死んでたぞ今。音気持ちよすぎだろ今の。
フリーキルや今の。
気持ちよすぎだろ。
やられてないやつもいるけど、アーマー割れてたからやばいな。
さあ、エビコエルマリコがまだ生き残ってます。さあ、裏で。さあ、ハイガラに、いいね。いいね。ハイガラに喧嘩の。あ、ハイガラ。さあ、面白い戦いが始まりました。ハイガラ。
そう、いいよ、これ。
ハイガラのんきにね、フリーウィンさせませんよと言わんばかりの。
いや、でも、ケイソンたち、3位です、ちなみに。
あ、やってるね。
これさ、
これマリブかなって。ね。
マリブか最後やってね。
あ、死んだ。これから全員死んだ。
マリブか最後じゃね？これぐらい。
やばっ。
強すぎ。
2v1v1 やんしかも。あ、違うわ。2v2v1 か。
いや、これオグラも強いな。なんかここに並んでる人たち豪華すぎるわ。
強いピホ。まあきついな一人は。
これどうだ？最後は有利だな。
いや、ワンチャンあるよ。でも下のやつらも最強だからね。テイソン
たち。
そう、いやワンチャン。いや あ確かに回復量、でも下もブレスはある一応、スプレー。
いやいや、これでも回復勝負にさせられたら終わりだな。
いや、どうなるんだろう、これ。ハイグラウンドが HP 回復あるな、余裕で。いや、資材もあるな、まだ。
回復勝負だったらきついな、これ。それまでに決着つけないといけないね。
どっちも同じぐらいの資材だね、上と下。資材の量は。
上の方が圧倒的に有利やね。
まあ、戻りやしな。
Team down below is spending more mats than they want. They are going to run out eventually. It is the play of Malibuca and Epic. Now the play comes up, they're going for height. There's almost no mats here. It's going to be high ground's game to lose.
さあ HP 勝負。
いやこれさっきと一緒に回復するの怖いな。
うわー、いやテイソンも一応スプレーで回復するけど、実はこっちの方があるんですね、回復。
上には俺がいるんよな。レビポイルの確実性も取れる。
めっちゃ逃げとる。
いやでも、いやこれ無理だ。
強っ。おい、1試合目からやっぱお前らかっていうやつが勝った。
さすがとしか言いようがないわ。
強すぎ。
That's going to be a huge climb here for Epic.
さすがだわ。
7th place no longer. They'll now be in the top 5.
即席で1位か。
初めましてです、この人たち。
いやな。
やばいよ。
あ、インタビュー来た。これマジで俺マジ何言ってるのか気になっとったんよ、名刺。まあ
インタビュー？
うん、ちょっと何言ってるのか教えてや、インタビュー。まずなんて聞いたのかと、なんて答えたか。
それっぽく
それっぽく？でもなんか
ざっくり。
We're making a statement. We're making something happen, and we're going to continue to climb this leaderboard.
And Acorn and Edgy, I expected them to have a good day too, starting off great, having a 3rd place finish right in the first match. They're a day 2 team.
まあエッジとアホンのついて今喋ってる。3位で今の試合。
なるほどね。
でもなんか、
One of the highest placing North American teams, full North American teams.
まあここはまだ大丈夫よ。通訳しなくて。
Nonetheless, they've been doing really well.
この後インタビューになるんで。
Got to keep it up. This is only the first game, and you know, is there anyone you saw fall early that you expected to perform better to start the day?
I'm going to be honest, right? We got to talk about Seti and Cammy. Falling a little bit earlier than what we're used to seeing from them. Now they do have, or they did have, I should say, a 35-point lead going into this game. However, that lead's going to dwindle.
1試合目から面白いもんまた見れました。
But for you though, was there any teams that you were kind of looking at?
1試合目、2試合目、3試合目はめちゃくちゃさ、テンション高くさ、応援できるんやけどさ、休憩40分入った瞬間に俺切れるんよな。
40分も長入んの？
うん、毎回そんぐらい。なんなら40分、1時間ぐらいかかる。真ん中の休憩が。それ終わった後の俺のテンションの変わりをやばいよ。
喋んなくなるから。
昨日は全然喋ったけど。
ごめん、聞いてなかった俺。これ教えて。もうインタビューやん。最初の序盤と中盤良くて、これさ、聞きながら喋るの超むずいんだけど。
聞き終わったからでいいんじゃない？
こういうこと言ってたよみたいな。
We were on mid ground and we looked up, 2 teams were fighting on height, so we just got ahead, took it, and then
中盤と序盤でなんか視野とかマックスできて、めっちゃいい感じで、終盤はなんかハイグラで戦ってたから、そこ漁夫ってハイグ取って勝てたみたいな。
なるほど、ありがてえ。ありがてえ。
いやもう普通のあれでこと言ってる。
なるほどね。
その状況言ってる。
Well, I think I can safely assume that that is exactly how you wanted Championship Sunday.
この人なんて言ってる？
Now I spoke to a few of the pro players before, yesterday
Macy?
and today.
待って
A lot of them have said that it's not the stage and it's not the audience that are kind of making them feel a lot of
このイケメンの人何言ってるか気になるよな。
presence of all the other pros in the arena, that kind of energy. Are you
なん
feeling
か
any of that?
観戦の人、
Nah, we don't get
まあ、
nervous.
観戦いっぱいいるけどプレッシャーとか感じるみたいな。
ああ、で、今なんて言った？
エピックウェルの回答聞いてなかった。
あ、ごめん。
これはリザート。
わからんわ。あぶりたい、あぶりたい、あぶりたい、あぶりたい、何言ってるかわからんもん。
5 games left, okay, until
すごいもんな、プレッシャー。
lifting the Gamers8 trophy.
いやー、やばいっしょ。
ファールコーンとか言われるしな。
Are we leaning towards going
Let's
more
go, Falcon.
aggressive or more passive for these next 5 games?
Just whatever the circumstance calls for. If we have to play aggressive, then we're really good at that. But if we don't have to, then we're also good at just playing
なん
the
か
game.
アグレッシブにプレイするのかパッシブにプレイするのかどうするのかみたいな聞いて、まあアグレッシブに行くとか行くし、なんかエンドゲーム行きそうだったらパッシブにやるしみたいな。
ああ。
おー。
メリハリね。強気で行くときは行く。
そう。
冷静なときは冷静みたいな、そういうことね。いいね、ベイシー。この待ち時間楽しくなってきたよ。ベイシーのおかげで。
そう、ここ何もわかんないのか。
うん、わかんなくて、なんでこいつだとか俺は言ってたもん。
そう、俺ら、そう何言ってんやろなーって会話してた。
ベンジーママ今ベンジーママおったって。俺今見逃さなかったよ。
嘘。
ベンジーママおったよな、今みんな。右におったよな。なんで俺今見つけたよ。
本当だ。
今右におったって。
本当だ。
俺の配信見返して。今ベンジーママおったよ、一瞬。俺はもうベンジママだけは見逃さへん。ベンジーの。
よく見つけたな。
今チラッてなったら、俺なんか見たことあるくねって思って。皆さん巻き戻してみてください、僕の今の。おったよな。なんでベンジーはさ、この大会中にバロラントしてんのにお母さんが興味あってめっちゃ見に来とんねん、大会を。
ベンジーめっちゃ、ベンジーママめっちゃ、モチベ高いから。ドリームハックも出てたよ、なんか。予選。そう、予選出てた。
ベンジのお母さん、普通に興味生なんだよな。
It's heartwarming. It was almost the perfect endgame between these two squads. One team had the low ground, something they have utilized all weekend. The other side, Malibuca, Epic Whale taking that height advantage. And finally, they get the win that they were due for what seems like 20 matches now. They eventually close it out, and at the biggest time for them.
And for it to be a heal off too, which I'm actually trying to remember if we've seen a heal off yet, and I don't think we have, at least not in the sense that we just saw in game number 7. Hen and Queasy, they were really for so long. A team even trying to steal it away from them, but failing. But then it just kind of fell apart.
やべえな、カロリー使うな、俺喋るの。腹減った。もうダイエット明日からにしようかな。ああ。
それ、4日連続。
カップラーメン作ってこようかな。腹減るわ、マジで。
お前ブロッコリー食べとけって。
いや、俺も腹減ってくる。
だよな、喋ると。
メイシーなんか美味しいもの。美味しいもの食べよう。リザートブリッコリーしか食べれへんらしいし。
お前ほんまに嫌なやつ。ほんまに嫌なやつやな、お前。
そう、いや、ダイエットしてるらしいから頑張って。ブロッコリー頑張って食べてるらしい。美味しいもの食べればいいし。今度美味しいもの食べるからいいし。
今やば、キャラクターバグっとったよ、今。リコイルとった。さあ、髪がリフレッシュされました、エピコイルに。一応のチームをリフレッシュ。いや、これ多分、抜いたよ、髪たちのこと。ポイント。
テイソンたちやばいよ、多分。多分テイソンたちが1位だと思う。
え、マジ？
でも全然わかんないな。
誰勝つかまだわからん。
でもやばいよ、名刺1ページ目ほぼ EU 勢。
マジ？
なんかさ、みんな安定してるからさ、自分がもし1試合こけるだけで一気に抜かれるから、プレッシャーやばそう、1試合の。なんか上位勢めっちゃ生き残るんだよね、マジで、ちゃんと。みんな安定してるわ。
てかやっぱフリーのやつ強えし、なんか強いやつダブルキーしてるからね、ちょくちょく。
すごいな。
nail-biting race between maybe our top
大
6
舞台
teams,
で
but I
できる
think
か
it
っ
is
て
big
話を
that
WT
KNC
なん
did get a
て。
couple of eliminations, which will help them because they are usually an endgame team. This time, though, it doesn't go their way.
Yeah, it was almost a 30-point difference between, actually it was more than 30, it was 35 points between first and second place right there, so definitely that lead is going to be dwindling just a little bit. And here is our match ranking brought to you by STC.
いや、待って、いや、エピックポイントちゃんもポイント稼いでるな。
46ポイントマリブか。
でも昨日のトータルだとテイソンたちの方が上だったんだよね。
テイソンも3ポイントしか変わらんな。
3ポイントしか変わんないのビクロイドで。
ヒルポが、
まあビクロイ3ポイント。
同じだよ。
あ、そっか、そういうことか。
ビクロイ3ポイント少ないね。
テイソンたち昨日3位で、ビクロイたちが昨日7位だわ。
With those 5 eliminations and the 3rd place, they're going to be definitely feeling happy now.
And if you're Tayson and Thomas, you're glad that
11ポイント差だからテイ
staying
ソン
low
た
on
ち
the
が
ground
1位か
got you 7 elims, but looking for our teams 11th through 20th. I mean,
8キルしてるけど17位のや
we
つ。
start to see the drop off in the elimination.
8キルしてるから17位なのに11位のやつらとかよりポイント高いな。
And you got 4
多分
at
この人
most,
た
so
ちにやられたん
it's
だよね、
gonna
モア
come
ンた
down
ち。
to a disparity between these duos.
あ、ファルコンね。
I'm looking at though is Seti and
Falcon.
Cammy with 0 eliminations, getting 18th place right there.
30
Only a
ポイント
total
稼い
of
でます。
13
17位
points,
で。
and we know that first place spot was over 40. So Tayson and Thomas might not just be beating out Hellfire and Tripper, and they might be taking over Cammy and Seti.
I want the curse to be broken. Seti, Cammy, you always do so good in day 1 and day 2.
クリアクリが24位だったね。
But this is just the beginning. 5
マーフィン
more
は
matches.
あ、本当だ、
The
25
curse
位。
can still be broken. Seti and Cammy can still make that comeback. But looking even further down here, there's more names.
これが合計の今まで昨日のも全部含めたポイントですね。
いや、でもセッティたちすごい。
They literally, yeah,
追いついた
they're
セッティたち
down
に
by
17ポイント、
now, from
10
35
ポイント差。
points to
ぐらいだったもんね。
14 points.
40
The gap is closing, and speaking of the gap
結構いる。
closing,
でもほ
the
ら
second and third
メッ
is
シ
only
見
a
て。
3-point
上からほぼ
difference
EU
there.
ばっかやろ。
And we do have Malibuca and
確
Epic
かに
Whale now climbing
EU
up, and
EU
this is
EU
actually an incredibly
全部 EU じゃね
close race all the way down
NM
from
もいるけど
first to
一応。
ninth.
Acorn and Nechi as well, now in 8th place spot.
8位、9位が N。
多いわ。
Leaderboard. I see Bad Sniper
多い、これアンディレックスだと EU
I
だ
mean,
ね。
this whole
EU
leaderboard
か。
has been shooking up just from one
全
match.
全員
Five
8位が
more
NA
matches
か
to be played out. I
8
mean,
位、9位も
I cannot tell you what's
9
going
も
to
か
happen next.
Yeah, and the spread's less than 10 from 7th with Aqua and Vino all the way up to Malibuca and Epic Whale between these squads. So there's a lot of room for movement. And if you're
皆
Malibuca
さん、
Epic
これ
Whale,
が
ちょっと電話かかってきた。
でもあれ前回のワールドカップはNA と EU 多かったけどどっち EU の方が多かったんだっけ
EU の方が枠的には多かったんじゃない？
あ、そっか枠も多いからあれ
そう、
か
枠が多いからやっぱり上位に来るのもあれなんだけど、でもそれでもやっぱこんだけ入ってるってすごい
お、
な。
マーフィンたち2位しか変わってない。いいね、いいね。まあまあまあ全然下がってない。
でもすごいな、これ11位との差が40ポイントぐらい。
Not grabbing even double-digit eliminations after 7 games, but who needs elims when you're able to make it to the end game every time?
You can see the difference of cutoff in points here as well as King and Seiyun were in 11th going into the last game and they did go
スールムたちが本当に落ちてる。名前がない。
この40ポイントをなどうやって埋めるかやねんだもん。やっ
2 positions to 13th place, so you don't get punished
ぱ
as
いい試合
hard
を
in
起こ
the
さないと
second
40ポイント
page.
って埋
But
め
if
れ
you
んか
want
ら
to get into that top 10, you can't make those mistakes and you need to get to the late game.
I think Steno and Luci's performance, at least being in 12th so far,
どこ行った
stands as a bit of a
スールムないんだろ
surprise
う。
for this duo, given how good they
22
were
か。
in
初動詞したのかなあ、初動詞かほぼ。め
quite well. They
っ
just
ちゃ
need
早
to
くやら
keep
れちゃ
up
って
that
たもん
pace.
な。
21 through 30 though, any specific names that are sticking out to you, Kelly?
Well, you know, I was going to speak for Takada there and seeing Vico and Jelty. I know that they can grab a VR. We saw them grab 2 VRs in the zero builds mode, and I want them to do it today.
ちょっとマ
I
ジ
want
で
them to do the same thing, but it's about consistency, right? They've shown that they can get
残り
the
5試合
victory
です。
royales, but they have to show that they can maintain the consistency, that they can constantly get to this end
俺イ
game,
ンタビュー
get
が
a
見
good
たす
amount
ぎ
of
て知
elims,
らない
and
から
do
インタビ
something
ューかな。
similar to what Seti and Cammy have been doing.
Yeah, consistency is going to be the big thing.
今日で終わりますか？今日で終わりですね、全部。
Building upon the lead they have now is going to be really important because
最終日でござい
players
ます。
get better and more creative and crafty as the day goes on, so you don't want to have to be playing catch up in games 5, 6, and 7.
キル意外と重要やな。それな、2ポイントだからね、めっちゃ大事やで。ビクロ取ってるやつより、めっちゃキルする人の方が高いっていうの、まあ、全然ザラにあるし。
Look, the difficult thing with this is you're going against Hen and Queasy on high ground, right? Like this duo is dominant. That is their home, right? They were feeling great up there, so they know how to counter those aggressive plays from the duos down below.
これ世界大会だよ。もう
1232か
全部の地域の人が出てるよ。 最強の人たちがね。
切り替えて2試合目頑張ります。ツイートしてるわ。
マフィンナイス切り替え。怖いな、急にかぶせてきたら。それは怖い。
そうね。全然変わってきそうやね。
急に
でもなんかあれじゃね
ね。
サージきつかったし、なんか来そうじゃね。
No one has height. We can now take it probably, and that's what they did. That's how they were able to hold out all the way until second place, and then grabbing incredible performance.
I found that end game so interesting because Malibu and Epic Whale, they had the advantage. The zone was pulling up a ridge. They had more materials than Tayson and Thomas, so Tayson and Thomas were kind of at an all-time disadvantage there, but they were still able to stay up a long time. They had the heals. They went for the heal off. They didn't make it happen, but they still did the best they could.
Well, I do want to correct myself. It was Whale and Malibuca that were actually able to take height at the very end there, not Tayson and Thomas, but still like doing such a good job on the low ground there and grabbing that second place spot, going all the way down to the first heal off that we have seen everyone. And that was just game number 7. We still have 5 more games to go here, everyone. But before we do that, we have a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
あ、もうそろそろカウントダウンが始まる。あ、来ました。この3分終わったら始まります。
だね、ここの3分、人変わってね。
変わってない？
変わってない。昨日も同じだったくね、最初。
え？この人だったっけ？
昨日も同じ人だったくね。
マジ？見たことない顔やけど俺。なんか一緒だった気がしてきた。
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge
あれ？
awaits.
おったカナダ。
あれ？
How
いや、
can we
カ
continue
ナダおらん
to
かった
push
ら変わってるぞこれ。
innovation
勝ってるよな、ワンチャン
technology?
苦じゃないか。
カナダ？
Is
カナダ。
カナダちょっと顔変わったよ。大人びてるよ。なんか
変わったかね？
変わってるよ。そんな感じじゃなかった
Discover
よ。
how
こんな感じだったっ
and the Aston Martin Formula One
俺
team
も
aim
昨
to
日
meet
全く
Formula
同じこと
One's
言ってた。
sustainable fuel targets.
け？マジ？
Aramco, powered by how?
雰囲気すげえ変わってるよな。
ね、全然違う。
1000円スパチャットナイフパレスありがとうございます。マーフィンドキンウィン、クジャナイナイトルウィン。
キングか。
そうですね。
Chapter 1,
買ってほしい。
Season 4.
キングやばくない？
Chapter 1.
ね。かっこいい。バカかっこいい。前は幼くて可愛いって感じだったけど、今バカかっこいい。
出たこれ、いつのシーズン変わってるみたいなやつ。
Season 7, Chapter 1.
あ、クレオやん、クレオ。これ右のクレオやで。
Chapter 2, Season 2.
これなんて
ク
言ってるの？
レオとバッキーだっけ？
名刺？
全然聞いてなかった。
なんかあれか。どのシーズンが好きみたいな。そんな感じなんだな。
当てるやつじゃないの？
お、俺としいやん。セリム来るんちゃん？来ないかな？
どうなんだろう。
だから G2 のロゴいいよね、なんか。
かっこいい。
好きだ。俺 G2 のなんかオフィスみたいなとこ行ったからな。
ね、俺ら行ったよね。
懐かしいね。
うん。G2 のとこで
ドイツの
なんか
ベルリンかな。
G2 の会社でフォートナイトやらせてくれたよな、俺ら。
そう。なんか一回うるさすぎて怒られてた。
うん。
相当嫌やったやろな、俺ら。
うるさかったもん、だいぶ。さあ、始まります。もうそろそろ。
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everyone. And
お、
joining
来た
me
左
here
に。
is the
じゃ見てみるし、これ。
director of
やばくない？
Shadow Wager and
何？
11-2K.
身長やばくない？
やばいね。
やばくないこれ。
まあでも、隣の人とかどんぐらいかわかんないけど。
いや、でも、
この
でも
女性の人が175センチらしい。
なんかだってどの人が、なんか結構色変わるんよ、これ。色変わるんやけど、どの人見てもこんぐらい差あるから。
声すごいな。
ね。
めっちゃ低いよ。
ね。 めちゃくちゃかっこいい声してる。
And Epic Whale and Malibuca finally grabbing a victory royale, and I've just been seeing so much love for Epic Whale on social media.
Yeah, it's just in terms of adapting, in terms of the region that he comes from as well, smaller one overall in the world, but at the same time, he's
いい
repping
な、
that
名刺こうやってしゃべってるところも分かるわけだもんね。何言ってるか。
まあでも、そんな、
Yeah, he was kind of at the forefront, kind of there was
あれ
a
だけど
spear.
ね。
He
なん
was
か
the iron, the metal.
今起きてることを
脳に入ってくるの？それとも何もせずとも脳に入ってくるの？普通に。
いや、意識しないとしんどいかもな。
Again, game number 8 is ready to go, so let's head on over to Panda and SBG.
Everybody, I'll start waving the NA West flag for everybody. Now, welcome back. We're going into game number 2, and I mean, you're the NA West expert here, Panda.
てか相変わらずこの人がパッと見似てるな。
I mean, how you feeling
ちょっと
about those?
体型とかさ、顔のなんかあれとか。
just showing why he is one of
ちょっと分かるっしょ。
the best players in the world.
う
No
ん。
region can
なんか
truly
火入っ
define
てる
his
し、二
skill,
人とも。
and we're seeing that here as he's partnered now with Malibuca. But you also can't take anything away from Malibuca.
さあ始まります。そろそ
Him
ろ。
being, again, one of the best
この人
IGLs
たちが喋り始めたらすぐ
in
始まる
the
か
game.
ら。
Like, there's no
そう、
question
この
about
二人組が
that,
ね。
especially here
ほ
in
ら始ま
Chapter
ってる
3.
始まってる。
So, I'm excited to see them continue to play.
キング楽し
But
そう
I
にプ
don't
レイして
think
ん
this
な。
is the
本当
last
のこの
we
見
are
え
to
る。
see them.
見せてええんかお前。
Words. We'll see. We'll see.
お前そんな見せてええんかお前。隠し隠して
コピーして、すごい。
そうだよ、やばくね。
いいのあれ。
いや、みんな持ってるんだよ。
みんな持ってるみんな持ってる。
すっごい。やばいね。ガチじゃん。もうそれはガチか。
これがフォートナイトのでも最前線っていうふうに思う。すごい。誰が想像したんやあんな紙持ってみるの。
あの紙持ってんのマジおもろいな。
こんばんは。
どうだろう、来てるか？
いや、フリーっぽいぞ。
フリーっぽいね。これ多分黄色いるのがマヒだろうね。
今、L にいるやつだ。あ、フリーだ。
完全に
フリーいいね。
いや、これなかなか神たちもさ、しんどいやろうな、神たちしてたやん。
で、それな。
取れなくなるやん、グローブ。
神たちからしたら、嫌やな。
確かに。ワンチャン崩れるんじゃねそれで。
そうそう、1試合目とかもそんな、まあいい時も言ってたけど、昨日よりかはって感じだった、1試合目だけだった。
うん。
continue to perform like that. However, we know those become legends players. They definitely
お、早いやり合い。早い。うわー、残ったのはストーリーマナスです。さあ、これでもクラッチしたらもうマジで競技心加入です。まあさすがにね。
かぶせたのかな。
どうなんだろう。
かぶせたっぽいけど、なんかずっとフリーだったのこの辺多分バジやったし。
やば。
お、来るよ、ボタン。
One thing that I did just see, I think a Nas just got knocked, and Pink followed through. Oh, look at, we just saw Hellfire and Trippin go down as well. Our second place out here of this game. That is
やばい、やめてくれ、セッティ。いやでもこいつら冷静やからそんなダブルキはせんとも。
いやけどグローブ取られるの嫌やで。
グローブが取られたな。確かに。もう無理やり取りに来とるな。
ね。やっぱ多分さっきの試合取れなくて。
もうあれだな、ワンたちもう
も
うほぼ直折りレベルで結構早めに取りに行った方がいいな。
ね。
ちょっと遅れると取られるわ。
But awesome for Cammy and Seti to start off that quickly.
Listen, obviously this being our top team, we're going to have to pay close attention to them. But this is also scary for them as well. Remember, Tripper and Hellfire in second place, they were kind of that buffer zone for Cammy and Seti. Now, they're down and out, which means one of two things. Cammy Seti, they could easily continue to create a lead that's
昨日もと強いと全然違うわ。こんないなかったもん観客。
They're not going to let that gap grow. They're only going to shrink it, and they're going to continue to push to make that happen.
And we do see another fight getting brought out right here.
チャピックスがビジルたちを落としました。さあ、妹です。
なんかビジル怒ってる。
ガチ？右上ビジル
今カメラ映ってて、右上映ってて、なんかめっちゃ口元動いてたから多分なんか言ってんの。
なんでこいつら妹出てきて。
顔つきしてた。マックートな。お、マフィッチの衝動にですわ。
こいつらもういろんな場所行ってる。
どっちに行ってるな。
うわ、強っ。おい、強いよ、ちゃんと。マクード倒してる。ちゃんと強いよな、こいつら。その強いやつに対して、初動ゼロ負けですからね。全勝でしたから、マーフィンは。
looting the same area. Macwood and Threats are splitting the southern and eastern side of that POI chonkers all the way down south.
飯アジアってさ、全然対面せえへんやん、FNCS とか。
だよね。
こう見るとやっぱ、めっちゃ違うね。本当に。
いや、違うね。
周りたちもさ、多分 AR で対策せないと思うけどさ、みんなダブルキするからサイズとか高いやん。アジアの FNCS グランドファイナルより全然当てないあかんと思う。AR。
なんかアジアあれじゃない？
天気じゃないよ。本当に時間やん。
アジアなんかしんどくなったら行くみたいな感じじゃない？
そうだよね。
マジでしんどくなる前に行くやん。
これ正しいかもしれない。だって、しんどくなっていたところで終わりだもん。そのサージ、
そうだよね。
きつい奴らが滑ってきても全然落ち着けば、対処できるし。オート強っ。
やばすぎる。
やばっ！プッシュの無限大の可能性を今感じた。
もったいな。
それな。今さ、落ち着いてこのブッシュ壊してさ、建築越しに。うわ、もったいねえ。でも、いや、にしてもうますぎだろ、こいつ。
これさ、
それと思わない。
今の
相手も相手やったら今の。多分油断してたよな。
いや、油断してる。あれは
絶対油断してたでしょ。
建築越しに壊したもん、ブッシュあれ簡単に。うわ、にしてもエイムもやばいな。ツーショット強っ。
視野もなかったしな、あの人だって。
もったいな。
相方も驚いてたよ。
絶対雰囲気悪い。
雰囲気悪い。お前なんで建築せんかったんって今、癒してます。
多分やられた人、ストリーマーの人が一緒だから大丈夫だ。
あ、そうなの？
すごい多分大丈夫。アラブってストリーマーの人。
あ、アラブはストリーマーだね。でもストリーマーだけど結構
元はプロとか
いや面白いな今の。
強いなここ。
世界大会クラッチは罠だろ。最強だろ。さあリコ
もう
イルが
3キルしてます
ね、もうボッコボコにします。こいつ
もう3キルです。
これでもサージのこと一切気にしなくていいです。あとは終盤に行くだけ。
これえぐいな。
俺たちでもゼロビルドでめっちゃ勝ってなかったっけ？
そう、ゼロビルドも
ゼロビルドの立ち回り多分もう誰よりも上手かった。
マジ
1位ではなかったけど。
ゼロビルドの意味ですよ。
3回勝ってるんだよね。
マジ？
しかも1回ゼロキルビルド。
やば。
まあ、今多分まだ生き残ってる。クジャナエもね、スイルムも。
てかキャンディーアックスやっぱ人気やな。みんなキャンディーアックスやん。
ね。
キャンディーアックスとシャベル人気すぎ。アイスブレーカーだっけ。
なんかスコップみたいなやつね。
これゲームスコップとさ、スターバンドのキャンディーアックス最強だよな。ここの。
やっぱなんだかんだシンプルがいいんだよな。
He gets knocked there by Valor. That is huge. But what you were just saying, they know exactly what to use on certain rotates because at the end of it, there's going to be wood, there's going to be brick. But Seti's down too. Our top duo is down. Our top
しかも見て、これリブート待ちますよみたいな。
それな、リブートが待ちきました。今の1位は やられました。やばいな。結構なんか不運やな、今日。
いや、いい流れつかめてないね。さすがにそんなことはやらないから。さすがにやんなそうやな。
すごい広げ方、これ。
すごい建築や。なんか昔の建築みたいな感じだったね、今の。資材あるんか。
これリブート取るの怖すぎやろ。こんな拠点立てられたら。
こんな真ん中で。
has the opportunity to
outplace
at least one solid match, a 50-point game, which is not out of the question. You get 32 just for the placement. Then you grab about 9 elims. You're right there in that top 5. That is exactly where everyone wants to be. And hey, if you're a fan of Fortnite, if you want this to be close, this is exactly what you want. Obviously, you don't want to see some of the top contenders go down early, but now
やばい、いろんな方向からレーザー食らって。
やばいよ、この人ね。
めっちゃいい囲み、めっちゃいい囲み。ハサミが素晴らしい。でも別場からも打たれてる。
うわ、マーフィンたちにとってはいいアンチなんじゃない？
だからこのロッキーの上にいるのもマーフィンだよ、多分。
RO のとこやな、多分。
看板の一番上で売ってんだろうな、サージ。
あそこでもいいよな。死なないからな。詰められないし。
Unfortunate, sometimes FKS, Valor, they make sneak plays. We've seen it plenty of times in FNCS. Players are waiting for their opportunity, knowing a player will make a certain rotation. That's doing your homework. That's understanding how the game is played. It's not always about being the most mechanical player. Sometimes it's understanding that you can just simply make a slower play, wait for the players to come to you, and take advantage of it. Now we see FHD and Mansour
こういうね、敵の倒した物資の余りを回収するって割と大事よな。
やり合ってるとこ、やり合ったなと思ったところとか俺毎回見とるもん。
割と残ってるからな。
そう。
あ、マフィンたちいる、マフィンたちいる。いいね。
今からめっちゃ打てるよ。
マフィンたちああいうポジションね、やりれないのがマジ強いから、一生打てるからマジ強い。ただ今回さ、グローブないから、マフィンたち。そこで怖いよな。
showcase that they know what they're doing, they can still show up no matter the environment.
And one tough thing is a lot of players just play the game. They don't necessarily have a plan. What they're doing is just going from step 1 to step 2 to step 3, and they don't know what that next step is. Other players, they've set up that 10-step plan, putting themselves on a path to success, and that's what we're seeing the difference is. Those players that understand this is a long haul, we need to do X, Y, Z on this path, and if we can do that, we can accomplish our goals. It's a back and forth, but really the rest of these lobbies.
いや、わかる。
誰でもいいんじゃ。
And one of those top teams that we see have great games,
話題にもなるしな。
not so great games. It's actually Jelty and Fico. We saw them win a game yesterday. We saw them win games at
Messi.
So they know how to win, but it feels like they're just not as consistent as some of these other teams.
いや、今めちゃめちゃ無理した。
They're not in the top 10 right now.
メッシがいるかどうか確認したかっただけ。
言って俺も
眠たくなってきた。
もう結構限界。
で、この試合頑張ろう。
この試合は頑張るわ。
この試合のインタビューまで頑張ろう。
オッケーオッケー。インタビューなんて長いしな。
誰か一人連れてきて、暇なそうなやつ。どっかいるでしょ、上。
暇そうなやつ、上にいるやん、いっぱい。
いや、それ連れてきて、俺ら配信中やから行けへんからさ。
ああ、そういうこと？
そう。なんかどうにかして、練習の話術で一人連れてきて。
確かに。俺らも逃がさんからさ。と
りあえず通話にさえ来させればね、もう。
さ、メッシに抜けるんだったら、メッシの代わり必要だよ。
俺の代わりが必要。
一人分の代わりが必要で。代わりも用意してないんで抜けちゃダメ。
マジかよ。そういう感じなのね。
それそうじゃん。いいね、でも毎年こういうとこ打てるぞ。なんならキルもワンチャン取れるぞ。
You know, one thing I do want to mention, I feel like if it were any other team, or almost any other team here, than Milan and Micho, I don't feel like Hen would have been able to rotate unpunished. I don't think he would have been able to move like that, so I'm kind of interested, or
確かにこのゲームってサウンドエフェクトまだ強いの？
I'm interested to see how this is going to continue to
強いよ。
play out for them, because
サウンドエフェクト。あ、もうみんなつけてる。
範囲
it's only a matter of time before they
強まったけど、全然
It is both
全
teams
然強い
that
よ。
have to make these
まああれ気にならんよな、マジで。
south, and we can see it's
サウンドエフェク
all
ト
the way to
気にならんよな。
reels. There is also
いいね、まあ見たし。
いいね。2マスじゃなくて1マスで。 上と下に分かれとる1階と2階に。
もうでもこれやばそう。
アンチやばい。
アンチやばいな、これ。
やばいな。
やっぱやなかったら。このマリブカたちもやばいな。502以上だけど。まだ狙ってるし。
キル取れそうだからね。
確かに。
またカカロット映ってるけど、またカカロットやられるって。うわぁ、アンチガに詰めてるな。なかなかいないよね、アンチガに詰めるって。
狙ってるやったら。
完成抜けてたら見たらキルポイント入るぞ。
いや、ナイトルがおった。でもクラブが返した。
These two can easily take a 2v1 if they're given the possibility. Milan running out of time here. Some
やばい、ナイトルはダウンこれ。まだダウンだな。まだダウンだ、ナイトルは。
will be taking those ones home and putting them in the back pocket. A nice little refresh, but even more so, those points.
左上のキルログでしかわからんから。
That's
わけわ
what
からん。
Queasy and Hen want. They want the extra points.
決勝
That
しい
is how
な
you。push yourself up a leaderboard, making these plays, and they will go unpunished for it as Malabuka and Epic Whale have moved on from this position.
You know, as much as I wanted to see them kind of hold Queasy and Hen, it's fully understandable.
マーミたちどうやって移動したんやろ？移動してるんかな？
They cannot afford to spend too much time on the edge of zone like that.
してるな。
It's better to get
これ多分今、この俺のマウスカストにいるやつだよな。これ多分マーミたちだと思う。
continue to focus on what's going on in Storm because realistically, you don't know what the
これ
outcome
移動
will be
き
as
つ。
long as you sit there.
アンチガイファイトやばいね
こ。れグラペラ持ってなかったら罪でしょ。
Struggling here is
でもこれしゃあないよね。みんな移動したくても移動できんやん。
ね、
サージ
サージもしんどいし。
そう、だから余計積もっちゃうよな。
They're trying to get the feet under them to just start booking it because the last thing they can afford to do right now is take any unnecessary damage.
And these rotates are so difficult as everyone is trying to get surge damage, whether it be the players rotating side by side with you or the players already on the front side of zone, along with you knowing that you need to grab that damage. It's a difficult position to be in, and we see the shots need to be taken. Whether or not you're super healthy, just like Dubs, he has to take shots
いや、ビパチも勝ったら死ぬやん。
because
これもう
otherwise
遅から早からやから
taking
な。
him down or the storm surge. So we see he's waiting
こう
for
なったらもう
his
GG やな、
opportunity.
正
This is only
直。
a
うわ
time.
GG やな。
Down he goes, and I believe that's going to be Scram and Andalex that can clean that one up. Yes, it is one of our top 10 teams able to grab that one. Now putting themselves a couple points higher on the leaderboard, and the late rotates are frequent.
さあ、このチームサージがやばい。15以下。
They're all over. All over, but for these players, it's not over yet. You see them just looking to connect something. It's draft tell.
これなんか当てれそうで当たんないんだよな、この感じな。
Continue to climb. I think one of the things about this team is we've seen them quite a bit, but it's never truly in those final moments of a game. So this is their moment to try to mitigate that, try to change that. However, with what we've seen so far, the stuff that they struggled with, it's going to be tough, especially when you have so many incredible teams close by.
5 players need to go down before we get to that 54-player threshold for Storm Surge. So several duos are dealing with that issue. Everyone's looking for their tags. We see Queasy and Hen have made it into the zone. They are clearly above, but even though they just got that Elim, Andalex not super there. He had to be forced to take a fight. Storm Surge was hitting Kai. Merstash and Bad Sniper understood that. They're jumping right in. They're trying to grab this.
うわー、落とし穴。だこらスイッチ。
That's Cal taking down Kai. Merstash and Bad Sniper being able to grab a couple of eliminations and need to be careful because this is a whole different duo down below.
Yeah, and knowing Nema, he's not an easy player to take down, so it's going to be interesting to really be able to hold on here. You see him building out here, just trying to take as many of the resources in the area, occupy his spot on the edge of zone, but
お、まあ、めっちゃい
俺も
い動作
リザートが世界大会に出たので、リザートオントップっていうのを俺持ちながらこうやって言いときたいから、ちょっと頼むわ、世界大会。
やばすぎやろ、それ。うわ、レッドシー、うわ移動、邪魔すんなよ。
レッドシーは生きれるから。アンティ X やめて。以上は先頭点。
うわー、ダブル来たらでも落とせ落としてる人いるくれ落としてないか落としてるレッドシー。
マジでレッドシー強くて笑う。
めっちゃ撃たれそうだな、これ。
返してるでも。
おい、相手もお前窃盗犯やって。
レッドシー強すぎん。2人倒して。
めっちゃ撃たれるな、
バキッやん、レッドシー。いやでもこれいける。これアンティ X たち今上位なんだよね。サーチやばいな。
サーチがやばいからこんなってんのか。めっちゃ食らってる、味方が。
いや、これ一生打ってくるよ、アンティ X たち。
いいね。移動はできそう。うわー、やめてあげてした。
やばい。
うわー、やばい。
グロ。
何パーティーから今撃たれた ?4 パーぐらいから撃たれたっていう。
マフィーたちは
まだ来てると思うけど、どうだろう。
うわ、クジャさんやられとる。いや、正直さ、世界大会とかでさ、有名な選手に倒されるのマジなんかちょっと嫌な気分するけど、ちょっといいんだよな、それはそれで。あ、前たちいる。
ほんとだ、ちょうど M のとこにいる。アンチは、まあ、ちょっと近そう、割りがち。近いけど周りに人いっぱいおるな。
いけるぞー、マジ頼むぞ、ビクロイ。頑張れ。
我慢してくれ。武器下がれって言うどうしたマジ
もうってマリブがキル4キルやって。
やば。
強すぎん。
やばいね。
これシューザイ2枚しか使ってません。アンチにいて。
それな。8万よしやろ。やばい、ドキンさんが。やばくないマフィンは落ちるかもマフィン。
いや、
ドキンさんがやばそう。大丈夫かうわー、落ちてるか。
30以下やったね、今140以下やったね。
頑張れドキンさん。ドキンさん一人で伸ばしてくれ。
うまいんだよな、こういうなんかフリーキルの取り方のさ、うまいやつら。
いいとこ見とるよな。
はい、またハイグラと。
アクアがハイグラ狙ってます。あー、ドキンさんが落ちた。
だってさ、アシアにさ、こんなハイグラ取り方するやつらおらんよ。こんなのもした
いないね。
いないよね、こんなんね。
いない。
これやばいよな。みんなこれが世界。
うわー、ジャズで多分落ちたくないこれ全員。
うわ、やば。
いるかな、まだ。
してるね。
スイルムとか、やられたか。
だからこっからビクロイするのがやばいよな。こっからなんだかんだハイグラ維持して勝てるのがこのデュオだから。
うわー、
ブレイクとスコープといるやん。
いいとこ狙ってるわ。うわ、プリヘディ。
やばい。EU のハイグラディオやばい。
ハイグラディオ、ハイグラ、やってる。
ああ、もう家のハイガー勝負とかやばいっしょ。
この変
絶対沼やん。
もうハイグラムーブ大好きな人たちですね、このクイージー。クイージー、なんで呼び方
もうこのチームマジでうまいな。
マリブカやばい。これ行くぞ、これハイグラ。
ポー
行かないよ。
次第マックス。
あ、こいつは、そうか、終盤か。
ハイグラガンクでも安定できるからな、余裕で。
さ、アクアたちとかってさ、もう譲るっていう概念ないよ、ハイグラ。死ぬか、ハイグラ取るかやねん、こいつら。だから好き。こんなうまいハイグラムーブできるやつはおらんの、他に。
しかも落としとるやん、変なこと多分。
いや、これそうやな、この。
あんまり部下落ちたでも。
マジお
いやでも、
蘇生できそう。
チャルスパンシ
あ、ほんまや起こせる。
マリブがさっき視野マックスあったからな。
テイソンやばくない？テイソンめっちゃ上位やで。
わ
いやいや、マリブか。
マジでさっきの上位の人全員生き残ってるね。
そう。これが当たり前なんよな。
やばいね。
ちょっとエピ超えるつらいな。
これはきつい。うわ、まだ見られとるし、しかも。
これ多分マリブカの
そこね。
うわ、いや、やばい、やられちゃった。
やられちゃった。おお、めっちゃ追ってくる。
これ絶対譲らんから絶対来るで。絶対来る。
まあ、一人って分かってるから、これは行くべきやな。
落ち着いてる。
降りたくね。
いや、降りて多分先端行くんじゃない？多分先端行くんだよ。
おー、しんどい。
ほら。
偉い。偉い。
で、またハイグラと。
やば。
でも資材ゼロでね。
てか、エッジも強いな。もう上位のやつしか生き残ってないやん。やばくない？あれ？
誰だお前？
ハイグラ
変わってんだけど、ハイグラが。
ハイグラ変わってる。
誰だ？どこ行ったんだ、そして。
この人も8位だったよ、さっき。
赤は生きてる。生き残ってるわ。多分資材なくて譲ったんじゃない？うわ、エイムよ。
てか、ベノとアクアって FNCS チャンピオンなんだね。
やばい、で、見て、ほとんど一人だよ。
マジ？
アクア勝てるか？うわ、やられてる。ハイグラ勝てるやん、これ。
エッジとコーンが。
いや、1v2。いや、でも下もあんまない。
ワンチャン。
ワンチャンある。倒れる。渡しないか。8万 HP か。
よし。いや、でも、
いや、
回復してなさそうだよ。
いや、資材上のがあるぞ、多分。下全然ないぞ。
これ分からん。これある。ハイグラワンチャンあります。早くロードボタン押したいな。
うわー、惜しい。
惜しい。
今ワンチャンあったな。
超嬉しそう。今もう絶対レッツゴー言うてるからね、今の人。
絶対言ってる。
GG。
エッジとアコーンやん。あかんじゃね？
いやー、終盤もう少しできそうなところなんだけどな。どういう風に死んだんだろうな。マジ痛いわ。頼むから映してくれ。死に方がわからんから。うわ、落ちたしか言えへんのよな。見たいんやけど。
そうだよな。やられてるとかでしか気づけないんだろうな。
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, there's a lot of teams to talk about. We could go on forever, but we have to tip our hats to Tayson and Thomas HD. Able to get a top 5 within that match when the top 2 teams above them fell early. Epic and Malabuka may also have taken first and second. So Thomas Tayson, Epic Malabuka, and then everyone else down below. Seti Kami, it is now your turn to come back.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Looking at this right here, 8th place
Edgy
were when they went into this
いや、
at 170 points, or actually
1試合目終わった後8位で、アコンとエッジが、で、セッティとカミが1位だったけど、まあ、近くなるんじゃないか、みたいな。
なるほどね。
あと4マッチしかないから、
どうなっちまうんだって。
な
るほど。
そう。
It is. You could feel it. You walk into the stadium, you're walking around the hotel. You can feel how intense these players are and how ready they are for these moments. So it's awesome to see it happen. Let's go check out what they have to say for us.
さあ、インタビュー来ました。名刺翻訳できるのマジかっけえな。もう普通に日本語を聞いとるような感じで聞こえる。もうわかる？すぐ。
まあわかるよ。
いいな。俺もそれやったらな。全部翻訳しろ。
いやでもそんな結構ちゃんと聞いてないとわかんないな。でも
そんな耳にスッて入ってくるんではない。一旦考えなあかん。耳にスッて入ってくるんじゃなくて、ちょっとだけ考えなあかん。
なんか難しい、その日本語に変えるのっていうか。
ああ、そういうことか。
あ、でもこんぐらいならそんな難しいこと言ってないから。
Now, I've been speaking to a few members of the
これ翻訳できる？
and a bunch of them have a couple of questions. So I thought I'd relay one of those questions onto you. Now, due to points in these kinds of scenarios and these tournaments being so vital, okay, do you change your play style depending on who remains when it gets to the final
なんかプレイスタイル変えましたかって。
an eye out
なる
for
ほど
all
ね。
the eliminations that are
そ
going
う、このトーナメント
on.
のた
Do
め
you
に。
change it up or do you just stick to your game plan?
I think we just kind of focus on our own game and just focus on what's going on at the moment. Like, I feel like when we like focus on other people, it's just a distraction, and like we'll play worse. So we're just focused on our game, focus on like forget what happened in the last game, just focus on the game at hand, and just like play the best we can.
ベースを尽くしたって。
本当に今の長さベスト尽くしただけやった今の長さ
いやなんかまあなんか集中なんかいろんななんだろう集中してなんか集中しちゃって言ってた
大丈夫かな。
いやなんかなんだろう細かいところを集中してやったみたいな。
あ、なるほどね。
そう
一個一個集中してやった。
そう一個集中そうそう。
So you've really bumped up the table. There's a possibility that this trophy could have your names on it by the end of today. So just maybe give us a little bit of a hint, or the crowd as well. What's the best thing about your duo?
It's got to be the chemistry, you know what I'm saying? We don't even got to talk sometimes, and we're just on each other. We know what's going on. You know, we're just one brain, man. Just one brain.
Literally right after the last game, we were both like we just realized like after that game we weren't even like calming at all. We were just doing like what felt right, and we're just like we're just one brain.
زي ما احنا عارفين هم الان
بعد ما خلصنا
من الجيم الثاني هم قدروا يصيرون من التوب 6 اللي هم يكون ايدي وكان سؤالنا لهم انه ايش الشيء اللي يميزكم عن باقي
俺なんで今カップラーメン食べてしまったんやろ飯めっちゃ後悔する
اكثر شيء يميزنا
カップラーメン食べてんの？
食べてしまったダイエットしとったのにもうなんで俺食ってしまったんや
ろいいやん朝寝るんだから
後悔めっちゃ後悔した今
なんで？
だからダイエットしたかったのに今日一旦諦めて食べてしまったからめちゃめちゃ後悔してる
Again, Acorn and Edgy, you guys have been fantastic, and good luck for the remaining games that we've got for the rest of the day. Everyone, give it up one more time for Acorn and Edgy. Let's go. The crowd is pretty good today, I've got to say, Fancy. I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk so we can bring us into game number 3 of the day.
すごいな応援めっちゃいるな
これ知らない人たちが言ってるんかな団結して
いやーどうなんだろうね
Welcome back to the analyst desk for Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, and I still have Shia Wager and Levin2K joining me, and it's Acorn and Edgy, the team from NA East, showing up with that VR.
That was just really nice and clean towards the end as well, Levin, when it came to how they won that game, staying slow, secure, low ground style, silent almost, but then really loud in that interview.
Yeah, they were incredibly fluid throughout that end game, right? They're so on point with each other that they don't even need to speak in their words, right? So very much visible.
飯も出てちゃうの
Always tight together, always stay.
寝ようかなマジこの人の声すごいな
Well, we always talk about how mechanics are important, but more so important in solo competition when it's duos or
無理だよ絶対来ないって
頼む飯
この人バロラントやってんじゃん
あーそれはじゃあ無理かもしれない飯いいよ
じゃあね頑張って
頑張るよ
おやすみ
飯も頑張って
もう寝るだけだけど
Yep, rounded out there and going into game number 9 now. I'm excited to see if they're going to be able to continue this. But one team that has been continuing it time and time again, Thomas and Tayson, that solo clutch that almost won him the game, but just
今メイシーとリザートが喋ってるのいいことに洗濯物干してる何も言わずに洗濯物干してる
トイレにしたら長いなと思ったもん
At that point, he sort of ran out of gas, but eventually we are going to see more and more of these moments.
It's also just not fair having both those players on one team. A lot of the times you have, like, you know, the weak spot of the boss. Tayson and Thomas, one goes down, the other gets buffed, and both of those guys are impossible to deal with.
I mean, it's so, like, we've seen them be a duo
a
a long time in the past, and
24試合ぐらいあった試合も。
踏んで直したら何分ぐらいなんだろう。24試合、だいたい1試合25分として、25×24 は。
でもさ、そのさ、試合時間だけじゃなくてさ、大体1試合さ、待ち時間回すと1時間ぐらいいるわけやん。
まさに。
だからもう1日ぐらい言うたら座ってるわけよ、ずっと席に。
やばいな。
やばくない ?1 時間1試合でしょ ?1 日6試合でしょだいたい6時間ぐらい。6時間も5時間6時間ぐらい座ってるやん。ね。で、4日じゃん。20時間ぐらい座ってるな、ずっと。
ほんまに尻タコになるって。マジで尻バケモンになる。でも、ハーマーミラーだっけ20万円の椅子のおかげで、まあ全然耐えれるね。
ちなみに俺もハーマンミラーの椅子なんですけど、もう神。
多分普通の椅子だったら、普通のゲーミングチェアだったら俺ケツめっちゃ痛くなってると思う。
なんか俺しかも、東京来て、また変えたよね、ハーマンミラー。肩版っていうの。
自分なかった
自分で買った。お店に行ってアーロンチェアってやつでした。
買ったよ自分で20万円のする椅子。おいすげえな。
実家のやつ持ってきてもよかったけど、めんどくさいなと思って買った。アーロンチェアおすすめです皆さん。
ハーマーミラーの種類同じ種類同じあれメーカー
ハーマーミラーなんだけど、ロジコラボのやつじゃなくて、普通にあるやつ。おすすめです。ちょっと高いけど。
皆さん、リリーさん金持ってますね。
いやいやいや、
20万円の椅子買ったらしいっすよ。そのめんどくさいっていう理由で。
20万の椅子は
めんどくさいっていう理由で買ったらしいっす。
でもリザーさん、いろんな捧げに50万とか課金してるじゃないですか。
いや、そんなの知ってません。
それもうお金持ってる証拠っすよ、それこそ本当に。
お、スレム27位だ。
惜しい。おいたし22位や。
惜しいよな、なんかアジア勢似とるな、落ちとるところらへんが思わん。20位らへんやな、当たり前かい。
やっぱトップ10とかに入ってくるのはなかなか難しいよね。
終盤行く手前ぐらいだよな、いつもやられてるの。移動アンチの手前らへんぐらいやな。
Another team that was doing really well was King and Seiyun there, who also dropped down quite early in that competition. Still able to grab some placement points, but just not enough.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing on this day overall as we see the big rankings is there are a bunch of changes in mid-game fights, how people are basing up inside that 5th zone. When it comes to patterns, it's not going to be the same, but look at this difference. Tayson, Thomas HD, first place by 22 points, Levin.
This is huge. It is honestly a massive.
テイソンたちになってるやん。
20ポイント差。
うわ、セッティ神2試合こけただけでこれやで。やばない？
やばいな。
びっくりした。エッジたちとかほぼ1位に変わってないから2個ぐらいしか上がってないからな。
Day one of zero build, so many people gave their predictions for being Tayson and Thomas, but we were just confused, right? We were talking about the normal build mode here. Here they are in first place with such a good lead and 36 eliminations as well. Setting Cammy dropping down into fourth place. And Alexis Graham actually jumping up into third place. But look at this.
この4チームがあれやな。マジで1位取るな。この4チーム。
正直、リアルな話、この7位以上だったらまあ可能性あると思うけど、5位、8位ぐらいまで。200ポイントぐらいまでだったら1位ワンチャンいけると思う。1試合で全然返せる。
Relatively close, right? It doesn't take much for them to put themselves back into the running. And for Tayson and Thomas now, it's about not slipping up, not tripping yourselves over as you head towards those final hurdles.
It is just a 7-point difference between 3rd and 6th place, and that is tens of thousands of dollars between those points.
And I can translate that 7-point difference to something in real life. That's inches, centimeters, maybe the length of your hair if you have a buzz cut, right? It is very, very short in terms of a difference of a game. That is maybe just an elam, as Kelly even said towards the end, Levin. That is huge.
Yeah, and for a lot of those teams, worry, they're very capable of getting a couple even. So you know, want to keep your arms distance away from those teams in the standings, but that isn't easy. We've seen that these games are so.
もうアジア勢今から4連ビグロしたらあるからまだあるよ。俺はまだ信じとる。4連ビグロ。
4連ビグロしたらすごい歴史やな。歴史。今までのありとあらゆるアジアの普通の常識が変わるよ。
2連ビグロイ2連ビグロイとかあるんかな世界大会で。2連とかあるか。
世界大会はあるね。あるね。アクアがリオワールドカップの時
2連したっけ
？2連ビグロイしてるね。3連ぐらいしたんじゃなかった？
3連はやばいでしょ。
いや、そんぐらいしてるよ、確か。2は絶対してる。3連はしてないかな。いや、なんかしてた気がするんだよな。してないっけ？ローボーだけど2はしてるよ。惜しかったね。倒しきれてたらね、このエッジを。この 4HP の。
それな。ちょっと運悪いな。4HP のこんな。
But everyone, we do have a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about game number 9.
Next word is here. Here. 3分後始まります。
いや、この3分後、3試合目や。3試合目とこの4試合目のこの間が長いからな。
ちょっと鍋を持ってくる。
はい。
盛り上げといてない話。
とりあえずみんな応援だけしよう。あと4試合やから。
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات. استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي مهما كان جوك هذا محل.
I don't think my duo partner. I mean, he's been one of the best players for a long time. I picked him because he has winning capability. I wanted to win, and that's why I picked him.
Okay, so basically the first time was because it was really like I didn't have really much options, to be honest, at the beginning. But then at the second time, he's been one of the best players since ever then. Like he improved a lot, and I would say he's one of the best right now. So that's why I picked him.
Bom, eu trouxe o notebook, tá ligado? E aí a gente combinou de ver cada dia que passar do evento, a gente fazer a transmissão, tentar, tipo assim, como o replay fica salvo na minha conta, eu vou pegar o replay e vou tentar a gente assistir o replay, ver voz e tudo mais. Estamos estudando aqui algumas coisas durante o dia, estudando o mapa e estudando também loot pool e tudo que vai acontecer.
E outra coisa,
já falando sobre estratégias, a gente tá vendo muito vídeo também. E o bom é que a gente é amigo, então a preparação é mais fácil e a gente sabe como jogar um ou outro, então acho que isso é o essencial.
インタビューなんか。まあみんなが出てきたインタビューで。
We haven't actually started because we want to go to the game center, but
game center
like it hasn't worked our way.
So we practiced a lot in the no build, so yeah, it's gonna be fine.
レッドシーいいね。なんかレッドシーもさ、なんか昔と比べてすごいがっちりしたよね。
確かに大人っぽい。さあお菓子でも食べるか。
あれ？ん？ダイエット頑張るんちゃったん？
バター餅っていうせんべい食べます。美味しいんですよこれ皆さん。
ダイエット頑張るんちゃう？
で朝から
なんかここ4日くらい同じこと言ってない大丈夫？
うまっ。
Everyone to the analyst desk here. We had Levin and Shios jumping up for a little bit, and then it's going to be Spaceman and Takata joining right now.
なんか手術のダイエットみたいなのあるの知ってる？
You know, we're showing up
手術で体重落とすやつ。
Edgy representing North America.
I mean, it's not only an impressive figure given the status of how that game is
closing out,
but just by the rankings themselves. We're looking at some of our top teams drop down.
それどうなるんだろうな。痩せるなら俺それしたい。
明日からみたいな。
もう手術でダイエットしたい俺もう無理。
Everything has changed Tayson and Thomas in that #1 spot. I know EU fans are feeling incredibly hyped right now, but also for Seti and Cami, you brought it yourself. They're down in that leaderboard, but the good news is we're shortly reaching that halfway point, and these players still have a lot of chances. You know,
やだ、お前黙れ。お前やば。言ってること。お前責任取れるのその発言。お前責任取れよそれはお前。絶対嫌だわ。バカみたいに太ってたからやば。もう太ったら痩せるのにどんだけ大変なのか。
一回そこ経験したけどさ、ああいう風になりたくないってこう体が覚えてさ。
いやもうなっとるわもう。さすがにそういうのやりたくない。あれ系みたいになりたくないさすがに。
What I find so fascinating about that duo is it's not like they've had a long time to practice, right? This is a newly formed duo. Malabuka and Epic Whale have not had a lot of time together, and they're doing incredibly well.
Yeah, there's so many interesting stories in that sense of Thomas and Tayson being a duo, splitting up, now joining back together, having that innate synergy. But when you compare it to someone like Epic Whale and Malabuka, not having that, showcasing that their mechanical prowess is what's pulling them out.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot of interviews where players have said, you know, we have
ねやばいマウスパッドの上でさおかしくったからザラザラしてるマウスパッド俺さ真っ白のマウスパッドがもう色やばいよな赤色のシミみたいなのもあるし黒色のいや恥ずかしいコーヒーとかいろんなもんこぼしてるから真っ白
ほんまに送ってるですよほんまにね
嫌でーす恥ずかしいです
なんかさお前が恥ずかしいって思うと普通の人と違うよない
や恥ずいやろマウスパッドってないの
だってお前もう俺に聞いたらいもう見せてマウスパッドは恥ずかしいやろ
Acorn and Edgy, Hellfire and Tripper, there's so many incredible teams here showing that it takes everything. It's not just one facet of the competition that leads to victory, it's all of them.
That's exactly right, and I don't think it's any mistake that our top teams within that 1 through 10 spot are players that have a lot of history and chemistry together. Like, the synergy goes a long way, because when you have to rely on each other to basically hit a mind meld, like what we like to call it, where you're thinking without talking and you're able to communicate, those are the moments where that chemistry comes in and helps you survive an endgame.
I want to bring up a duo that does have good chemistry, even in the zero build mode, right? Hellfire and Tripper, and they were
やばいすごい眠いダメ最後だから寝かさへんで
gone down a bit in this top 10
立ち上がって
they kind of have to make a comeback.
今多分ベッド横になってるだろうから体動かすのね目覚める
いやベッドに横になるとほんまに眠くなる
and a team that's making a comeback right now, Ocus and Nutify. I mean, again, another NA team here, showing that it's not just all EU teams that are top 10 right now, but
いやマジダイエット明日からやけどしたくねえダイエットもう
目標何キロ何キロ何キロだ5何キロね
Ocus and Nutify, a perfect example, having much better
5って実際どう
Game number
いや
8
きついよ
going into game 9. This is a big opportunity
き
for
つ
them
い
to
ん
get
や
more points.
I mean, momentum is so important in Fortnite. We saw Acorn and Edgy not in this last match, but the match before that, they got 3rd place. They got top
2週間で5痩せれるもんなんだな
that kind of felt like a confidence booster because the game after, they ended up winning it.
1回
So
すぐで
that's gonna hopefully
あ
happen.
運動するのあれだなダイエット
And I mean, I can't just imagine
10キロ走ろうかな毎日
being able to cast these
俺
incredible
多分俺
games.
毎日に10キロ走るの俺2時間はかかる自信ある
Gentlemen, this must be a bit of a
で
bittersweet
もランニン
moment
グ
for
マシン
you
ある
because this is your last game to cast.
Yeah, it's tough, but
Running
hey, it's been
machine, so.
amazing to get
ランニングマシン面白くないんよな
watch you guys break it all down on the analyst test.
音
So I
楽と
mean,
か動画
it
聞きな
is
がら聞いて
bittersweet.
る
And Panda, I'm sure
Running
you're
machine
feeling
ほど面白くない
right
もんないよ
now about all of our NA teams that are showing up.
You already know NA West.
一回なんかドラマ見ながらランニングマシンで走ったけどもうねえあれだよね視点がブレブレで見えへんのよねその走るからさなんか振動で体の振動でブレブレでさ
10キロってマジしんどいな俺部活の時とか走らされてた10キロねマジでもう死にかけ
10キロはやばいよ
With only an 18
それ
point,
ぐらい
I
の
say
ペースと
only
かにもい
a
るけど
huge
10キロってストローラン何回ぐらい
points. I mean, SBG, what is it now?
誰が天才な誰が天才な人教えて
あれ何メートルなんだっけ
20じゃなかった
Understand? Grabbing this position
20か
is going to
10
make
確
a
か
difference between us being able
ストローラン何回ぐらい
mid-level placements
10キロ
and
ね
20だった気
going
がする
for that position to try and get one of those top placements. There's a big difference between 10th and 2nd, obviously. But the heavy hitters, they're throwing punches.
500回だってルリ
match right now, and we're seeing everyone throw their
やばくね
It's gonna be a
ストローラン500回だっ
take
て
those hits and then come
や
back
ば
even stronger next time.
ストラン500回までやらなあかんってことでしょ。まあ、ストランはそれはまあスピードもかかるから違うけど、にしてもやべえ500って。
ストランってさ、80ぐらいですかね。80ぐらい
いや、疲れは50ぐらいで来て、どんどん上がってって。
で、ほんまの限界って80、70ぐらいぐらいで、そっから100ぐらいとか超えてくるの無理だわ。100無理だわ。折り返しが辛い。
あ、始まる3試合目。皆さん、マッチスタート。
お前それ AOF のカウントダウンのやつ。マ
ッチスタート。
How to play the elevation changes when they come. They're going to position themselves for
ミシ寝ました。
success game after game. And hey, if there's nobody that's going to be taking that low ground besides Acorn and Edgy, they're finding some room to coexist and just slaying out down there.
Absolutely, but we see it now. The bus path has presented itself, and these players are launching out into the world of Fortnite. Will there be some changes, though? One thing I do want to talk about, and I noticed it in that game, Pinkin and Os going down early. Does that mean Clicks and Dukes winning the off-spawn engagement at the Joneses?
I don't know that it was a win off-spawn. I believe that positioning and the dominance of the off-spawn pushed Pinkin and Os to make a play that they didn't want to, and then the third parties finished that fight. So a little bit of combination, you know, you might be able to call that a win. It's tough sometimes when it's not a clear victory.
そういえばデイリーあったな。
確かにデイリーあんま画面重ねんかった。画面見せてくれんかったから。あ、そうなんや。
Almost the entirety of this chapter. Now telling threats, it's time to come back. We're going to the Daily Bugle, and this is RPOI.
And as we're talking about Dukes,
ちょっとめっちゃ帰るな、海外勢。
ends up going down the elimination feed to Dukes. Clicks is not, I believe, as well. So that fight is really starting to pick up a Thomas HD.
でもさ、ずっと俺たちに勝てないと思うけどな。
待って、トーマス HD やられてた。
マジケイソン？
今実況でファーストプレイしたみたいに言ってたから、あ、やばい。
さあ、また1位が落ちました。
中友選手、これダブルリンク試合とか。
めっちゃ喜んどるやん。うざいだろうな、テイソンからしたら。やられて、めっちゃ相手がナイスナイスってやってるんやで。くそうざいよ、これ。
もうやられたーと思ってスタートしたら、って言われてるわけで。
やばいな。
And we've seen this fight happen a couple of times. It hasn't necessarily been the standard of off-spawn at Rave Cave. Sometimes they've just traded some damage, one player runs away. This time, the fight happens, it's an absolute finish. And Thomas and Tayson...
さあ、やり合ってます、いきます、WK。
この大会一番初動ファイトしてんじゃないか。
あ、これどっちかとか見えました。どっち？ビコ。ビコ貸します。
反対にかけなあかん。反対にかけなあかんやん。
かける？じゃあ、ランニング10キロかける？
一応重すぎ。
ちょろ俺ダイエットしたやからいけるわ。いや、絶対ビコ勝つ。俺わかんもん。
でも最近6キロ歩いてる1日。
歩くのと走るのちゃうからな、やっぱ知ってもらわな。ダイエットってウォーキングと走るのどっち、まあさすがに走る方がまあ効くっちゃ効くか。
やっぱ何もしないよりかはいいっしょ。
まあ確かに。
中東の選手なんかめっちゃ強気だな、なんか今大会見てて思うけど。
ねえ、中東なかなかやるね。対面強いよな、中東。
めっちゃダブルリークするよ。
対面も普通に強くない？なんか結構 US やられてるよな。ね、
GNTL オントップって書いてた人のあれやん。GNTL ってやばいやばい、すごいすごい。もう中東の選手が落ちるためにもうすっごい防衛が。
いや、強かい。中東強っ。
やばい。オントップがどうなるか。
さあ、1v1
マジで大事。
いや、これ多分蘇生できるやろ。いや、間に合わへんな。あ、それお前らやったら、それ勝つの ?1HP! レッツゴー！なんでかわからんけど、中東のアンチになった今。わからんけど。この応援のやつらがうざくて。 ガチワン HP。やばい、どっちも同じ。
ここさっき煽られてたからな。
負けたら煽られます。
ただ、
やばい、もうわけよ、もうどっちが勝つかマジでわからん。もう今さ、下からの AR の、下からのさ、AR の当てがやば、やばと思ったら、もう、ちったくボーン。
スイルムたちもダブリックしてるよ。
いいね。もうスイルムさんには勝てません。いくらね、もう、ファルコンとかでも、応援のね、補正とか入ってても、スイルムさんには勝てません。
ここやばかったな。やば。見た今の当て感。
やばい。
ほぼ外してないやん。一撃しててもうすでに。
強いな、スイルム。
見たら毎回上がってるやん。
俺の信者やこいつ。俺のスキン使ってる。かわいいな。サインだな。いつでも言ってくれたら書くのに。言ってくれよ。
お前一番人生幸せなタイプやん。
いやーマジで。全然 DM とか送ってくれたらね。何でもするよ。
リザートのパワーボー確定。
パワーボー確定やな。スキン完全に。
スキン確定ない。確かにこれリザートのイメージあるから。
まださん落ちてる。いや、わからんまだ。今んとこ多分落ちらはないと思うけどな。
They performed fairly well. It hasn't been as much of a success as they would have hoped. They want that victory. They want to be holding that trophy at the end of the day and already putting themselves in a position to do just that. Now another team that is in a similar position as Rescard and Kovacs. That is going to be Kanata and Giannis.
俺も観客席で Let's go Rizart 言いたいから頼むリザート世界大会。
絶対お前言わへんやん。お前が絶対
俺一人でも
絶対お前みたいなタイプ言わへんタイプ。お前みたいなやつ絶対言わへんタイプやから。
Well, remember, the story was them colliding first. It was, in fact, against one another at Greasy Grove in what was a very competitive event. And now they find themselves.
6100円、ハマさん。ありがとうございます。こんなのさ、あざます。やば。ちょっとね、スーパーチャットマジで見逃すことあるんで。いや。
頭抱えてる。
どうしたんや、お前。偏頭痛か？偏頭痛や、偏頭痛。やべえ。昨日、腹出して寝てしまったってなってるわ、今。それはどっちがか。ありがとうございます。ナイスパです。ごめんなさい、ちょっと。噛みたいよってどういう内容なんやろ。
いや、俺今噛みたいよだと思うけどね。
いや、本当にありがとうございます。申し訳ないですよ。スパチャね、結構送ってくださってる方いると思うんですけど、やっぱね、少しでも目離すと、やっぱ記録で、誰かが負けたとかあるかもしれないんで、ちょっと、画面から目離せないんですよ。なんで、スパチャに気づけないこと結構あると思うんで、許してほしいです。
クージャさん、とってよ、クージャさん。
本当だ、ナイタッチ。やばい。離れてる。大丈夫か。
いや、なんかちょっと交戦してるとこ見たいけど、まあ、ここは落ち着いてるね。
おい、行くか玉転がし。転がし。
もうすごい。何言ってるか分からんけどすごい。
俺絶対これ選手聞こえとると思うけど。
リザート。
クジャナイがアナスに喧嘩られてます。
クジャナイがアナスに喧嘩られてる。見たい。
見たい。
やったれ。
He's hanging out. This is a favorable position. Typically, the rule is you don't want to take trades with somebody in a bush because you never win those. Looks like there was somebody that fell. So now Anas and Pink trying to clean this one up. They are playing this a little more patiently than the other team. Actually, it seems like everyone's playing this patiently, not necessarily wanting to commit to a fight. As we see the disengage comes through, everyone's super healthy. Fight in another zone. We will be seeing where this zone is pulling.
アジア勢、こういうなんか対面ってなった時、多分一回もまだ戦ってないよな、ちゃんと。引いてるよな、全部。
戦ってないね。サージが一回詰められてる時に打つんだけどね、クジャナイが。
You see the first place team go down early. Now it is time to reclaim that top spot.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams here, Cami Seti being one of them as well, they're going to be looking, vying for their chance to climb right back up the leaderboard.
Let's go, Falcon.
They know that is their spot for them to regain. It's just a matter
まだアジア勢来てるよ。大丈夫大丈夫。
We know this team to be consistent, but the first
ミンジーママも叫んでるのかな。いやどうだろう。右側に映ってた時スマホ見てたけどね。
まああれだってあれやん次の試合までの時間だったから試合始まってないし、
This could be another huge swing. Baylor and
ベンジーのままちょっとニコニコしながら拍手だけしてそうじゃない？この手拍子だけ
ね、冷静にね。
But they're just trying to do whatever they can to find elims. They're doing so by playing patiently, not necessarily trying to jump in boxes, being the most mechanical. Hellfire and Tripper, and before they even realize what's going on, quickly get out of there. And Baylor and FKS have to set up the trap for another person.
Yeah, listen, one thing led to another, and Hellfire, Tripper, they didn't have to worry about it. I'm curious though. I feel like they have no idea this team is close by, so they definitely need to be careful here. But looking at what they have,
アジアウェイナイスパレスありがとうございます。アジアウェイ。
This is their game to come back.
なんかすげえ立て方してるな。アジアにはないな、あのサージの立て方。すごい。
I think they do.
こんなん見たことある？
何何何これ？ポケットモードですやん。
Now we're checking in.
やばい、やられそう。
Fight happens between Fatch and Carry, Amar and Vidil. A tough spot.
ストリーマーの HP が。
Teams need a lot of points to put themselves up where they want to be.
結構海外オープン人気だね。
Trying to cover for Amar, who is quite weak. Fatch and Carry not going to be
ポケットモードですの超改良版みたいな。
That's enough for that one. Vidil putting pressure on, but this fight appears to be over.
AK やん。
AK アジア人使ってる人俺見たことない。マジで。
今年っていうか今日この今の大会で初めて見たかもしれない AK 売ってるの。
それな。
He's got 3 HP. Now he does have an inventory of heals, but he's actually opting to save them. It almost seems like he's prioritizing what could be a potential heal off in the future. But no, as I say that, the med kit is down there for him to take. So makes perfect sense why he was holding off on the chug splashes. But nevertheless, they're still in the game, still trying to do stuff, and still gonna have to move.
Those chug splashes are just too valuable to use at this point. If you're not getting pressured, you can take it a little more slowly and wait for that opportunity to use those. Using them that early on, the quickest heal, especially because they have that splash. Healed as quickly as possible. It's both shield and regular HP, where both players are going for it. It's an interesting play, but something that we've seen a lot of top players using is now Cammy, Seti, they're looking for revenge in this game. Want to reclaim that top spot and put themselves where they think they belong.
It's not where they think they belong, it's where they belong, right? We know Seti and Cammy to be some of the most consistent players without this entire event. You look at their DreamHack performances, their FNCS performances, everything leads to us saying that they are the, if not the most consistent duo on EU, maybe even internationally.
Hey, most people would have said they're the favorite coming in. I mean, obviously we have teams like Tayson, Thomas, Tripper, and Hellfire as well.
やばいな、マジ端っこ固まりすぎだね。ホーリーとかマックスにいるで。
もうアンチ入るか入らんかで。
マウトキンが戦ってる。
ほんまや。しかもサージ勝ってる。マウナーズサージ勝ってる。怪我あるんか。
いや、マーフィンたちサージ高っ。高すぎて終わる。
600だった今。400？
500あったね。
いいね。攻めてこいよお前らサージ。来てほしいなこれ逆にこれさ。こうやって削られながら攻めてきてほしい逆に。
そしたらまあフリーしかないからフリーキル200以下って。
これ多分フリーキルださすがに。
相手もでもめっちゃ冷静だな。一気に来るぞこれ。やばい。なんかやばそう。
やばそう怖い。いやでも冷静に。いや冷静。
ナイス。おおよかったよかったよかった。
危ねえ危ねえ。何拍手しとんねん。負けとんぞ。負けとんねん。ナイス。
俺一瞬負けたかと思った。
ね。危ねえ。今観客の人肩と思って拍手しとった。いやうちのマーミーたちはやられません。無駄ですそんな無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄無駄 ちょっとヒヤヒヤしたね、正直。ドキさんやられた時。
そう、いや、なんか負けるかもって思っちゃった。
いや、うまいんだよな、中東マジで。普通さ、あんな極限なブッシュで一人持ってけへんもん。強すぎる、普通に。中東。
It's kind of interesting, right? You see Baylor and Co. They continually find themselves
いいね、マジ輝いてるな。
top 10 teams. And it feels like after them taking out Steady and
すごい
Gamey,
勝ってるよな。
they grew this new level of confidence in any fight that they take. Because when you take out the top team,
なんか甲子園来とるみたい。
easy task by any means. Wait. What am I seeing? It is Pilkey and his teammate here.
What the fuck?
For a bit of a unique play.
All right, I have to ask you. One, have you seen this at this level of competition? And two, do you think this is gonna work?
No, this is not gonna work. And we haven't seen it at this high level of competition.
皆さん多分この人たちはもう血迷うことはもうこれ
They
で。
haven't necessarily had the most
ネタに走ったな。
of the teams here.
でも待って、これ天才タイヤ持ってるタイヤ。もし崩されてもタイヤでほら、見てタイヤ。いつでも降りれるように。
しかも見て、綺麗にいってたんやで。
これ気づかへんやこんなん。おもろすぎやろ。
ワンちゃん気づいたパーツでフリー4ポイント。
待ってこれささ、上開けた、上さ、屋根が置いてなかったらさ、タイヤでさ、真上から降ってきてさ、キル取れるくね。
ほんまや。
ワンちゃん軽い。
おい、てかマフィン、おい、
やばいよこれ。
空見のマフィン。
どれぞ。サージやばくてさ、507位か。どうするお前ら。どうするこれどうする。
爪痕残ししてるな。
誰もみんな屋根つけとるちゃんと。ちゃんと屋根つけとる。
しかもさ、逆にああいうの見んやん、もう上なんて絶対おると思わんやん、こんなん。
よかったな、感染に気づいてもらわなくて。もし感染にもされずに上で死んどったら。
逆に強い説ない、もしかしたら。
いや、ケグ持ってきとったらな、耐えるとやけどな。きついやろ。
しかもなんかサージが仕様変更されてなおさら辛いよな。
映してほしいけどな、上のやつ。
マフィンたちめっちゃいい。マフィンたちめっちゃいい。マフィンたちがアクアの下にいるってだけでもう俺嬉しいわ。
見てほしい上見たいって普通に。
じゃあ落とされる瞬間も見たくない。鍵を使えずに落ちて落死してほしいわ。
でももしさ、あれ
やられてるよ。
あ、ほんとだ。フリーキルだろマジで。サージもありえんぐらい稼げるやん。でも500ダメージくらいよ。だって一番上からだから。
弱いね。
見つけたチームずる。悲しいな。やられた瞬間せめて映してほしかったやろな。
生きてる瞬間映されただけでもいいやろ。
確かに。
今ほら一瞬アクアの人が映ってたよ、左上。もう壊されてるけど。
いや、ラグそう。
sustain and hold the high ground very early on, and hey, why not, man? It's worked for him
several times. Once
they position themselves up, cross your fingers, you get some booga zones, and you're chilling.
You get some booga zones. But look, speaking of the opposite of chilling, it's Mustache and Bad Sniper there getting pressed. Fortunately, does have that armored wall. Going to keep them a little bit safer here as we go and prepare ourselves for the 5th zone. But Aquavino, they're in a spot where we know them too well to be.
And they pull zone.
And that is prepping for high ground, and they were blessed here.
やばい、根元。アンチガイの方壊されてる。
that they just put forward, they're able to now hold that spot.
繋げられそうやけどな。
Honestly, be set up for success here going into these.
てかもうこの時点ですでにタイになってるもんな。
な、
アクアの下めっちゃ映ってるやん。でも俺アクアも上になんかあるわけないと思って見てないもん。
どういうこと？ハイブラまでおんの？どういうこと？
いや、いないけど、道があるじゃん。
あ、上？
普通さ、映ったらさ、見るやん。
見えなかった今。
あ、やられてるわ。
The ultimate tower from the sky, that is no longer going to be happening. A couple of players may see that up above, but nonetheless, it is going to be the ultimate tower built on Aqua and Vino's high ground.
Yeah, the tower indeed, but so many other players still now have to make their way in. Cammy, Seti actually being one of those players. They actually look to be set up quite nicely here. They are going to just create some separation. Now looking back, it could have been Malabuka there if he spent even more on him. That could have been bad for Malabuka, but Cammy now just being patient.
ね、マウントキンはめっちゃいいんじゃない今回。今回こそはいけそうやけど。
They do not take unnecessary risk, and they're so calculated in every move they make.
強い。
It's like an opposite here. No,
いやー、
taking risks.
ハイグラう
Vino just
まい
hopping
な、
in
ハ
the
イグラの
box,
キープ。
grabbing a couple of elims, and
まだずっとハイグラいるし。
hey, I'm
おお。
one of the best fraggers in the world. I'm gonna go get those elims, make
い
sure
や、てかラグ
me
そう
and
だな
Aqua
この
can
試
stay
合。
on the high ground and continue to put themselves
バカラ
where
グ
they
やろう
want
な
to
これ。
be. That's the perfect combination. That's why those duos work so well. Here's a team that's been relatively quiet as far as what we've seen from them. Nonetheless, they were in the top 3. So maybe we are being quiet about Scram and Analyze because they have dominated and put themselves in a position to now overtake in this match.
Yeah, while all that was going
こ
on,
の
we
試
see
合大事よ。
another couple of eliminations coming through there for Malabuka.
相変わらずハイグラなの
It's
ね。
actually Nema and his
し
teammate
かも
both
今回めっ
going
ちゃ静か
down
やん。
there to the duo. So that's the points they need to continue to climb. Remember, second place going into this game, and they want that top spot with Thomas
いや、頑張ればいいんだ
HD
し。
both out of this one.
And Zone is going to pull down to the east, so we'll see how these duos go and move through this. It's an interesting position to be in because there is no elevation changes. This is a great place for low ground
もうさ、視点映んないからヒルログ見ることしかできないんだよな。 ヒルログで応援するしかない。
We see high ground is still going to be held by Aqua and Vino putting themselves in a position. We see Trippern go down. He is going to get knocked. I believe Hellfire is still up trying to find his way through this lobby, but it's Aqua staying on the backside, waiting for the opportunity to move forward. Does not want to invest too many materials without knowing that he'll get them back.
I mean, and that's the play to make here in these final moments. But Andalix now struggling, not too much left here. He's going to need to refarm. Good play on his and good identifying that early on so he can get that refarm just a little bit. Just a couple more mats. It's definitely going to make an impact. But now Vino Aqua on the high ground. Look to pressure teams down below. Again, just I can't stress this enough. This team is dangerous. When they have the high ground, very few teams can ever even compete to take it.
We see Hellfire get eliminated as well, so both Hellfire
いや、これ戻れだからハイグラ強い。
There's some room to move on this leaderboard. It is so close between our top teams, and this is one of them trying to make some movements. It's Andalex and Spam looking to claim this top spot with a couple of the duos going down early. They're already grabbing some.
じゃないわ。まだいるよね。
もう落とされて。
結構前落ちてた？
中盤の方に。
Where they can slay out on that low ground, but it's Cammy and
セのままだけ持ってる。あれってキルしてる。
the exact same thing.
You got Cammy still in the game, Hellfire,
Trippern
still in the game, Epic Whale, Malabuka still in the game. So many of the top 10 here just trying to perform and try to make something happen. Andalex being one of them here with Scram. Huge shots come through, but nothing's really going to connect. It's actually Vico just above, barely scraping by, so very, very close action for Andalex. He just needs to continue to hold on. Actually getting challenged for high ground. Aqua potentially.
いや、でも500あったから絶対行く。
Connecting a massive shot to continue the story. No, he goes
もうやば。
That is going to be a big elimination there.
今のワンパンされるのかわいそう。
今のは怒っていいな。
いや、かわいそうやな。
時計差倒してる、時計差倒してる。でも水球もやられてるわ。時さんまだ生きてるよ。
頑張る時さん一人で、もう10位、めっちゃ伸ばすそう。
いや、時計さんもしてみて。
It's an interesting play there from Cammy and Seti. They didn't have it. They knew they could look for it. And while they're not necessarily the team we always see on high ground, there are no slouches. They can easily take it if they really want to. But bad sniper now losing his teammate Mustache is going to pick up an elimination and just try to stay alive in the low ground.
We see the continuance of this mid ground. Seti and
これリプレイとか見たいな。勉強したい普通に。あ、ドクエさんセンター一人で。
いいね。
全然伸ばしそうここから。
いや、強い。そういえばここもいたわ。
ほんまや、映ってなかったけど。
そういえばやっぱおった。 ドキンさん頑張れ。
やばい、変たちに絡まれてそう。まだけ残ってるよ。
まだ来てる、まだ来てる、まだ来てる。
ないな、ないな、ない。
ドキンさんめっちゃいい、めっちゃいい、めっちゃいい。頑張れ。どんな感じなんだ、映してくれ。いやでも周りディオしかいない、ドキンさんの周りが。
シダとかどんな感じ
ディオ多いな、ディオ4パーティーいる。
ああ、ドキンさんやられてる。まあまあ、6位か。まあ、ナイス、ナイスポイント。
ナイスファイトやな。いや、てかやばい、生き残ってるとこ全部上位。
それな。ガチや。
ここも上位だからな。
全員上位じゃない今のとこ。
セッティ神も一応、セッティ神いきなりあるやん。
ガチやん。
すぐ打つ。
いやー、これ、どっちも HP あるから分からんな。
下の方が不利だな。
うわー、きつい。どうセッティチョピックス。分からん分からん。うわー、惜しい。うわー、いや、どうやってあそこで一人持っていけな。
強すぎて
出なかったセッティあ、じゃあ、チャピックスか。なんか、ビクロしてるやつ、なんか、何回も見たことあるな。なんか、ビクロしてるやつ。同じやつばっかやな、ビクロしてるの。バズってるよ。
They did everything calculated and effectively there in those final moments, so super exciting to see them be able to hold it down.
えぐいてー、強すぎるでー、
because that is no easy task.
No, it hasn't. They've tried.
だってもうトイレ。
Went for the high ground a couple of times.
いは強すぎるでー。
Gotten it a couple others.
なんやねんこいつらバケモンやって。
Taking it at the right time.
いや欲しいな、6位な、欲しいな。
1
人になってからめっちゃ伸ばすね、マーフィンたち。
Getting all those refreshes in the mid ground and then claiming low to get and secure that second place.
Yeah, you know, that game was so chaotic, but it was so beautiful. What a way for us to finish casting. So many of the top teams that we wanted to see were present there. On top of that, Taste and Thomas HD.
何が違うの絶対いけるやろと思ってたけど、やっぱレベチだな EU は。EU ってやばいね、本当に。
It was definitely incredible.
It's been every game, I feel like. We get to watch the titans of Fortnite just throw their jabs and see who is going to be able to stand all the blows that are being taken and hit. Now, we did also see Acorn Edgy able to sustain themselves all the way through to one of those final zones. Again, a team that didn't necessarily get a ton of points, but able to keep themselves up there where, hey, it is anyone's tournament now.
Yeah, it was definitely the KO blow.
マーフィンたち結構上がりそうやけどな。順位どんな感じだろう。さっき20位だったから10位台にもう一回戻れそうやけど。
Three more opportunities to define the final moments there on the leaderboard.
10位台いってほしいな、ドキンさんたち。
Tayson and Thomas come back. Will we see Epic Whale Malabuka climb to the top spot? So many questions unanswered so far, but we're so close. We're so close to seeing who's going to climb that top spot. $250,000.
Hey, the best part is we get to sit and watch these players put on the performance of a lifetime. I mean, from what we've seen, Thomas, Tayson, they're trying as hard as they can. Seti, Cammy, now is Jappix, they're a new challenger approaching and pushing themselves up the leaderboard with that Royale. It's been quite the battle of all of these teams. No one has definitively put themselves ahead of the pack. It may be one moment, but after that, that's it.
That's it, but hey, that's it for us. We're going to go ahead and throw to our players over on the stage.
これ多分2回目じゃない？なんか1回ビクロしてる気がするけど。2回目だ。
Surely it feels good when you claim that victory royale, you get that last limb, and you hear that surge of energy from the crowd. So I got to come to you to ask you about this. How does it feel?
まあ
It feels good, but it's not over yet, so we need to
なんか
just
もう
keep
強さなんかね、やっぱこういうところ。
緊張してなさそう。
يجيبون الباتل رويال الثاني مقارنه بالامس يوم شفناهم
شوف
يجيبون الباتل رويال
ضغوط الشارع.
الاول. كان سؤالنا الاول لهم انه مع تواجد الجمهور ومع تشجيع فالكونز في الهوم تاون حقهم في الرياض، هل الشيء هذا قاعد يساعدكم في الجيم؟ جوابهم كان انه باقي احنا صحيح انه الشيء هذا يساعدنا بس احنا باقي ما بعد خلصت البطوله، باقي ورانا 3 ايام فراح نركز على الشيء هذا. I've had the opportunity to sit amongst the crowd in between some of these matches, and some of them are asking a few questions.
絶対ね、寝た方がいいんだ、仕事はちょっと。それむずいよ。
Versus, let's say, between mouse and keyboard and controller, and I know this is like an age-old discussion within Fortnite, but actually, it might surprise you to know that almost 40% of the players who are competing here on this stage are controller players. Is that a surprise for you, or is that kind of something that happens in this level of Fortnite normally?
I mean, I don't know. What was the question?
There's loads of controller players competing right now. Is that
ミシおらん
something
から
that
何
usually
とかわかん
happens
ね
at this level?
I don't know. They just
ワンチャン翻訳あるかも。
An
I don't
age-old
know,
discussion in Fortnite,
日本
but
版は
actually, it might surprise you to know that almost 40% of the players who are
ない
competing
わ。
here
一
on
日
this
今翻訳あったんやけど
are
な。
controller
なんか
players. Is that a
インタ
surprise
ビューの
for
時
you,
だ
or
け
is that
なんか
kind
なくな
of
っとる
something
わ
that。happens in this level of Fortnite normally?
あったんよね。ゼロビルドの
I
時
mean,。I don't know.
翻訳
What
こ
was
の
the question?
この質問の時だけ。
Loads
な
of
くなったわ
controller
急に。
players competing right now. Is that something that usually happens at this level?
ブガって最近も強いもんの最強だよ。グランドファイナル1位取ってたよ。2シーズンか3シーズン前ぐらい。
誰？
ブガ。
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائي المشاهدين
يبغى سايكوين.
حوالي 40% من اللاعبين المحترفين اللي موجودين عندنا في المسرح يلعبون على الكنترولر ما يلعبون على الماوس والكيبورد، فكان السؤال اللي هل احنا نستغرب من الشيء هذا من منظوركم انتم كلاعبين محترفين؟
から皆さんちょっと休憩長いんすよ。1時間ぐらいあるんすよ。
اصلا في التوب 10 تصريح
1
جدا
時間もないかな。40分、30分。
いやでもこの前1時間だったよ多分。めっちゃ長かったよ本当に。いや本当あったそんぐらいだった。50分ぐらいだった。
Is it going to say your names on top of this trophy?
Hopefully.
わからん。もしかしたら今回は早いかもしれん。何が起きるかわかりません。ちょっと長いかもでも。だからどうしようって感じ。ザンディ
Thanks very much for joining me on the main stage, guys. We are going to be throwing in a analyst test to break everything down for the next game of Championship Sunday. يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عن الجيم الثالث وايضا نجهز للجيم الرابع ونشوف خلاص ما عاد صار بقى الان الى 3 ايام وبعدها راح يتوج الفائز فعلى طول.
マーフィンがなんかツイートしてる。
なんて？
なんかすごいインタビュー塩対応だったのに、なんかああやってちょっとちょけるとこあるんですね、チャピックス。
チャピックス、なんか、あれですね、面白いですね。
インタビューめちゃくちゃ塩対応でしたよ
LINE でなん
ね。
かリラックスできそうな写真送って。
今の気持ち
表情も全然動かず、はい。
今の気持ちいかがですかっていうのを、ああ、いい調子だよっていうので、まあ、2つ目の質問が、まあ、キーボード、キーマウントコントローラー、パッドですね。の中で、まあ、どっちのプレイヤー、強いプレイヤーはどっちが多いと思いますかみたいな感じので、わかんないよみたいな。わかんないよで返して。
なるほどね。
もう最後ね、さらっとインタビュー終わりましたけれども。すっごい塩対応だなって思ってますけど、最後、シューシュー
なんか急に言いましたね。
なるほどね。
でも、なんか、前回、デイワンのディッ
なんかいい
した時は
感じの写真ないかな。
ファンの方々とかも、なんか、煽るみたいな感じで、ファルコンの応援してくれてる人たちに対してなんかメッセージを言ってた気がするんで、結構やっぱ EU の方なんですけど、ファルコンの応援してくれる人たちはつながりがありそうですよね。
うん。さあ、ハイライトです。いやー、なんか意外にも本当に
でも頑張ってくれるしか言うことがね。
今日は上位のチームが安定し続けることができてないっていう。
そうですね。
まさかの
まあやっぱり対面でってなると、対面、どうしてもやっぱ逆に言うと、したくないリオが選ばれる場面も出てくるとは思うんで、まあ。
こっから長いな。またフリービルドタイムか。この待ち時間マジでやることなくない本当に俺ら。フリーあれ
うん。
ほんまに暇やねんけどこれ。
まあ、しゃあない。
うん。
ここ終わったら一瞬やからな。 クールやな、びっくりしたのがね。さっきのエッジたちみたいに、レッツゴーみたいな感じで立ち上がってほしい。
で、
いや、チャピックさ強いな。キル数も多くて、神たちも、なかなかポイント伸ばしてるけど。
3試合あっという間だったな。あ、今の順位見ますか。
Not the lead that they're looking for.
Yeah, it's certainly not. I mean, that 54 points just stands out, even if it is a bit of an outlier.
3キル集団や、まあ、
But it was so impressive, the victory royale to get on top with the bonus of those 11. All the way down, though, the next closest are around 9, Spy and Hero. Other than that, some of your top teams aren't really getting enough to contribute towards that performance, and that's only helping Chapix and Zandy.
But what I'm noticing right now, I'm sorry about that, Takada, is that a 5th place finish with 9 eliminations is more important than that 2nd place finish we just saw.
That's what it's about, right? Not only getting to the end game, but playing those end games in a way that you can secure those eliminations. We see the dominance from the low ground duos that get more of those eliminations, but if you're able to do it on a constant basis, it's really what's going to get you a good amount of points every single match.
Yep, and here we have it, our second page of rankings, and each one of these games matters so much, and seeing Hellfire and Tripper in there, you know,
not where they wanna be,
but also not in the worst position.
They're not, but it's also how quickly they've fallen down, and they're struggling to maintain just a doggy paddle at this point. Like, the lake is pulling them under, and they have not been able to contribute back into that same swing.
You know what? It's possible, all right?
いや、苦じゃないもな。ちょっと今日苦しそうだな、なかなか。あんまり自分たちのやりたいこととなんかうまくできてない感があるから、また3試合修正してね、いいとこまで行ってほしいよね。
They just have to play it correctly.
And I just want to remind everyone that this match ranking is brought to us by STC. Thank you to our sponsor there. And just looking down here now on the next page of our match ranking, and Threats and Matt Wood, a pretty big name right there. Arkham and Falconer in 4. Okay, so they weren't the first team to go down, but the second team to go down of Tayson and Thomas, not where they want to be.
Second, first, I mean, you went down quickly, and that's on 44th.
Wow,
44th is
speaking
bad.
of going down quickly, Tayson and Thomas in first place before that game, now all the way down in 5th place.
総合1位、セッティ、神、260ポイント。マリブカ、252。
高すぎるな。
ポイント似てんな。1位から5位まで。まあ、6位も似てるまだ。近い近い。
上位めっちゃポイント高いな。
Look,
looking at duos like Henqueezy in 8th, Tayson Thomas in 5th, Aqua and his duo partner in 6th.
正直ここのトップ8ぐらいからだったら全然逆転ありそうだから面白いね、見てて。圧倒的っていう人がいても面白いけど。
Oh yeah, there's still 3 more games to go. We just saw a team grab at least 50 points, if not more, and do that 3 times over. That's 150 points. Now, that's probably not going to happen for just one team there. But looking now onto our second page right here, Steno and Lush, a team that showed up so hard in our zero build, also showing up quite strong in 12th place. Night and North America as well there. We, of course, have Kanada, one of the best players in AE, joined by Janice.
今の試合で15位まで上がったらやばいな。
いや、やばい。でも、11位との差見て。やばない。ここの壁高いな。
確かに。
1桁頑張ってほしい。
13位と14位の差やばい。30ポイント差ある。
Also looking even further down the leaderboard, we see some players like King and Seiyun.
クリックスキングより高いと思うとやばくね、ルリー。
やばいね。
ビジルダブスよりも。
キングもなんか1日目いい感じだったけど、2日目とか結構選手そうな。
This is why grabbing those eliminations as well is such a nice buffer to be able to hold you up into our top 10 leaderboard right now.
あと3試合です。
Seiyun, who did a good job making it to the end game most games, dropping down into our
いや、
third
頑
game
張れ。
right there because those elims are not there.
And those elims late in the game give you the resources like the shields and health that you need to stay alive. And a couple of times in these games, we've seen it come down to
a heal off. And when that's happened, it's been a 2-on-1 situation where you play mathematical difference, you're probably going to win that engagement regardless.
And also, now that we're getting closer and closer to these last matches, I would not be surprised if some of these duos start doing a completely different strategy, way more aggression, maybe just playing it way more passively if they want to hold the place on the leaderboard, but there's definitely going to be changes.
Well, let me ask a follow-up question to you then, Takada. Is this aggression coming out in the early game to hopefully take away those players that are kind of taking them down early, or is it going to come towards the late game, maybe sticking to the low ground to grab those easy elims and to clean up the board?
It's going to be to set yourself up for 3rd and 4th zone storm surge. You want to get that damage early so you don't have to be put in the situation where the time limit is running out. You're on the clock and you have to get the damage quickly. They want to prepare themselves from that either in the early mid game, so in the late game they can focus strictly on rotations, staying up as long as possible, and securing as many points as they can.
But as we know, those mid-game eliminations come from those rotations, and that comes down to a little bit of RNG where that zone does pull. But everyone, 3/4 of the way down in the competition, 3 more games to go here. But we do have a bit of a longer break right now. When we come back, we're going to be talking about game number 10.
何分だろう ?10 分か
عايز تترجم راب؟
3分
تعالى لي
だからこの
45分に試合開始したから長い
45分に試合開始って言ってる
だって多分長い
長いかフリービルドっていう感じでもねえな、ちょっとやっぱ見とこ
هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
كسر الدنيا الاول بعدين نتكلم عيد من الاول
لا 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 مش مسجل
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين سبوتيفاي
30分後やってみんな
اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش
ブーが完成配信してんのかな。いや、多分してないな。やばい、広告書いてあって。
おい、見とろや、見とろ。
ツイッチ絶対広告入るんよな。マジで。
見とろってこんな感じだったっけ？
ん？こんな感じっしょ。
ちょっと大人っぽくなってるよね、やっぱり時間経ってから。
あ、いいやってるお互いの評価。
Probably like 85 too. What about the building? What's Milan's building? I would say 90.
Well, insane.
Oh.
I think I'd shift lower. Honest. I'll take it though.
ミランもね、モングラールとかと仲いい。
60.
ミラノとかモ
おい、
ングラールとか。
60はちょっと評価低くない？かわいそう。
ミラノ苦笑いしとるやん。
お、かわいそう、かわいそう。やばい、なんかめっちゃ評価高いのにさ、ミトロは。ミランこいつ。
まあ仲いいから2人とも。
まあ確かに。
70. Just normal. And last but not least, what's Milan's number?
ちょっと困ってそうな顔してる。
Oh yeah, yeah. I would say 90. Yeah.
He's not tilt proof. I give him like 30. He gets mad real quick. They should give me 90.
30点出ました。お前に90点あげたのにって言ってるかわいそうやな、見とろ。
Welcome back to the analyst desk for Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, one of the largest Fortnite events that we have had in quite some time. Joining us now on the desk for the first time, it is Rome. Welcome to the analyst desk.
It's absolutely a treat to be here, and that was a treat to witness the hometown favorites, the Andy and Chapix, being able to take home the victory royale. It was absolutely beautiful.
I mean, you love to see it, right?
セッティと神マジ強えな。
Right? The last 3 matches of a 2-day 12-match tournament, that's where the nerves get to an all-time high.
Final stretch, and you know a lot of these teams during this longer break are going to be reviewing, going to be looking back to what they did wrong, what they did right, and what changes they need to make.
EU のパワーランキン
One
グ
of the teams that is definitely going to be regretting how they played out that game 9 is going to be Thomas and Tayson. They are going to feel so bad for going out early. We thought they went out first, but ended up going out second. Either way, they're going to be tied with 0 points, so it's essentially the same. They're definitely going to be switching things up. I want to see how they're going to be playing this game number 10.
Yeah, I think they're going to be more worried about what they can do next, right? Now, going into the next match, is the same thing going to happen as last game? Are they going to have to refine something, make a little change so that doesn't happen again?
Speaking about changes on the desk, we're going to be changing things up here and having a telestrator segment with the one and only Takada.
Thank you very much, Kelly. So I want to go back to the basics of Fortnite competitive. There's a lot of factors that you might not have seen before, especially behind the scenes. So I want to talk a little bit about congested side of zones, dead side of zones, like we like to say it. It goes from the early game to the mid game to the moving zones. You always have a congested side and a dead side. But it's what you do with that information that's important. So if we look here, this is the first zone, right? So this is the first zone of the match. It's almost closing. Players are scattered all around. But look what happens when the zone closes here. So when second zone appears, it's going to pull to the northeast side of the map. And we can see it here. So now, all the players from these POIs around the map have to rotate into zone. They're going to be rotating, trying to get into the zone. Boom, boom, boom. And it's going to cause one of the sides of the zones to get more congested than the other. So if I split the zone in the middle, then all these players that are rotating in, they're going to be going to this side of the zone, and it's going to be more congested. There's going to be more players on this side. However, if you're experienced in Fortnite competitive, you'll know which side.
ちょっとフリービルドするか。俺ね、今、スピーカーミュートしていろいろ話してくる。俺はね、エディットのね、リレー選手をオンっていうのをね、今練習してるんよ。マジでむずい。マジでむずい。でもさ、みんな、できるようになったこと言っていい？一つ。俺ね、透明ができるようになったんよね、鉄。俺さ、リレー選手オフの時はできんかったんやけど、オンにしたから、めっちゃね、この、連打のエディットが速くなったよね、これ。これを、やればね、ちょっと透明できるんよ。ちょっとやってな。これ一旦ボロボロにせなあかん。透明にします。マジックいきます。失敗するかもしれんから、温かい目で見ててください、皆さん。よし、これぐらい大丈夫か。いきます。もう一回行く。あれ待って。行かないとダメかも。行きます。あれあ、これだ。あれできないな。待って。できなくなりました、皆さん。できなくなりました。あれなんか待って。どんな感じだっけ？これ手の感覚おかしくなる。やばい。できんかったかもしれん。できるかもしれんとか言ってさ、やってさ、できんの恥ずかしすぎるんやけど。ちょっと待って。もうできなくなった。もうできるかと思ったのにできなかった。なんで？じゃあ配信以外できたんやって。あれなんかエディット全然うまくいかん。やばい、これ途中でね、左手が動かなくなってね、なんか感覚がおかしくなるんだよね。ちょっと待って、マジむずいこれ。これをキープすればいいだけやのに、途中からね、なんか感覚がおかしくなるんよ。これキープね。 うまくいかねえ。いやー、できんてないか、今の。これね、これさ、8したときさ、これ耐久値が1になるじゃん。これずっと1のままやっとけばできるんやけど。なってない。いや、もっと長くか、じゃあ。やばいな、遅くなってきた。なんでやろね。くそ。待って、分かった分かった。できない理由分かったかもしれん。ちゃんとね。もうちょっと耐久値減らそう。ちょっと待って。よし、手に入れた。いや、でも、なんで俺この武器にしたちょっと待って、なんで俺この武器にしたよし、これにしよう。レンガ、いや、床でやるか。床の方がやりやすそう。あと一発入れる？もう一発入れるこれ。16。待って、これ。待って。もう弾がなくなるの早い。ちょっと待って。一発、203。待って。500からいや、ダメだ。33も引かれるとダメだ。SMG ならいけるかな。いや、無理だ、SMG も。16ぐらいでいいかな。いける ?16 で。なんかできてないんだけど。あ、これだ、これだ。いや、2とかになった。くそ。むずいみんなこれ。だってむずいんだけど。結構できる人が多いんだけど、俺できないんだよね、これなかなか。やばい、これもうくそ、待って、悔しい。絶対1回は成功させたい。なんでだ？なんでできないんだ？あれ？ちょっと待って、悔しいんだけど。もうちょっとギリギリにするか、耐久値を。SMG にするか。悔しい、悔しい。ちょっと待ってね。あと1回できる？ OK、10！ 10ならいけるっしょ。あ、やりのがやりやすいな、なんか。あとこれ、行かない方がいいね。よし、行きます。俺も G さんになるんや。いや、まだか。待って。これ、本当にこれね、手おかしくなるんよね。やってみんの、これ。キーボード。うわ、今8になったな。もうできないもうマジでむずい。いや、ダメだ、できないわ。あ、もう慣れてきた。もういいや。もういいや。もう無理無理無理。透明なんてできへん。どうやってやんねん、透明。 ああ、もういいわ、もう。もういい。もうやりたくない。やりたくなくなった。もういいです。もういいです。できませんと思う。なんでできないやって、本当に信じてほしい、本当に。できないやって、俺。お、賞金額。2500万円ね。1人2500万。1人2500万。
but so little difference. It is going to be coming down to the wire with all of these top 5 teams playing so exceptionally.
This is life-changing money. I mean, just saying it seems unreal. First,
まだオン慣れてないから、リリー選手オン。しゃあない。
all the way down at 44th, you still get $5,000 every single placement. Every single point matters in this tournament.
And it's not just this money that we're competing for. It's a $2 million.
いや、1位と2位の差やばいな。
1000
万違うよ、1位と2位で。やばいな。
From the zero builds mode, everyone. But we know what we're here for. This is Battle Royale. 3/4 of the competition. 9 games down. 3 more games to go here. And we're going to be picking an MVP towards the end of the day, and it's a little bit early, but I want to ask you right now,
$2000万やからな、
1位取ったら。
やばいな。
That is a very good question.
2000万もあったら何するみんな。俺は貯金。俺は貯金絶対使う。
has absolutely been having incredible plays and
まあ2000万
one of the best clutch ups so far
何使うだろうな。
of the weekend in that
車とか買ったりするかもな。
he won that 1v2 inside the box, was able to revive Tripper as well. That was just absolutely incredible.
He literally went down to 1 HP. I cannot believe it, Takada. What about you?
1 HP.
That was one of the most nerve-wracking clutches I've seen throughout this whole tournament. Hellfire, great pick, great candidate for an MVP spot, performing well in the zero build, but also in the Battle Royale mode. But what I really am waiting to see, we just have 3 matches left. These last moments are the most important for these players, and we're going to get down to that 6th match. There's going to be just a few duos up, and I want to see a clutch play come out from a player in that situation to bump them up the leaderboards and possibly even pick up that crown. And that player, that's going to be my
You know, I actually
あと多分10分後ぐらいかな。15分後。
Yeah, look, Kelly, thank you very much. It's been such a long competition so far, and I think so many different players have shone in different moments. For me, I feel like I'm riding with you guys. Hellfire really stood out in both the competition.
For me, it's Seti personally. Seti and Cammy, they're both kind of active and actionable going over towards the end game, but for some reason, he's just standing out, getting towards the end game spots.
Yeah, for you guys though, right? Do you feel like in these last couple games there is an opportunity for anybody to maybe have a sneaky performance and put themselves in that competition?
Well, after seeing the first place team go down in 43rd, I think there is still so many opportunities for things to be showing up in our leaderboard.
And really, that's why I said that Okus and Nuts are my dark horse team. They're sitting in 10th place right now, but they were able to pick up the Victory Royale in game number 1 yesterday. So this duo, they know how to win. They know how to clutch up. I can definitely see them having a very, very icy performance in one of these final 3 games.
I've been loving the momentum of Acorn and Edgy. They had a nice top 3 game, and since then, they've been popping off from the Victory Royale.
今できたと思った。結構長かったのに。なんで？何秒これ？
I would not be surprised if they keep going up in the leaderboard.
So basically, for you guys, any NA team is going to fair play. I didn't expect that. No, I think those.
何秒だよこれ無理だわ。
At times, and obviously teams in and around that top 10.
これ左手マジ痛い。15秒くらい。はい。いや15秒いってなかった今。
We have to talk about Epic Whale, joined by Malabuka, one of the best European players like to compete that we've ever seen. What are your thoughts on this duo? Still holding out strong in 2nd place, but not being able to break into that 1st place spot.
It's a strawberry milkshake situation for me. It's sweet overall when it comes to looking at this duo specifically. I think the biggest thing on day 2 for them, though, they're not really standing out as much from all the other 3 days of competition. Zero pulled it out like them.
Yeah, I feel like they've definitely had better moments, stronger moments where they've looked more powerful in these end games, but I would never count them out, right? Malabuka especially is a player that has shown so many times in EU that he can have 4 bad games, give him that 1 game, and it will be a proper good game. So never really count these guys out.
And we do obviously have to look to the duo that won the last game, Chapix and Ziandi, kind of stealing a play out of Seti and Cammy's playbook right there, waiting for the right moment to steal power. Can they do it again though?
無理だわこれ俺。すごい。できる人。いつでもできる人すごい。
literally a week ago, you'd never really associate them with height. But you're right, Kelly, they've been so strong, and Ziandi and Chapik also in that game, incredibly strong on height.
They absolutely needed that. Towards the start of day number 2 in general, they were kind of
空き缶使えば空き缶使うとどうなんの？空き缶使うと変わる？空き缶だってどこにあるの？空き缶。
Guys, we're not going to be snoozing anymore because game number 10 is ready to go. So
どういうこと？空き缶使えばって。
Thank you so much, Kelly. This is the moment we've been waiting for, and it's so close right now.
耐久値1減る。1以上に減るくね？
And almost every single team is tied in the top 10.
Yeah, literally, game after game, the leaderboard is so volatile.
10やん。
Seeing the first team drop out, teams even coming from outside of the top 10 looking to get involved in it. It literally is going to come down to these final games.
I've got a telescope. I got like a magnet detector on the ground.
20減るわ。あ、これ8にできる8に。いや無理だ8。いや待って一発。うわ1！1できた1！1！これいけるわこれいける1ならいける。
There's so much in question as we head into these last couple.
Yeah, Thomas Stripper in specific as well. Both they're two separate teams. I want to focus on Tayson and Thomas in specific. They're the chasers, and the gap they have to close, the sprint they need to make is around that 32 points between Malibuca and Epic. That big chase overall, 242 for them. It's like close for that.
嬉しい。やった嬉しい。やったこれ暇つぶしになるマジで。透明だすごい。僕は今どこの上に乗ってるんでしょう。やばいマジ手疲れるこれ。俺何してんだこれ。待ち時間に。待ち時間に俺何してんだ。透明あくるくるくつる。後ろ姿。
It's weird you say that, right? Because I've been actually sort of perplexed by how cool some of these teams have been, right? Even in these high-intensity moments when you're winning games, having really deep, good games, second place finishes, a bunch of limbs, and they're just sort of, you know, keeping their composure. But I guess that is the right thing because you can't lose your head. It's so tight.
It's not even that. The pressure, the stakes in play. This is an international tournament.
いやね透明ができたわよるり。
See each other, smell each other while they're playing.
人生最高や。
$1 million on the line, 250K for first place. It's the equivalent to a major regions FNCS. The big money, the big.
いやまあ初めてっていうかまあ今オフ最近オフやってんけどオンにしないように練習でオフの時はできなかったんけどオンでできるようになった。えこれずっと透明やん。これ戻るんじゃないの？これもうチートやん。でも透明
でも本当にレベルの高い試合ラグすぎてできます。
それな壁もできるよ一応これ。
For me personally, maybe I might sound biased here, but Cammy and Seti certainly are going to be the team I look out for. Of course, they have been so composed.
なんか今回早そうじゃね？10分じゃないし。
早いね。もう今テンション待ってるし、始まりそうな雰囲気出てるけど。
Yeah, the most interesting thing I've seen so far, just in this specific season,
超笑顔や。
is the way the fifth zone kind of influences the entire game. Whoever starts on height,
93時20分。
how much control they have, that depends on the duo.
But you also have to make sure you're at the top of your game. We've seen teams get chopped out. It wasn't too long ago. We saw Hen and Queasy, Aqua and Vino even in dominant positions to hold on to height. One player gets chopped, one player gets taken out. It is so easy in this lobby to lose those strong positions. And so, again, having to be at the top of your game.
Yeah, and for you, when I listen to your voice, Levin, I hear music. I'm reminded of rhythm inside the overall tournament, right? Games 4, 5, 6, I feel like that's where you get into offbeat types of tracks. That's where crazy things start to happen. We've seen games where the top 5 instantly go off down off spawn or before the fifth zone.
45 45分ってもう決まっとるんや。
ある程度予定のは決まってる。
残らった最悪。いや、ハイマルかもよ、これ。真ん中来たし。校長先生の話終わるかも。誰だ、これやっぱ45分まであるわ。
おお、どんどん隠してってもそんな見せさせん。パクられる。トイレ。はい。これ確か無限に打てるよね。すごいこれ。These are the moments that solidify your legacy as one of the greatest Fortnite players to ever play the game. And for sure, Anderlecht could be the kind of character that comes through and really shows off the French dominance. Yeah, you're talking about the greatest of all time as well. A lot of times you come to that narrative, oh, you got to win on a LAN, you have to win on site, always gets propped up. Tayson has been a part of that conversation for ages. Yeah, and I think he realizes that he's someone who loves a challenge. これまで暇つぶしにいいなこれなみんな。まで暇つぶしにいいなこれ。これ急いだらもう一個もできるんじゃね？The thing with Tayson and Thomas, though, I would say almost like proud surrogates in terms of who wants to be the winners of this competition. They have lost 2 of their 3 hearts, 2 of their lives, I feel like, in this competition. So far away now from that podium, the top 3. They need to just be perfect in these last 3 games. And if I know that team, I feel like their flavor is always solo clutches. I haven't seen solos winning in center battle or else or Fortnite, but it's been a dual type beat. That's the challenge. おいなんか変なの調べてるやつおるって。すげえもうめっちゃくつろいどるやん。裏画面でサッカーの動画なんか超くつろいどる。マジ？マジか？サッカーの動画普通に見とった。Hellfire, they've been looking so good the entire competition. Honestly, for me, competitors for MVP, away now, right towards the at least these first 2 games. They're teetering inside that top 10. Lower each and every single game. If this is one where we need to come back from any player, it has to be this duo. Yeah, and we've seen the previous season. Of course, he plays with Thomas HD, and so doesn't necessarily get the credit. 起きてるとか言って寝てるやつおらんよな。大丈夫やな。寝てへんよな。始まるでもう。起きとるよなみんな生きとるか。みんなツイートして。第4ラウンド始まったよって。4試合目始まったよって。教えてあげてみんなに。いいねドキンさん。手入ってるよ。あいいねドキンさん。They still aren't done yet. Every single placement you see from 44 all the way to first, there's big jumps in prizing. So the competition is not over yet. Goat status on the way. Some people 4試合目いきます。吸い込まれた。今回吸い込み早かったな。早い確かに一瞬だった。It's all about these drops. Can you make your most of your chance as you hop off of the battle bus? And certainly will be a hot one for sure as we head all around the map. These battles are so intense. Thomas and Tayson, when it comes to game number 3 overall that we just saw, I think they were in it as much as we were. Maybe just 3 seconds, maybe close to 0. They didn't get a chance to play. They've been sitting around for 50 minutes due to that halftime break. 逆じゃないのいい感じのプレーも楽しみだな。Yeah, and off-spawn for Pinkin and us against Clicks and Dukes is one that is very hot and intense. One that isn't really friendly. It started off very friendly. 2 players who very much are familiar with each other in Pink and Clicks, but now having to battle it out, all in the name of winning the Battle of the Joneses. Yeah, so much on the line with future reference. Yes, this is even the invitational coming up. You want to have a controller of this overall POI. Janice though active, Vino down, Aqua. It looks like they're fighting a double front. Aqua が倒せるね。Yeah, it seems like a freeway battle over there towards the south of Greasy, and not one that Vino will be very happy about. Of course, having to leave Aqua in a clutch situation. But already we're seeing how intense these Osborne battles can be. ここも主導かぶってんな。やりやろうな絶対。
いやいや、いいけど。それな、スエルもよく使ってた気がする、これ。
ダサすぎるやろ。Need to first get their loot ready and then go. They're not really good at those adaptive types of fights, but we've seen clips from Cash Cups. We've seen multiple seasons of clutch plays. I'm pretty sure everyone is on the line, ready to go for that. Tripper down, Phantom also gone. Full conversion. On the duel is the question. I'm not sure where Hellfire is. He's still alive. Top right.
1回目負けんの。うわ、これ起こせるぞ、しかも。起こせるわ、これ。
And the time is ticking with no materials. It's literally going to come down to his shotgun aim and this med miss to have any hope.
Kind of diminishing overall because looks like a teammate's brought back into the competition. Gentle. End of reality, and they're going to be looking for that shot into this one. It's Hellfire gone. A top 10 potential fizzling away.
Another game where it doesn't go their way. That's going to sting for the next 45 minutes.
やばい、3パー。やばい、後ろに見てるが。こっそり。
And things also seemingly going wrong here for Amal as he falls down.
こう見たのが一番美味しい思いするやつじゃん。
それな、美味しい。
美味しい思いした3キロも取ってる。てか世界大会でさ、倒してエモートするのくっそ楽しいで。
気持ちいいやろうな。
俺もさ、
しかも映ってないだけでいろんなやつらやってるんやろうな。
俺もワールドカップのソロの時映ってないけど負け犬してたもん、倒して中盤。
あ、そうなんや。
そこが気持ちよかった。
いっぱいいるね、なんか。うわ、かっけるだけ入れられた。なんか魚振り来てね、横から。うわ、やばい。
あ、やばい。あ、やばい。あ、
来てるってバレた。
さあ、昔からフォートナイトはね、魚振ゲーって言われてますから。超丁寧だな、しかもこの人。うわ、黒いわ。
うわ、ワンチャンあったな、今、オートの。
ワンチャンありそうな、なんかさ、角度やったな。
Can be one that sits on your mind for a while, but he can't afford it to linger in his head. Pink and Anas will be very happy to see those two going down in the feed. The less they are successful, the more it benefits them. And so far, these two at the Joneses will be pseudo-victorious, not directly winning the war right now. Q-Jack, Nator, they could potentially be a team to get involved in this though, and you can see it really take shots onto Pink and Anas, but they're too aware.
They've been the speed bump inside Gamers8 so far, both in Zero Build and in Standard Battle Royale on both days so far. Any team that clashes with them, it seems like their tires get punctured, their momentum gets stopped. They're a very, very tough force to overcome, and they're in the very dead center of the map. So we'll see exactly who they affect over at Rave Cave. Thomas HD and Falcons Tayson on home soil, ready to see exactly what they can do.
We saw them go down in this battle earlier today, and that's something they won't want to repeat. Kai and Drafter will do everything they can to make that happen though. The cheers from the crowd root them on and spur them into that. But for Thomas and Tayson, it's all about not losing your cool. The zone isn't there, so you don't have all the time in the world to sit here at Rave Cave. But they will want to
なんだかんだ普通に上位なんだよな、今15位だし。で、スエルも18位じゃなかった？
スエルってそんな上位だったっけ？
なんか高かったように見えたけど、スエル。誰って俺たちだっけ？なんか、あ、全然もう一人20位ぐらいで乗らんかったっけ？なかったかな。
あ、レッドシー19位だ。
だよね。
レッドシー。高い。
地味に高いよ。
モーフィンたちも15位だから、高いな、なんか普通に。普通に高いな。
ここら辺でもう一回一桁取ったらマジで熱い。
Yeah, they have opportunities here, but they need to stay more alert. Like Pink and Anaso, when they try to take shots onto them, the Danes will be ready and waiting. But these are the sort of little engagements that happen all around, right?
そうね、みんななんか割と好戦的になって減りが早くなってきてるよな。中東の選手もうやばいな。グイグイや。てかなんか見てて思うけど、オート強いな。なんか。オート強いわ。
Again, will be a team that continues to be hungry. They know they need damage. It's been an issue for them in some of these games. And that could be all at the hands and expense of some of the teams higher up in the standings who need a good game.
all about where you're on those boards and how each elo kind of moves you up and down.
あの人たちは生きてるんですよ。大丈夫。フリーだから。
フリーだからね、大丈夫です。初動者なくなりました。セッティたちが詰めてこない限り。こいつらここ行ったんやな、リールズのやつら。マーフィンの壁取ったやつら。下の家。
been below the average standard of what they would have come into the competition expecting to achieve. And in some ways, that's a good thing for both, right? Both sort of
なんかでも、なんか割と強い人みんなオート好んで持ってるからさ、どうなんだろうね。
オート強い説あるな。
だって強い人結構みんな好んで
持ってる。めっちゃ持ってる。
オートだって。神もオートやし今。
Just bent on getting the zone, getting to the best spot possible with Seti to set up. He always takes damage.
But this is part of some of the day 2 struggles they have had in the past, right? You're already seeing the timings are off for them. There are teams rotating into this area way too early.
またファルコンが対面してます。めちゃくちゃ対面します、ファルコン。
For hard though, a potential threat towards Pinkin and As as he looks to break into their box.
You keep mentioning threats. The scariest teams I'm seeing right now are coming in from the Middle East. It seems like they have less to lose. They're hungrier in these back 3 games. The rest of EU right now, the top 10, they're playing reserve. They're focusing on the trophy. Middle East, they're just rolling right in.
Yeah, clearly the ones who are feeling it right now. A bit more loose, a bit more freedom in the way they're moving around.
でもすごいよな、初動を変えさせたって。
ね。
強くね。
強い。
A bit too tentative, right? Not wanting to make a mistake, not wanting to leave themselves exposed.
しかも、そいつら変えて結構離れたら倒しとったから、対面自体は超強いんやろうな。それをボコボコにしろから強い。あ、でもやられてるわ。いや、でもどこ行っても負けとるな、このチーム。つまり、帰ってくる可能性が出てくる。
いや、でも帰ってもな、勝ってほしいな。
また3パ。また3パ V。1パ VS、1パ VS、1パになりました。
そうなんかめっちゃソロキャッシュカップ勝ってる人らしいからな、マーフィンたちのソロの人。
あ、そうなんや。
中東でそう。ソロキャッシュカップをリアルって言ってたマーフィンが勝ちすぎて。そんぐらいソロキャッシュカップ強い人らしい。いいね、クジャナイは落ち着いて移動できてる。やばい、もうこのスキン、今映ってた FHD って人のスキン、もうトヨタのイメージしかないんだよな。
わかる。
Aren't going to be ones in the favor of the Falcon Boys this time round, but for Pinkin and As, a good start for the rest of the game.
Really good speed in finishing that engagement as well. You end up with so much more loot to be able to use. The shield keg still intact, the minis as well. Straight into Pink's inventory. Knight and Rogue Shark, one of the more interesting stories overall here today in all 4 days.
もう来ました。どんな感じですか？今ね、マーフィンたちが15位で、シールたちが19位で、ナイトルたちがないんだろう。20後半ぐらいかな確か。わかんないですけど、まあそんな感じ。
2ページ目に2チームいるからな、アジア戦。1ページ目行ってほしいな。
11との差がでかいよな、結構。そこを追いつきたい。
40ポイントぐらいあるんよな。
As we go towards the finishing line, could make the difference between thousands and thousands of dollars.
And who are they looking at from the outside in? It's duos like Acorn and Edgy on screen right now, who are nowhere near the edge of zones. They're looking to be almost at center. I say that though, and they are actually right at the edge. So we're chilling. It did update a little bit. We'll wait for the next one. I just like the way this team's playing. They allow everyone else to change their game plans and stuff, but they stay true to how they attack Fortnite.
Yeah, part of their fluid style and their fun style, it seems, is these cooler, more creative opportunities for Rizart, right? Sitting in the bush, they know there's going to be plenty of players rotating in towards this side of the zone, and so they'll be ready and waiting to get a free beam. And whoever they do catch out certainly might be slamming some deaths here or there. Very frustrating way, and if Milan and Mitra aren't careful and they go towards that side of the zone, it could be them. They do look like they are on the east side and so can potentially avoid that, but a team that they
確かになんか今日アークラム全然映ってないな。
結構ポイントもやっぱポイント高くないと結構映らんのよな。
Not the tone that Mitra wanted to hear. The shield's cracking,
なんかね、1位のやつのとかめっちゃ映るけど、やっぱちょっとだけポイントあんま高くない人とか、あんまり映んないんだよな。
They play defense, and on the other side of the map, maximum defense is also active scoped, and Blake take out.
アジア勢も今上がってきてるから結構サルに乗ってきたし。
It's not going to be a healthy situation for them. It looks like it's Bloomy and Arab who want to rock up in third party. These are the battles we talk about. Oh,
画面でかっ。170で取ったのに。
Take out powerhouses in Pinkin, and that's only to be brushed under the carpet by the big Bloomy and Boomer Arab.
Arab basically saying there's a cost to be using my IRL stream equipment. It's not only getting thrown in a pool, it's also being taken out in the desert.
Yeah, that is definitely a way to cool Blake and Scope down. Chucking them away in the deep end.
そっか、アークずっとアクアにかぶせて負けてるのか。中東対決やん。
ほんまや。どうやって応援するんやろ。
ファルコン対決。
どうやって応援するんやろ。ファルコン。
ファルコン対決や。
In the standings.
Arab always finding the most creative ways to get into certain zones. Gentle and Phantom. Their reign of interruption doesn't end either. Edge zone, perfect ways to fight for a long time, and they're locked into this one. So many heals to be able to use as well. Up against Cal and M7 as well. This is going to be just tough overall for both teams. You know that the crowd wants both sides to win.
The big thing for both these teams is that what are they fighting for here? Both of them very comfortably above Surge. Both looking good in terms of materials and resources. And I'm glad to see them sort of disengaging right now because neither of these teams need to fight each other.
It might just be a PTSD effect. I haven't seen those two teams specifically rotate with each other.
さあ、最強チームが固まっております。
You leave one wall open, you're based off
サ
a
マ
little
ー
bit.
フィ
If
ン
you're
た
not
ちはど
active,
こにいる
taking
んだ
shots,
全然映ん
your
ないぞ
walls are getting torn down, so you can kind of sense
割と真ん中の方とか行ったりしないかな。
どこら辺だろう。
これなんか紫
ロッキーやからさ、移動早そうやけど。
説はあるけどな。
移動早そうでね、ロッキーやから。
どうなんだ、どういうムーブを取ってるか。紫の色の矢印の人たちだから割と真ん中よりかもしれない。
500 above when it comes to games where the end game, the terrain looks a little bit more horizontal. Epic Malibuca are just so good at working so many different angles from boxes. I think that's been their specialty. They've been doing it better than any other team so far. If they get center in zone,
この移動系っても思ってるかもしれないかも。大きな差だよな。
Vertical type diagonal angle looking over at Vico and Jelty, putting up a little bit of pressure. These guys are never silent.
Yeah, I think if anything, right, Kami and Seti's, eagerness to look for height has helped them out. Right? We're so used to seeing Malibuca clashing with those guys on the mid-ground. It's always about who will be the more dominant mid-ground team between the two. But Malibuca allowing Epic to sort of sub his way on in and just cruise in some of these mid-game situations is definitely something he'll be very happy about.
I just think that pairing him with Epic Well is just such a genius thing for the duo. It kind of puts a little bit of temperament on Malibuca. He makes some big swing calls sometimes. A new teammate, though, he thinks twice about a lot of things. They stay more consistent.
100%, especially with how great Epic's fundamentals are. Never straying too far away from his teammate, always right by his side. And that's exactly what you need from your teammate when...
いや、これマンフィーたちあっちないのこのさ、真ん中の紫の矢印だといいな、これ。
これ
マジ強い。確かに紫色の矢印だったんだよね、開幕。
マジでワンチャンマジで。
それでワンチャンこの真ん中の人も説はある。
Solo in this lobby is not a thing you want to be.
CN and King, they kind of reminded me of two arms on a body. Always
いや、強気やな。
Today though, broken bones on day 2, it's so much tougher. The competition does not even let you slack for a minute.
マーフィンそれでやってる。じゃあ
強
いね、めっちゃ一塁。
超いいとこおるよ。やばい、中東の人のダブルッキー。
それな。
俺たちも多分どうなんだろう。どこの地域なんだろう。
チートっぽいけど。
ぽいよな。
This is a team that hasn't performed at the level they would have wanted to. Vico known for his pop-offs, Jelty as well. A fan favorite over from NA West. And it's a combination that I was excited about but hasn't quite worked together. And both of them are feeling that both of them know they have to step up, they have to get better in these last final games.
いや、セレブたちも生きてるね。
ね、奥にいる。
これマーフィンたちがどれだけこの試合稼げるか。この試合稼ぎたいな。
もし紫がマーフィンなら本当に強いぞ、1。
ほんと強い。おい、やばい。
超強い。
They have to move once again, but they have to be decisive as they do it.
And we've not necessarily
さ、こうやって詰まってるアンチ側の人たちをね、一方的にモヒキルしてるいいね。角切るかどうかわかんないけど、どうなんだろう。あ、モヒだし真ん中で合ってる合ってる。そつえ。おい、いけんぞ、この試合マジで。
この試合勝ち筋だいぶ高いです。
この試合今までで勝てる可能性一番高い。
持っていきたいですね。うん。この試合鍵です。
サージも稼げてんだよな、ポジション的に。この外側じゃなくてちょっと内側なのがいいんだよな。やられないし。
Ramps up on the right side to stop Macwood, Bizzle, and Dubs. They're kind of going back and forth. You can just see the difference in decisiveness and hesitation. Acorn already in. Look at the spot. So great, taking 0 damage using 5 builds.
The setup is certainly looking good, right? The key one out will be
なんか遊んでる人おるやん。
to find some form of a
おい、焦っとるやん、ほら。
ガチじゃん、何あれ。おい、よく、シュンシャンがよくやるやつやったよ、あれ。シュンシャンがクレイトでよくやるやつ。
これ面白くないとか言って。
あれやばいでしょ、何あれ。絶対ヘイト買ってもやけくそなってん。
モーフィンもとキルしてるよ。
強っ。
あ、今打ってるやつだ、これ。これ今打ってるやつらマフィンだ、これ。
マジ
うん、このダウン打ってたやつ多分マフィンだした。映してくれ、マフィンのこと。うわ、やばいね、もうこうなったら終わりよな。ここ入ったんじゃないか、マフィン。キルコロってないかな。
As he understands that those players are incredibly weak, and it's an understanding shared amongst Thomas and Tayson. But if they're not careful, they'll be right in that same spot where everybody has their eyes on them. And this is perfect, right? Using that grapple glove just to take that loot. If they can't get the confirmation onto Rogue Shark, at least they've profited from the situation indirectly.
It's just nice that we're going back and forth between Paul and Thomas and Tayson.
しゃあないな、もうこれもうこうなったらしゃあないからな。こういうアイテムを取れるのは強いな。
Yeah, and it's not just any sort of chess player. We're talking about grandmasters here, players who will constantly make the.
いや、マフィーたち外れはしたけど、そんな言うほど遠くもないし、後ろに敵がいないから、自分たちが先頭で移動できる。
なるほど。さあ、サージがやばいやつらと戦ってます。
これ辛いな。
これやりやよとな、周りからめっちゃ撃たれるから、本当に喧嘩割れた方も結構ワンチャンそのヘッドで死ぬ可能性がある。
なんかサージやばかったり、なんか普通にキル取れそうだったら撃つからな、みんな。打ち解けだからな。
They struggle right now, but there's one duo not surviving. We called it out the position for Bizzle and Dubs. They did exactly what we thought they were going to do.
天空進行ワンチャンおるかな、まだ。
いや、おらんのじゃん、多分やられてたね。
バレてるからな。
もうログ。多分あの人ぐらい、あの人たちぐらいしか、あれやね。もう死んでる人たちじゃおらんで、多分みんな真面目。
天空のやつが押してたのが、変なヤンナのエディットしたやつ切ない。
いや、それだと思っちゃう。そうね、クジャライも多分生きてるよね。頑張ってほしい、マジクジャライも。全然映んでんだよな、でも。うわ、マリブカたち、この絡まれ方嫌やな。
嫌やな。
もう見たことだし、失うもんないから強気すぎるやん。
ほら、グリーシーで草。グリーシーじゃない、グリーフやん。
お前、グリーシーもしたらラットブックやったな。
もうやばいって、マジで。詰め方。さすがにやめたか。
失うものがないって強いな。じゃあやられないんだな。マウドキめっちゃいいね。クジャラもいる、クジャラもいる。めっちゃいいよ、めっちゃいいよ。
いいよ、いいよ。
ファイルほぼマックスやろ、お互い。
ね。
やばい、やばい。
うわ、強い、あれか。強いでも相手も。
あれとかオート強いな。
オート最強説あるな。
ワンボックスも説あるよな。
ワンボックスも入りやすいし。
一発。
武器強。
しかもこれ次のアンチマウフィンたちに寄ってます。どちらかというと、クジャナイも。マウフィンとクジャナイ化したらかなり動きやすい。まあ、ほとんどのプレイヤーが動きやすいんだけど。頼むわ、この試合。ビクロやるぞ。ビクロマジである。みんな生きてる。いやー、マフィン、いつも通り言ってくれ。いつも通り。
いつも通り行けばいける。
いつも通り。 これやべえやつに絡まれないようにやな、あとは。またハイぐらいチャピックス。強いよ。
Possibly even pushing for that back-to-back. They have that high ground. This is where they won before.
Another game where they want to play from high, and another game where they're playing it.
やばいな、このハイ争いも。これまた EU と EU ちゃん、これハイグラウンド。うまい今の。今うまいよ、ファイナルの。
But for how much longer with all these eyes potentially on it, it's going to be about moving through the rest of these zones efficiently.
Desperation running hot inside the desert, and that heat rises towards the skies. You can feel it from Chapix and Ziandi. They want a seat back inside the top three. They're going to start to push for it, and the match tempered well.
コンセント抜けて、やばい。危ね。
Popping right now, Malabuka and Epic. Perfect shots.
今のとこマミとしてやられてないと。
いいね。
映ってくれ、映してくれ、頼む。ちょっとでいい。やられるとこだけでもいい。
いや、やられん。この試合ビクロします。俺には分かる。
ドキドキしてる、ドキドキしてる。
だから見ない見えるわ。これドキドキビクロします。俺には見えます。これ絶対ビクロします、ドキンさん。
ハイグラは、ドキンさんやられてる。お前、よきろく言って
俺のせいみたいな、やめて。俺のせいもしかしてこれ。いや、まだ分からん。
いや、まあ、今やられてる。いや、でも、クシャナイ生きてるし、レッチしてもいってる。応援しよう。おしゃれ。
オッケーオッケー。
いや、クシャナイ頑張れ。クシャナイ今日初めての時に来てんじゃないか。頑張れ。
うま進行。
クシャナイいるし、先端どうではないな。いや、先端どうっぽいの、なんか。
いや、先端の1マス上。
クシャナイしかおらん、もうクシャナイしかおらん。
クシャナイかもせー
A little bit of solo situation. He's in a class with Seti. Going for every shot and every chance, wrapping all the way around. Maybe even a 2v1, and it's from the one side. Going to be a pre from Thomas. They're both going to be side by side in desperation.
頼む。もうクシャナイに味方してくれ、頼む。残り、これ全部デュオじゃね ?7 パーティー14人だ。
ほんまや、全員デュオ。一人もかけてない。テイソンがやられた。
まだ生き残ってるよ。2人生き残ってるよ。クシャナイ。マジである。
もう6人よ。今6人よ。
マジで2人、ずっと2人生き残ってる。
なんでびっくりした
なんでマジで、これあるよ。
ガチである
めっちゃ強い、めっちゃ強い、めっちゃ強い。ある、マジである。
進行。ナイス進行。
ここまで2人で生きてること初めてだぞ。でもクシャ君が抑えてる。
上からか、しゃあない。
まだナイスさんある。いや、ナイスさんの位置いいけど。
きつい。まあ、ナイスゴイや、ナイスゴイ。
惜しいな。
惜しい。なんで A を切り替えるんだろう。なかったのか。惜しいな。いや上からの車線多分やばかったよな。
また2連ビクロじゃね。
これ勝ったら2連か。
2連だよ。
最初は全然いかんやんこれ。
いや、ここで降りてくるのいやらしい。
うわ、やらしい。
でも、なんか、
いや、
強いよ。
2連やば。
You love to see it from Ziani and Chapix, and now
after 2
games you can see a celebration. They're feeling the atmosphere.
2連はやばいわ。もう2連
And it's going to be difficult for the rest of the lobby right now. These guys are quickly catching up. Seats in the top.
1位だったんやろ絶対今1位でしょ。キルも結構白っぽかったからな。ハイグラで。どうなんだろう。やばい。本当にスロースターターやな、アジア。やばくないね、ガチのスロースターター。
あまりにもレジギが。よ
くわからん。
分かる人には分かる。
何キル制だ今、チャピックスたち。NA の誇りだな、マジで。NA じゃないわ、EU だったわ、チャピックス。
What is this going to do for them? Their confidence as they head in 2 victory rounds in the day, looking very good in the standings for sure as well. these are the kind of things and the kind of memories we will remember when all is said and done. Because if this now converts to them,
8キルしてたから50ポイントだってやば。
this is going to be huge.
多分追い抜いたよ多分。まあ確かにどうなんだろう。ギリギリ逃げれたか抜いたかやな。
These different teams who are kind of at the top getting affected, they're realizing they're all playing the same layer. They're all playing the same game. It's just Chappix and Zandy up top. They might go up to stop them.
Yeah, we're seeing so many of these teams in desperate situations where they're literally down to bare bones.
今から順位発表されます。そうやね。1試合終わったら毎回順位は発表されてる。
あと2マッチやって。
チャピックスファンクションキーなのマジ？
It really seems like height is going to be the way for some
ファンクションキー建築
らしいよ。なんか言ってるんや。
使われてる。
それがF1で建築してるってこと？
そうじゃない？
やば。手長すぎや。
いいね、俺こういうのいいや、ほらこれ。ジェントルオントップ。
ほんまや。
俺もこれやりたいよ、俺もこれやりたいよ。リザートオントップ。
分かった分かった。
That last game, I think, could have been almost a gentle highlight reel. Him and Phantom making it hard for some of these teams to come in early and make sure they have that damage down. I'm loving the chance so far. The crowd on this day too specifically changes the way we watch a competition.
And whether the chance are for you or not, as a player, you have to
楽しそう応援する側も。
You have to take the vibes to a new high because as these last couple games sort of roll on through,
応援する側も楽しそうやな。
it's all about keeping your cool and playing at your very, very best.
Keeping your cool, playing your very best. Chappix is going to be that hot seat that exactly has to decide, does he stay the same heat or stay alive? And interview with him right now.
さあ順位出ます。アテンカまだ。
Well,
これどんな感じなの
？Back on the main stage, Chappix and Zandy, well
done.
That was
なんか一人俺びっくりした。一人おらんくなったかと思った。
The crowd is really vibing now. You are 2 points off the lead. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, but we need to stay focused. 2 more games.
怒ってる右の人怒ってる
لهم اليوم فقط غير البتريال اللي جابوه بالامس سؤالنا الاول لهم انه كيف على تركيزكم وكيف تقدرون انكم تدخلون المباراه الجايه فقالوا انه احنا الى الان لازم نحافظ على تركيزنا ما نقدر نغير اي شيء ثاني ولازم نستمر على نفس الوضعيه هذه اتوقع الجمهور بعد يوقف
I'll bring it home for the boys over there.
I'm not going to take up too much of your time, okay? I would know that you guys need to go and focus. So congratulations on this victory royale, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament. GG's, well done. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to bring us into the next game for the day, and we're going to keep this ball rolling.
على طول اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور نبي نروح للاستوديو التحليلي بعد ما خلصنا المباراه الرابعه ما بقى لك جيمين فقط نبي نعرف الكاس من اللي بياخذ اللاين شير جائزه الباتل رويال الفيتشرينج فورتنايت خلونا نشوف
違う後ろのあれがでかすぎて
そういうことお前うるさい楽しそう
Thank you so much, Fancy and Barney there. And I love the crowd hype. And how could you not be hype getting a back-to-back victory royale with Chappix and Zandy?
That is what LAN momentum feels like. You get the victory royale in the previous game, the crowd goes wild. Then the crowd starts to realize you've got the high ground, you got the advantage. This might happen back-to-back, and then they're able to do it. That crowd, they are lit, and for a reason.
It makes it so much more special having the audience there to support you while you get your back-to-back VR. I mean, we didn't see that in Zero Build. We haven't seen it yesterday. And this is the first time we've seen it. It is incredible.
And to do it at this moment with just 2 more games remaining, $250,000 on the line. And of course, that beautiful Gamers 8 trophy. This is what it's all about. This is what I love to see here. But can they do it again? Can they hold out strong? I don't know.
If they end up getting another victory royale in a row, three-peat, back-to-back, feeling like Kobe in 2002, whatever, back in... Man, listen, they are trying to do it, trying to make history. That would be absolutely incredible to do it on land.
順位見たいな、今めっちゃ気になる。
3 in a row on land for Fortnite. That right there.
We were talking about MVPs. If they're able to make the comeback, they weren't even in top 10. Then they get 1 victory royale, puts them in 6th place. Get another victory royale, now probably going to be top 3. I mean, the momentum for this duo, it's scary.
It wasn't the same VR VR that we saw from the previous game, where they kind of waited until height looked a little weak and then stole it. They held height for many zones.
いい負け犬やね。
ちゃんと映ってるのいい仕事してるカメラマン。
気持ちいいやろうな。これも内況振られたの辛かったな、この人。かわいそうに。
They dominated it. They literally were so confident. They said, we're taking height, we're holding height, and not only that, we're going to finish it off with a few eliminations. So I am loving what I'm seeing from this duo.
But you heard it from Barney on the stage that they don't have that first place spot just yet, but it is only a 2-point difference if I didn't mishear that, which is crazy going into just the final 2 games right there.
Yeah, Chapix and Ziandi are 284, Cammy and Seti are 286. But let me go ahead and make you a little bit more nervous. Epic Whale and Malabuka, 283. They are 1 point behind Chapix and Ziandi. It is a 3-point race for first place right now.
ここもうまいよな、最後。落ち着いてるわ。これちゃんとこの屋根にしゃがんで隠れるあたりちゃんと
ね、角度使ってるね、ちゃんと
細かいとこうまいんだよな。
Everything is on the line. We're gonna see these top duos in the last moments of the match battling it out against each other, and it's gonna be that one duo, maybe even that one player that has a special moment, makes a play, and has a chance of that $250,000. But looking at the match ranking here, Chapix Ziandi, 8 eliminations with the VR.
Yes, this match ranking brought to you by STC, grabbing 48 points is
Chapix and Ziandi.
Although hot on their heels is Kanata and Janice with those 7 eliminations. Of course, Threats and Macwood grab that 3rd place spot. Carrie and Fachi finally jumping up into the top of our match ranking there.
Chapix 1取ってそうやけどな、どうなんだろう今、総合。
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. This is pretty interesting. Epic Whale and Malabuka, they had a pretty solid showing yet again, and that's really all they want to do. They are creeping closer and closer and closer. I believe they were down by 9 points. Now they're only down by 3. They are chipping away at this lead, and I mean, you stated it. It might come down to that final game to decide who's the MVP because it is so close. If we end up getting a final 2v2, literally to win the entire 250,000 at the very end of the game 6, it's gonna be a dream come true.
セルビたちも結構生き残ってないけどな、マウドキンも。
And those are the moments.
でもマウドキン13位か。じゃあちょっとだけ上がったぞ、順位。
もう一声二声ってところやったら惜しいな。
That momentum, but that top 5 even on the leaderboard, it's so close, it's anybody's game.
What I noticed from the top 10 of just that match ranking is that Cammy and Will Malabuka,
2ポイント差。
いやでも追い詰めてるわ。
うわー、3位とほぼポイント変わらん3位から。駒が
全然逆転あるな。これやばいな。286、280、283。チップス3回目だってびっくり。
次だろ。10試合中3回ビクロイか、やばいな。
arm's length away from grasping that first place prize. This is literally anyone's game right here. All 5 of these top 5 teams can walk away with this in these last 2 games.
Look, these players have so much experience, but I guarantee that once we get into that last match, the nerves, they're going to be at an all-time high, and it's to see which duos can control that and use it to play even better.
Having just 22 points between 1st and 6th place, again, that's not even a victory royale. That's not even 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place right there. That is literally just the top team goes down, like what we saw happen to Thomas and Tayson in a previous game. Anything can happen still.
Yeah, precisely. And I mean, in the last game, it ended up being Hellfire and Tripper, and that ended up getting taken out extremely early. So they're going to potentially be looking to switch things up, just trying to make it to that end game. Nobody wants to go out early, especially not heading into game number 11. Oh man.
We also have to talk about Thomas, HD, and Tayson. They're in 4th place spot, so they're still very close to that #1 spot, and they are dropping in the Rave Cave. They have a duo contesting them, and they've been getting close to having another engagement. They did go down early one of the matches, and it's up to them.
But if there's any POI that you're going to get from Takada, the Rave Cave is probably one of the better ones.
That's true. There's a lot of space and a lot of loot, but in these last matches, it's hard to predict what your opponents are going to do. Will they force the engagement? Will they loot their separate paths, continue for the late game? I mean, you never really know.
We don't know, and we don't know what's going to happen. Usually at this point in the competition, we can pretty much predict who's going to be first, second, or third, but we have no idea. Just 2 games more to go here. It is going to be more hype than ever. But Rome, going into the next game here, what are some things you want to see?
I
want to see them do it in front of the home crowd. I want to see them make the crowd roar once again and take over that first place. Let me be honest, Chapix might be the MVP if they end up taking this one home. He's been playing out of his mind.
Look, Ziandi might have been asleep in FNCS, but he is awake today. He is wide awake with Chapix, and I'm with Rome. I want to see the back-to-back.
No longer ZZZ Andy, now fully awake. Probably going to be taking that Z out of his name very soon, and joined by a player like Chapix, who has been such a top performer, a veteran in Fortnite. I mean, this is the duo to beat right now. Although I say that, Cammy and Seti are still in first place.
Yes, but it's not comfortable at all. It's only 2 points. Cammy and Seti are going to be loading up into this saying, guys, we had a 35-point advantage coming into today, and now it's down to 2, and there's 2 games remaining. So far, the odds, if you do the math, aren't in their favor to stay in that #1 spot. So Cammy and Seti have all of the pressure of the world on their shoulders, and you said Zandy needs to wake up. If $250,000 doesn't wake you up, I don't know what will.
I have no idea what will either, but I can even feel it myself. I'm nervous, and I'm not even competing here. The leaderboard is so close, so much on the line. You said it yourself, $250,000 for that first place spot, that trophy that looks beautiful. You know that these players won it.
And you heard it from our casters that it's not even just the top 10 we're looking at. Everyone on the leaderboard right now is fighting for their life, trying to climb up as high as they possibly can, because it's then tens of thousands of dollars that separate these placements. Everyone, I know you don't want to break. I know you want to hop into the game, but we want to make sure that our players are ready to go. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to talk about Game 11.
あ、出ると思うこれ20位。
あ、これ違うっす。
出ないんだ。
もう出ないんじゃない？あと数マッチだから隠すんじゃない？あえて。
そうなんだ。あえて。
で、最後の最後だけ見せてくれるんじゃない？挑戦してる？まだ挑戦してる？なんか
聞こえた？リトーン。
音でわかる。
あ、見たい、これ見たいわ。これは見たい。これは見たい。
カナダやん。
うまっ！プロやけどこいつ。
こいつ
うまくね？
こうやって。アナス8とかやったやろ？
あ、やばい、下がってきた。
おお、
いいね。うまい。
レベチでうまくて笑うんやけど。
うまい。
待って、これしかも見て。
うまい。
横のほら横のカバーも早いわ。
プロ？練習してきたこれ一番。
横のカバー早いわ。
練習してきたこいつら。
面白いぜ。大体やな。
めっちゃうまいのおもろい。それな。
超じわじわくるわ。
おもろすぎだろ。おもろいな今の。逆にね。
おもろいな。
やべ、さすがにちょっと疲れも来たから、ちょっと一旦気合い入れるために顔洗ってこようかな。ルリ全然まだ耐えれる？
いやまあ疲れてるか疲れてないかで一旦疲れてるけど別にそんな耐えれないとかそのレベルではない。
やばい。ちょっとやりすぎた俺。
それ、感染とかじゃないやん。トンネル疲れとるよ。
そこなめっちゃやってたから始まる前感染。俺顔洗ってくるわみんな俺。待っとってな。もう俺の声のトーンちょっとまずいよな今ちょっとやばい顔洗ってくる。さあ気合いなさあ気合いでくるなさあレッツゴー。
あいつ気合い待ってところが一番気合い入ってんの。気合い入れるとこ間違っとる。 2試合あっという間に。山木たち1ページ目見たいな。
Welcome back to the analyst desk once again here for Gamers8 featuring Fortnite, one of the largest Fortnite tournaments that we have had in many years. Takata is stepping out and we have Life with Panda stepping in.
Hey, what's going on, everybody at home? Super excited to join the analyst desk with Kelly. You know, we're kind of familiar with this kind of setting. Great to have you on here with us.
It's absolutely a treat. This is Fortnite. There is no other way to describe it. This right here is exactly what every single person watching, every single person in the crowd, this is exactly what we want. We want close games. We don't want anyone just running away with it. No, no, no. We want a lot of entertainment.
No, no, no.
Exactly what we got here with only 3 separating first and third.
I cannot believe this.
パルも持ってきたし、パルもが一番うまいアイスの中で。
Game number 10.
Okay, look.
足だから言うとね。
It was an interesting game. Going into this, I thought Chapix and Zandy getting that victory royale 2 games ago was kind of interesting, right? We haven't seen them really pick up the pace here until that game, and now to do it back to back is exciting, but it's also nerve-wracking because you see how much the leaderboard has shifted. So there's still 2 games left. That means there are still 2 opportunities for a team to do the exact same thing and dethrone some of these other players. So it's so hard to predict right now what's going to happen, but I cannot be more pumped here going into game number 11.
Yeah, I don't even really want to try and make any predictions right now because I feel like if I do, it's going to be a caster curse.
Yeah, that's the feeling right now. I was about to give my favorite heading into this out of the top 3, but I'm not even going to do it to those players. So I will say who I think might be able to go on a little bit of a run, maybe win a back-to-back. I think Hin and Queasy might be able to pull it off. They're currently at 244, which means that they're currently 42 points behind. So if they can have an extremely clutch game number 11, game number 12, they might be able to do some things.
Well, let me add to that. So obviously Queasy, very well known for high ground plays, right? His height takes are some of the best in all of EU. Now, we haven't seen him on height possibly once. So he's definitely struggling to get there. So my question, I guess, more or less is what are they going to have to do that's going to change the pace here, because they've been struggling quite a bit.
Possibly set themselves up for a high ground take, or honestly, if they can't take it right now because so many dominant teams such as Chapix and Zandy are holding it out there, maybe just go for the low ground play, then try and make sure that their situation for the loadouts, making sure they have the right weapons, the right situation is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think this straight up thing, it's one word, adapt. Simple as that. Yeah. We saw Chapix and Zandy adapt. Like you said, they're not normally high ground players, but guess what? Now they're going for that high ground, going for that elevation, and finding success. So if you want to win and you're not winning right now, you need to adapt. Something needs to change. You've only got 2 games left, as you stated.
Yeah, but the one thing about Queasy is he's a great player. One of the top, if not the top player looking into this FNCS on EU. However, when he doesn't have height, he struggles quite a bit. Even if he gets high ground 1 game and then comes out kind of semi-successful in that game, you'll see a momentum shift for him, especially with Hen, because he does have some great chemistry with Hen from past seasons. But regardless, the one team I really want to focus on, it's Epic Whale and Malabuka. I can't talk about them enough. Kelly, what are your thoughts?
I mean, they've held strong in 2nd place for the entire tournament. This is the first time we've actually seen them drop out of that 2nd place, but they're only in 3rd by a single point. So again, everyone, I know you're ready. You want the action, so let's head on over to the casters.
We're going to come straight to you, Kelly. How's it going? We're all on the desk. We can't predict what's going to happen with the players.
なんか5試合目だけどすごいラストマッチな感覚がなんかなぜか。
2試合あるからな。On their faces will just be so good, because for all of these players, right, as you head into these last couple, everything is on the line no matter where you are in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, the momentous occasion of this tournament holds so much weight. This is the first major LAN that we have had since the World Cup. So to you guys watching this and to be able to cast it, what do you think it means to the players?
To the players, I think it just means the most. You can set legacies here, stories, for a bunch of people to move on to the next stage of competition, Levin. This is what they need to win. This is where we need to perform.
Yeah, and for a lot of these players, you know, they weren't here for World Cup. They didn't experience that. A lot of these players are new blood in Fortnite, players who are trying to solidify their legacies, and what a way to do it than here in this competition.
Absolutely. I think Taysom, we mentioned him before, that is the thing for him, right? The next step, the next win he needs to get is something where you can live and see everyone else around you playing.
For him, he knows the moment. He knows how much it means for him in terms of not just his own personal accomplishments, but how he will be viewed by the rest of the Fortnite world.
Yeah, for Seti and Cammy as well, they're tired of being a part of the conversation. I feel like they finally want to lead it on EU. I think when you bring up terms like consistent or, you know, the good players, the greats here and there, that's good for them. They want to be legendary, though. They want to be the first thing we think of when you think of champions on EU.
Yeah, and for sure, right? It doesn't imply or infer, you know, the dominant force in which they want to be, in which they have shown to be.
さあ始まりました。第5試合でございます。
For sure, a chance to show that.
Absolutely, game number 11, the penultimate game of Gamers8 here.
あと2試合頑張ってこう。
あと2試合頑張るよみんな。気合い入れて。そろそろロッキーかぶったりしないよな。大丈夫だよな。
いや、ワンチャンそろそろ来たけどな。
And with just how close it is at the top, there are no slip-ups affordable.
あれなんかちょっと雲行き怪しくない？
怖くない？なんか同じくらいのスピードのやつ。
来てね。
一人めっちゃ遅れてるけどどうなんやろ。うわ来てるこの感じ。の5が圧倒的に勝ってね。
おいロッキー来とるわ。いや勝ってるか分かんないけどどっちか分かんないから。
どうだろう確かに。うわ帰ってきたちょうど。うわマーフィンたち。うわトキンさんが。
ほんまやられとる。
いやまだ分からんマーフィンが。
トキンさんやられとったよな。
They very much hold power right now of Spawn and showing that off now. Over towards New Lake though, Trippin and Hellfire. They've shown their power throughout this competition.
うわ急に帰ってきた。
Just haven't been good for them in
いや
the
帰ってくる気してたんよな。
俺もなんかこの試合だなと思った俺もなんか。いやでもマーフィンたちも一応ねいつ来てもいいようにさ絶対。最終的には降りてるとは思うんやけどな。
正解をしてると思うけど、やっぱいざ降りてこられたらさ、やっぱりなかなかね、レッドして楽しそうや、笑顔笑顔。
そうや、セル右上。なんか喜んでね、ニヤニヤしてね。
何喋ってんだろう。
なんかそうやろ、仲いいんやろうな、めっちゃ。
仲いいやろな、ずっと。
なんかさ、そう、FNCS も結構落ちたりしとるんやけど、結構ずっと組み続けてるから、めっちゃなんかさ、
いや、またここで会ってこういう大会出てまた仲良くなんねんな。
Picking up some of limbs in the feed, a bit of revenge there, right? Last game we saw them go down on Spawn. They're another team that will certainly be hoping that they can have a say. So already we're seeing all around the map things are going down.
どうなんやろ、マーフィンのキルが出てないよな、ギリギリ。
Replay here of some of the off-spawn battles we saw though for Bloomy and Arab. The pair of eliminations they got.
They're going to be unhinged, rolling all the way in towards any other type of engagement. That's going to be so much fun to watch because every single team is going to be worried about some of these players who have nothing to lose. 2 games left though. So even some of these aggressive teams who've been, you know, you've mentioned a bit, Levin, loose in these last games, they might take the time to tighten up as well and make sure they have a little bit
入ってるな。黒くなってるから。
Definitely think about these things as a player going into the last couple games. If you're a team that maybe you're contested, even if you're not directly contested, you have a team that lands somewhere near you, right? You're playing the angles a lot more safer. You're covering every possible line of sight towards you.
いや見て、ロッキーと頼む。ロッキー見たいマジで今。
クリックスキンやん。多分今のあれだよ、蘇生触ってたじゃん。多分ダウンが目の前に来たから解除されたっぽくね。
天才だろ。
そんな感じだったけど。
A sanctuary anywhere on these islands, and that's going to be huge for Eclipse and Duke. That's trouble for the rest of the
Wow.
team because you know they're
Rizart
completely influential when it comes to endgame, when it comes to height. Awesome pick, staying low key so far. That last game looking good. They were taken out halfway. Nator, an unstoppable. Well, I would actually
Nator って言われてたね。
He's actually going down pretty easy.
Nator って？
Nator。いやこれき
き
ついな。
He's hungry for this elim. And he might just get it if he keeps on
多分ワンベイツしてくれ。
making the smart plays.
これ丁寧だなこういうとこも。うまい。返せ返せ返せ。ワンベイツやったれやったれ。
As Pink now enters the fight, and so things are just very much looking dire for Nator now. Both of these players very, very hungry to pick him up.
He packs a bit of a kick though because we've already seen Shields
勝ってほしいな。勝ったらマジかっこよくね。
かっこいいワンベイツ EU。
くっそ丁寧なんだけど。玉来てる、玉来てる。おい、正義の味方来たって。あの逆の動きによってはさ、逃げて蘇生までいけるやん。あれをナイさんからしたら俺はもう正義のヒーロー、正義の味方や。
ヒーローやね。
てか、このランドマン強いな。
ね、引き合える、引いても全然強いもん。強い強い強い。おセールムがワンピック取った。ナイス。もうレッドシーだけじゃないよね、対面の強さ。
これクレ
わ、ナイトレが落ちちゃった。
いや、強いでもスイリム。煽ってます、煽ってます。
いいねいいね
いいね
世界大会期待
値多分今スイリム言ってます。立場分かれザコ言ってます。
映りましたよ、今。
いいねスイリムといえば下打ちみたいなとこあるから。
スイリムらしい。おもろすぎだろ。
全然ね、てか日本がね、下打ちに対してこういうイメージがあるけど、そういうイメージがあるけど、海外別にそんな下打ちはイコール悪いことみたいな感じでもないから大丈夫よ。
And what I love to see about the positioning here from Seti, a hill that he does like to sit on quite often, but making
ちゃんと映ったね。
俺言われたことあります。なんか FFA とかしてて、負けた時に立場分かるザコって言いながら下打ちされてたからね。
ワンチャン全部知ってる説あるな、暇の時。だって、映ってるかどうか分からんのに下打ちしてたから。何回かしてるんじゃね今日。
してる説もある。でもどうなんだろう、この大会でやってる人見たことないな。
確かに。エモートやな、みんな。
This is just, I think, tough for this squad overall when it comes to mentality. They've been stopped by many different teams. If one isn't going to be affecting them off spawn, another shows up.
まあ今の落ちてないよな、見て、ルリ。右上、ほら俺右上。なんで 1v2 になったのにまだ死んでないから、どういう状況なんだ。
うわ、ここ今日 WT 調子悪いな。めっちゃ横見てなんか言ってる。
It's not looking good for Trippin whatsoever.
He needs to get active fast right now from third place overall, starting the day in even moments in yesterday. Second actually rocking in. Down now to 10th. The double digits being there as a part of your overall placement when you were so close to 6-figure prizes.
And we're going to start hitting the 20 soon if Trippin goes down now. So they really have to be careful. Trippin has to be at his best. And we're seeing him use the grapple gloves just to get out of dodge.
It's going to be good, but I'm not sure if he got that card from Hellfire. That's the quick question. If not, he'll have to revisit that grave side of a location.
いつでも思いの言ったるからなっつって。
Personally, I do not want to go back there myself.
Yeah, I'm sure he will not at all either. So
てかマリオカたち全ベルトといいこっちといい順位高すぎやろ。
このサージ対策する役係やな、マリブカ。で、エピックオイルがあっちで漁るみたいな。
How a fight might just fizzle out, disengage, but might come around again. They might even stay in that spot, I believe. Yeah, it is in zone, so they're really just camping that card. Smart because guaranteed elims.
くじゃない落ちたマジ？マジか。
結構前に落とされてたね。
うわやばい。落とされた。思い出した。
うわセイリウムだってすごい挟まれ方されてるけど。
しかもこれワンパでやってるからうまいな。ワンパでこれやってんのすごくね。
だるいな。
使い方一気に冷たいけどね。いいエム。
いいね。
スリマーのシェアしかも。やばい。おお見せろ見せろ見せろ見せろ。おいタイミングタイミング。
おいおいおいアンチなんてええねん。いやセイリウム立場分かる策を見せてくれ。勝つ勝つ勝つ勝つ倒せ倒せ。
セイリウム強い対面。
セイリウムノリノリやん。 トッシュリオン。
強いね、トシ。
AV
よ。いいね。強いね、さすがだね、スイルム。
2年目来るし、チャピックス。いや、強ぶし。
強っ。最強じゃん。
もう完璧やね、正直。100点。
And currently not too far behind Cammy and Seti in first place. Can this be the game where they now push themselves into that position and hold on to it in that final game?
Fizzled out to 8th, climb back over to top 5, and then push themselves right there at the pinnacle of the podium, close to first. Every single win pushes them forward. They want to just tip the scales of balance now with this one.
Yeah, a team that, you know, was formed as sort of an experiment, right? Chapik's one of the more established players in Fortnite history, playing with Ziandi, who at the time was considered more of an up-and-comer, someone who had a lot to prove. And even though they ended up splitting up and things didn't go their way, for them to come down to this competition and dominate the way they have, what a story that would be. But again, we can't get ahead of ourselves. They still have to get the points on the board with this game and another remaining.
They still are, I think, my favorite team to watch so far. Absolutely loud when they go for high ground. 4th, 5th zone is where they base up for it, and they hold it to 9th. That is just, that shouldn't be possible, sometimes even in the easiest games, and they're doing it on the biggest stage.
And they don't know any other way, right? That is just their style, and it has worked so well for them. They've shown that prowess off so many times already in this competition. 3 victory royales in these kind of lobbies. It's not an easy feat whatsoever.
Needed if they want to win overall, though. If they want to be champions, Vico and Jelty, it might not be absolute prowess, you know, the biggest performance that's in their eyes for the prize, but having a better overall day 2.
始まったってコール。これでさっき足音聞こえなかったらしいからな、このクリックスの相方。
あ、そうなんだ。聞こえてるやな、みんなも、他のやつも。こんなうるさいと。
この会場のあれが始まった瞬間にダブルキスの一番強いかもしれない。周りの音聞こえんから相手気づかんかもしれない。
会場が最強。
金さん起こされてるま
Not a fight they need to take, and we're already seeing the effects of that, them opting to run away, leaving Vico and Jelty in the dirt.
They have a huge man, 1,000 damage, 1,009 actually, I'll be specific, right? We have the numbers. Above Surge. They just need to chill for the rest of the game. Duke and Clicks, them getting to just play on their own, that's going to be a huge change.
It gives them so much freedom, right? It gives them that peace of mind that they don't have to take some sort of silly fight to get their damage dealt. They just need to prioritize staying up in terms of materials and continuing to move into the safe zone where possible. That's the ultimate spot any team in the lobby wants to be in right now, and they have it.
Who doesn't right now? I think that's Thomas.
シリムと仕込みして結構いい感じにいけそうだからな。
Their minds, you talk about peace. It's a brainstorm about what to do next.
聞かせたマジ？
Position, who's beside
これ
us,
なんか
always active.
Let's go テイソンって言ってないこれ多
It's
分。
also just so individualistic, I feel like.
テイソンっぽいな。
Although very good and have synergy, always on
いや、
opposite.
レッツオン、ファルコンにも聞こえる。
If anything happens,
テイソン聞こえる俺。
it's not like an Austin Pink where you stick together. It's not like
ファルコンにも聞こえ
where
る。
you have support.
なんでもあり
They go their separate ways. They perform, but that's scary to do alone.
The big problem is that they can afford to do that at times, right? When you
Let's go!
Literally, we've said it so many times in the past. Thomas HD counts for 2 players at times, right? When he's feeling it, the same can be said for Tayson as well. We literally saw it earlier
いつ買ってしまったか勘違い。
But when they can be on the same page, when they can be together in tandem, we get moments like this where they put themselves in favorable positions.
おいしい。
おいしい。振り切る。
Thomas doing it right there, picking up the finish onto that player.
It's too good. Vault whatever weapons you want. This man will still find a way to show how precise he really is. Redley Frosty, they're not done being a part of these conversations either. Frosty with a huge push inside the box. Rapid is going to be on the backside. Peak also losing all his shields. This is the edge zone, so in terms of position, in terms of timing, this fight really matters for this duo. Redley and Frosty all throughout the day do pick up Peak. All throughout both days actually have been a big force, a big enforcer, I feel like, on the lobby. They always have high bases. They're rattling people down. They're picking up prelims as the days go on.
And they do such a great job of
今どういう状況なのか気になるわ。
like these, forcing their opponents to carry away, look panicked. And Rapid certainly is that right now as he will be forced back towards the lobby.
なんかマーフィンたちの初動の相手一生苦しそうだな。
Has made their mark on the lobby.
Yeah, look how calm that entire fight was. Everything very composed. Nothing like how it should be.
やばい、せめて、映ってくれ、あれで。他の視点でもいいから、ID だけでも。ないかな、なんか。サージやばい、このチーム。どうするんやろ。あ、以上か。
強いな、ここも。
Say we're fine, right? They've dropped down, right? They need to start dealing damage.
Yeah.
They won't be fine for much longer, and it looks like they do have their eyes set on a team, but they have to connect with those shots and quickly.
It's Froster and Ledley. We just saw how this fight goes. These guys kind of absorb the pressure, the damage another team does, and dishes it right back to you. A mirror force. It's going to be interesting to see exactly if Zandy and Chapix can pierce the defenses of Frosty. Already a little bit of damage. They're just so accurate. Even though they're just kind of in the same area, side by side, there's so much coverage, forcing a team one way, watch out for the boulder. Thomas HC might be waiting for it on the other side.
ラグ、今、もう俺も分かった今の。
I don't hear any shield cracks, so I guess it didn't do that much damage.
Yeah, that's always.
右上で映ってた
This part of the lobby, we literally saw some logs in previous games causing issues. Can never be.
もうスイルムだけはこの試合残ってんの。
So many of these players all packed
スイルム
around each other. There's so many top dogs in the lobby. Close by side each other. These things get very difficult. Thomas having to hit that shot to keep above surge. You can see just how much they're struggling with it. That's not something you associate with this team.
With Cian and King, it's going to be slightly the big opposite. You wouldn't assume that they'd actually be ahead of Surge. They've kind of swapped roles completely with a team like Thomas and Tayson.
We've seen just how they've been able to do it, right? They're hitting big damage in big moments and stealing opportunities away from the likes of Tayson and Thomas as they rotate side by side.
Let's go,
and that might happen just again because they both have to make
Let's
a
go,
journey to the zone.
Falcon.
And there'll be other teams looking to get involved in that
Let's
journey
go,
as well.
Rizart.
Standing in the way. The Falcon boys, Yonks and Fahad
スイルムアンチ入ってそう。
in front of them
見え
as
ない
well.
アンチの周り。
So for Tayson and Thomas, they have a pathway to the zone, but certainly not a clear one.
Usually they're in situations where they can just get
いや、
into
神とかいいポ
a
ジション
Jack
取
in
って
the
ん
box
な。
dynamic. They can base up somewhere very low key, surprise the team if they roll by. They have the surge to be able to do that. They have the timing and position to be able to do that. They don't have that in this game. Every time we see that for them in this position, they end up falling in those rankings. So we'll have to break patterns now. Scoped and Blake survived all the way to the back of this game. Chavis and Zandy still up, still good on surge, but have a ways to go.
Yeah, and they do have a pathway, but they're going to have to roll through this team maybe to get there.
現在2位です、このチームは。
The walls being broken, the damage
いやー、なんかこういう強気なプレーもできるのいいよね、順位高いのに。
でもこのチームは今ダブルキしてミスっとるよ、多分これ。回復まずすぎ。
And now have their eyes set on getting to the zone.
いやでもこういう強気なプレーできるのいいと思う。切り替えができるやん。
Well, let's just look at Chapix and Zandy and Seti and Cammy. Chapix, Zandy, when they win games, they're just so active on high ground. They're doing so much. They get so many more elims. A win for them means something.
あ、セリムいるね、左上の方にいた。
ここにおる。
Seti and Cammy, they can be involved.
アンチには入った
セリム
ら。
あんたならできる。
They're around library style.
あんたたちならやれる。
If
あんたならできる。
play their game while Seti plays, right?
サマーウォーズ思い出した。
They might just win the tournament here if they win this
見たことないわ。
For Seti and Cammy,
あ、サマーウォーズあるわ。
but they have to make themselves
サマーウォーズある。
an obvious point in this lobby because, like you said, if they aren't able to pick up their limbs along the way, they will quickly fall behind.
Yeah, we talked about it on the desk though. A lot of
まあ
teams
一生打たれるであれ。
just differ the way they play the game towards the last two
移動くれたら終わりだな、マジで。
That's where they mess up. That's where they trip and fall.
あれま
Sometimes
た
it's
終わりやな、
louder,
ほんまにな。
but with the whisper of a voice, Cammy and Seti
どうにかしてでもアンチ早めに入った方がいいな。じゃないともう打たれる永
That's
遠
going to
に
be。affected, almost taken down. That'll be huge in terms of how the rest of the game is played. Chunk splashes to save his HP though. Redley won't make it. Thomas HG is looking for a shot. This will be huge in terms of swings of points, but he doesn't find it.
And that's why you can't leave it too late. If you are a team like Mustache and Bad Sniper, you
セリムたちもじゃないアンチはでも。
look to get in.
うん、そうだね。スイルも多分
Zone pulling towards the east.
近いね、多分ちょっと外れたらこれ黄色だったんだよ、これ右の。
マジ俺あれだと思う。これピンクじゃない？
The last ones to get into zone.
Yeah,
違うかな。いや違うわ、絶対違う。いやピンあ多分黄色だね。
At the same time, imagine if zone pulled to them, how different the story would be.
そっちだった
The pages, though, ripped apart from the book of
うわ、
Zandy
現在
and
1位のチームが1位だ2位か。
to possibly even win everything.
なかなかこううまくいかんな。
Because now it's all down to Z and D.
And it's the zero build champions who are the ones to put
ここアイテム強すぎやろ。
And that's and Pink take
まあ
down
現在
Jackson
これ1位だっけ
for this.
？1位あ神か。いやまだセッティか1位。
じゃないな。
1位確かセッティだよまだ。
そうそうそうそう。
セッティ生き残ってるかな。
生き残ってさっき真ん中いたよ。マリブカも言ってる。
一人でどんだけ回せるか。
The one silver lining is that the one time we have seen him have a crazy clutch, it has been.
So
he's no stranger to pressure, but this is a whole different level of pressure. There are hundreds and thousands of dollars on the line here. So he has to make his moment. For Pinkin and us, stolen the moment away from them. Can they now convert that energy, convert their power into a good game? 600 above gives them that comfortability, and the grapple gloves will go a long way.
そうなんだよな。ポストはめっちゃ生き残ってんだよな、ちゃんとな。当たり前のように生き残ってんだよな。
SMG2 丁持ち。今 SMG2 丁持ちだったぞ。
お前。
And as all of this goes on, Thomas HD and Tayson Lion waits. They still are a threat to everybody. They may have dropped a bit in the standings leading up to this game, but you can never count this team up. No matter how many hurdles you put in their way, they will just keep on leaping over them. And that's exactly what they'll look to do now. As a zone will begin to move. Who will be able to stay ahead? Who will be left behind? It looks like Okus and Nut might be the first team to go down. Okus certainly struggling for HP, and the lobby is not going to let him forget that one bit. He goes
めっちゃしつこく打ったらキル取れるもんなんやな、今みたいに。しつこさって大事だな。結構もう、無理だ無理だ移動しようってなりそうやけど、ずっと打ったらキル取れる。
ハイグラディオがハイグラ取っとるやん。
やばっ。
ここも大概ハイグラディオやからな。
取ろうと思ったら取れるもんな、ハイグラってこんな。
いやまあ、もうハイグラしか考えてないぐらいハイグラなんじゃない。相当意識してると思う。そういう例も生き残ってるね。いいね、チームいる。
まだ生き残ってるやん。
超えるもいるな。
ピックス頑張っとる。
いやでもこれサージがいいかないよな、この人。
あ、ほんまや。
ちょっと辛いよな。でもチャピックすぎなこれ騙してくれって祈るしかないよな。
サージ消えてる？どうしてる？
うわ、アイテム取りに来て。うわ、神がテイス落としてる。お、こいつめっちゃ強いやん。
めっちゃ時代も黒缶とかまあめっちゃ。
テイソンたちやられた。一人で頑張ってるよ、めっちゃ。
ね。シエルムたちは？
シエルムたちもいる。
移動はできてそう。
themselves in positions for height, but they just can't hold on to it. They can't take it away from Hen and Queasy. They're doing such a good job. Queasy staying ahead, Hen in the back applying pressure.
事故はなさそう、そういうの。
うわ、チッピックスの相方。
やばいな、こいつ。一人で稼ぎすぎだろ。
いや。うわ、神たちを伝えた。
あ、された。
生き残ってるわ、マリブカエピックオエル。
やばいな、この稼ぎ。これだけで10ポイント、20ポイント変わるけど。
これはやりすぎてるな、正直。強すぎてる、これは。
さあ、エピックオエルマリブカがめちゃくちゃ潤ってます。リフレッシュで。
強い。
あ、真下にスルーある。やれ、スルーめっちゃ前。
マリブカダウンしてる。
まだ生き残ってる。
生き残るね、やられんね。
スルーでまだ生き残ってるよ。
スルーだって歩くね。
ある、
スルーだってある。うわ、ハイグラやばいな、でも。めっちゃ大統領。まだ生きてるよ、チャッピックスの言い方。やばっ！一人で何まで持ってく。スルー気づけ、お前ら！俺と真下に振り切る、ナイス気づいた！やばっ！いや、まあ。
回復しろ、スウェルム。
これがスリム打たないで。これが打たないで。スリムクソ強いぞ。強い強い、マジ強い、マジ強い。
ローカルしてもローカルいったよ、今。しました。
ナイス川の流れ、ナイス川の流れ。
深いそう。絶対うざい、この川の流れ。
倒してる。あるぞ。しないない。
続く。
頼む。
でも相手も150だよ、HP。1人、あ、でもカッポ。
5分ぐらい。
いやー、多分、視野ないんだよな、下。こいつら、ハイグラ。視野はない。
うわ、つらいこれ。うわ、相手もうまいな。
まあ、2。また2か、お前何回か
スウェルム強っ。
何回目これ2しか取ってないぞ。強っ。いや、あと1本ねんけどな。リクロイがやっぱハイグラが有利だから。めっちゃローグラうまいな。ローグラキングやって。
おい、グータッチしてたぜ。
もうあの最初ら辺でハイグラ取ったらこいつらがやっぱ最後までハイグラ取ってビクロやったね。
ね。てか、スリムたち何回目にやばない
?5、6回ぐらいじゃない
I don't know what season we are in right now. I know it is chapter 3, but what season is this? Because Hen and Queasy up on height, looking so sharp.
It's just, I was wondering where they were in all the other
結
games.
構上がってたけどね、2キロも取ってたし、どんな感じなんだろう。
Day twos when it comes to Hen and Queasy, that's where they like to have that little bit of a comeback overall when it comes to clutches as well.
ラスト1試合となりましたね。
Yeah, look, some of the analysts were saying if they ain't on height, it ain't looking good for them.
やっぱな、ハイグララストワンパブエースワンパンなってもハイグラが圧倒的有利だからな。もう神クラッチするしかないよな。ヒットが最大ダメ出したりして。
いや、もう正直きつかったね。資材もうちょっとあったらな。
もうローグラマジカツカツだから、資材が本当にないからね。
しかも今の川でなんか流れてた可能性あるよな、資材。
確かに。
セリム取り入ってたけど取れんかったもん、なんもなくて。多分奥側の方にあったやん、資材。いや、スイルの時マッチに来てたよ。
9キルしてたスイルも本当に
強すぎて笑った。
He survived so long after Seti and Kemi went down. You have to assume, although he didn't get too many eliminations, he should hold that top spot for now. We were asking for a win, though. I think it'll still be close with every single team.
そうね、ラストマッチだね。早いな、みんなでラスト応援しようぜ。
If they are able to get a victory out in the last game, that would be insane, right? 4 out of 12 to get a quarter of the victory out.
ラストね、次ラストある。
Competition this big would just be something we've never seen before, but definitely something that is not off the cards for that team.
No, absolutely. For everyone else too, that's kind of surviving and thriving towards the bottom. Hen and Queasy, who are kind of in that top 10, that'll be huge coming all the way in. Ocus and Nutify kind of falling down. At the same time, I want to see exactly what Hen and Queasy are feeling like. After that win, we got to tune in.
セールも見せてくれるな、マジであいつら。
Now, a lot of you might be interested to hear this, okay? About 5 minutes before we went live with Game 5, I passed Hen.
とうとうラスト1試合になりました、皆さん。
And he stopped me and he said,
あんな24試合もあった試合があと1試合です。
あと1試合です。
GG's,
黒い取ってほしい最後の奇跡の主人公生で。
You told me you were going to take that victory royale. What's next? You've got 1 game left. What's it going to take?
Bro, I can't lie.
これリアルでもこんなの映ってるんかなこれ。
That's the only thing we can do.
ないかさすがに。
15 kills at least.
خلصنا 5 مباريات ما بقى لا اخر مباراه فقط نعرف
何も食えんやんこの人喋ってるけど。
سالناهم سؤال انه خلاص ما عاد صار في له جيم واحد.
聞く気ないもんな。
من الجيم الجاي قال الجيم الجاي احنا لازم نفوزوا لازم نجيب اقل شيء 15 elimination.
もうぶち切れてくれんからこれマイクパーンって投げて。うるせえ。
イライラはしてそうやけど。
in front of a crowd that's this high.
顔に出さないタイプね。
I mean, it's very exciting to play, a little bit nerve-wracking, and it's kind of hard to play when you just hear the whole crowd going crazy, especially that Team Falcons. That support goes crazy, you know. سالناهم عن شعورهم تواجدهم معنا في المسرح، هل هالشيء هذا بيخلي عندهم صعوبات انهم يقدرون يدون اداء متوقع منهم؟ يقولون فعلا مع الجمهور ومع
最後の試合みんな一か八かでめっちゃ距離しに行ったりするんかな。どうなんだろう。安定なんだ。
いるんじゃないそういう人も。
それ見たいな。
يعني يولع المسرح صراحه. I'm going to keep things short and sweet before we dive into our final game of the day. But have you got any words that you'd like to say before we go into our final match of Championship Sunday?
Hopefully we win. It's good to play with my friend Queasy again, so you know, just gonna have to win.
سألناهم عن شعورهم قبل ما يدخلون الجيم الأخير، هل في شيء معين يبون يطبقونه؟
ميتشي جيمية يا باينة.
نحاول إن نفوز وفي نفس الوقت أنا جدا مبسوط إني ألعب مع الدو حقي اللي هو كويزي، وإن شاء الله نقدر نأدي أداء كويس في المباراة. والتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. We're just gonna have to win. Simple thing to say. I know that they have the capability to do it. But we're going to have to dive into our last game of the day to find that out. Congratulations, Hen and Queasy. Everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please give it up one more time for Hen and Queasy. This crowd is electric today, believe you me. If you can't hear it on stream, believe me when I say it is crazy. Right, let's go back over to the desk before we dive into our final match of the day, so we can give this trophy out.
ね、マーフィン変に話しかけられたらしいね。どんな反応したんやろ。すごいよ。結構パニクるけどな。英語で話しかけられたら。
マーフィンがテンパって話してないとこさっき出てきたんだよな。はいぐらいで終わってそう。
Oh, sorry. No speaking good って言って。
Welcome Fortnite fans from around the world. This is it. Only one more game remains. $1 million is on the line, $250,000 for the first place team, but who will it be with how close our leaderboard is? Only time will tell.
This one is coming down to the wire in exceptional fashion. I called it. I said if any duo is going to make a miracle run, it's going to be Hen and Queasy picking up the back-to-back victories. They just picked up the first one. They called it themselves, and now they weren't just saying, oh, we have to win the next game. They understand with the points, they have to win the next game if they want to get first. They're currently down by 32 points. They're in 5th place. They jumped all the way up from 8th, I believe, to 5th. So that's a good start, but they definitely have high aspirations to keep this one going. If they can pull this next one off, that's going to be a miracle.
It is going to be a miracle, but here's the thing. We talked about it literally just moments before the game started. If Queasy and Hen have high ground, if they take height, they win. That's how they win games. They struggle to win games on the low end ground, but when they have height, it's almost guaranteed to go in their favor. We saw it happen literally just there. So I'm definitely confident into them going into this final game. The momentum, the excitement coming off of that VR is going to be huge for them. However, we have to talk about it. That final push from Z-Andy as a solo player to save what could have been potentially the difference between 2nd and 3rd, massive.
We have to talk about it from the beginning, though. Zone 5, Chadbix goes down. Zone 6, Z-Andy is 200 damage below Storm Surge. And somehow, time and time again, he is able to grab a solo clutch elimination, grabbing those much-needed siphons and putting him up the leaderboard.
Z-Andy was literally the most clutch player in that game number 11 right there. That was absolutely beautiful. Chadbix went down when there were still 25 duos remaining. So the fact that Z-Andy was able to survive that long.
いや、外が明るくなってきましたよ、皆さん。
ね、ほんとだ、俺もや。外だけ明るくなってきた。
住んでる場所によってセミの声とかもうちらほら聞こえてくるんじゃなかろうか。
え、敵なの今の？すれ違い通信だった。
やっぱ世界のやつだってクソ強いんだな。
It definitely is, but I mean, there's a good argument. We got to talk about who's in first now. It's Epic Whale, Malibuca, and there's a good argument for one of them to walk away with that top spot. Honestly, I've talked about it when I was casting. Now I'm going to talk about it on the desk. You know, Epic Whale's got a special place in my heart. NA West is always going to be special to me, but even from an unbiased perspective, it's hard to argue that one of these players, especially Epic Whale, has not been some of the most consistent across the board across the 4 days.
Oh, I mean, one of the most consistent players in the world. There is a reason that he has the 6X in his name. Not just a trio champion time back to back to back to back, but also an incredible duo run as well.
And now the big thing is that this duo right here, they might be walking away. People forgot this duo right here. They just got 3rd place in the 0 build. Now coming into this, they're in 1st place. If they walk away with 1st, that's going to be
$300,000. Very, very good about that.
Well, yeah, so I mean, it's going to be
初動っていう山があるわ。
opportunity
そう
for
いえ
them
ば。
if they take it, but realistically, we saw what happened in the zero build. This was kind of a very similar setup here going into the final game.
Yeah.
They were in a nice spot. They had what it took to take the top spot.
なんか初動負けで世界大会終わりってすげえ嫌だろうから、初動勝って
この試合一番稼いだのはスイルムですね。47ポイント。一番稼いだこいつが。
この試合だけ見たら1位だ。
grabbing 5 eliminations, 42 points. But I'm looking towards Lecce and Swilliam grabbing 9 eliminations in that second place, getting them more points in the first place team right there. Pink and Anas though showing up once again. Threats and Macwood grabbing 4th place. We have Vadil and Amar grabbing that 5th place spot.
Yeah, really all these squads are just clawing up, trying to get up, whether they're in the teens. Like, there's still a lot of money on the line. Even if you're on the second page of the leaderboard, you're still going to be trying to absolutely try your hardest to get as many elims as possible, survive as long as possible. But I'm going to be honest, all I'm looking at right now is the top 3. Epic Whale, Malabuka, Chapik, Ziandi, Cami, Seti. Who is going to be showing up in the final game of the $1 million?
Look, I'm going to challenge you here a little bit, Rome. All right. You're forgetting Thomas HD and Tayson, and we've seen
そうだな、6時間もかかんない今日は。今日結構早く終わりそう。なんか効率いい。
massive shift takes place. So anything goes here, especially
with Tayson, Thomas HD, how good they have. マジで1位が変動しまくっとる。変動しまくりね。セッキたちが1位やったけど3位まで落ちとる。
And they're overall down by about 23. So if this squad can have an absolutely pop-off game like you stated, they can end up being our champions today. It is really, in my opinion, between these 5 teams. Hidden Queasy might be able to do it. It would take perfection, essentially. They would need a lot of the top.
いや、19、いや、待って、スイルムないんだろう。いや、12ぐらいまでいっとったら、神やけど、どうだろう。さっき何だったっけな、覚えてないな。ワンチャン、11位とかやったらめっちゃ高い。どうだ ?11 位か12位にいると予想、俺は。
this competition. Of course, we still have Queasy and Hin, Andalex and Scram, Acorn and Edgy, Bat Sniper, Murstache, Aquavino, and then rounding out our top 10 is Nutify and Ocus.
ネタバレがコメ欄でたまにあるんで見ないようにしよう。この順位で見たい。どうだなんでプリズンプール
As we look at the prize pool, the big bucks are going to be rolling out. Someone's going to be getting some life-changing money here soon.
I mean,
もし12位やったら
100,000
1万ドルだから100万か1人50万か
Again, for these teams that have been consistent day to day, this is their last opportunity. The last moment for these players to step up and take their chance.
1人100万これ待ってわかんねえ
massive prize pool.
The lion's share goes to the winner, and that's what you want to see. You want to see these teams fighting for it, and of course, going for that trophy as well. And of course, going for the
これ見せてくれへんのかな ?1 位から10位までしか。
First major Fortnite land that we have had since the World Cup. This means so much more than the money.
これ見せてくれなさそう。見たい、普通にスイルムの今のポイント。
Not just money, it is all of the above. Everything matters right here and now. The eyes of the world are on these players, and all the pressure right now is on Epic Whale and Malabuka. They're finally able to
さっきも10位までやった。じゃあ見せてくれへんな、今回も。
Final game now, will they be able to clutch it up? That's going to be the big question.
And here's a little like sneak peek to that question, right? So let's give you a little bit of history about Malabuka and Epic Whale for a second. So Malabuka is like a Chapter 3 champion. He has been absolutely dominant as an IGL here throughout all of Chapter 3. Epic Whale is a seasoned veteran in the space and still shows that he has the absolute capability to fight any of the other players here on this leaderboard. Now, the difference is Malabuka really doesn't have the LAN experience. Epic Whale does. So them coming together is actually so
逆に1位と10位を見せるんかって思わん逆じゃね普通1位と10位はめっちゃその気になるやん普通はだから11位とかあんま気にならん気にならんからさ普通見せるけどさ逆に気になる方を見せるっていうね先に1ドルは1円じゃないの10円ですよ1ドルははい調べてみてください1ドルいくらあってはい3分後俺もトイレしてきますトイレ
Aqua?
I don't actually know. He looks like Aqua, but
maybe it's an NA player.
Yeah, I think it's an NA player. Oh, yeah.
What? I don't know. Impossible. I think even with the real thing, I don't know.
I'm gonna tell him that.
King? Yeah, it's King.
Oh.
I don't know. How can you find this?
It's so hard.
It has to be you to find it. Zayd? It's him?
Oh my god.
It's because of the shirt.
Oh, it's scented, I think.
It's Arkham.
より
Okay.
Oh my god.
より帰ってきたあいつやば。絶対トイレじゃないし。
Naps. Yeah.
あれごめん、見なくて。声減ってなかった
声言ってなかったよ、ずっと。いつから？
ほんまにいや、わからんわ。
結構早めに帰ってきてた？
でも爪切ってた。全然、俺自分の配信は自由にするから、全然爪切るで、待ち時間ぐらい。
シルバーで今216か。ないんだろう、じゃあ。
桁入ってないぐらいちゃう。だって4試合目でトップ10、100、219なんだよ。
セール見とけたらいけるかなこれ。どうだろう。どんな感じなんだポイント。ま、10位から20位見せてくんないから分かんないんだよね。でも10位から20位は絶対入ってる。
俺マジ爪切り下手くそなんだよな。
お
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk here for Gamers8 featuring Fortnite. We just have one more game to go, one more opportunity for these teams to get as many points as possible and to climb our leaderboard. Joining me once again, we got Spaceman and Takata. And gentlemen, what an incredible Game 11 it was.
This is esports being esports. All of a sudden, it comes down to one game, but a phenomenal finish in the end and just more chaos being thrown into the pit. Roll your dice. It's anybody's game.
Look, Chapik, Ziandi, they got the back-to-back, but they weren't able to get the third one. But I think, you know, it might have been on purpose, because now it's that much more intense. The top three is literally pros are taking home that trophy. And I can't wait.
They might not have been able to get the three-peat, but Z-Andy definitely deserves some credit to that performance he had. Losing his teammate early, being below Storm Surge, and somehow still able to come out at the very end with a bunch of eliminations.
And he was low on health for what seemed like 4 or 5 engagements, and he was walking away with big chunks of damage, but also eliminations to boot, and that was huge. You could hear Shio getting a little bit nervous, like how is he going to pull this off in the zone? Not a lot of mats, not a lot of resources, not a lot of field to play to work with. He made the most out of it, and those 2 wins back-to-back at the most opportune time is massive right now.
Just to set the stage, everyone, Epic Whale and Malibuka are in first place. Chapik and Z-Andy in second, and Cammy and Seti are in third. Only 9 points separate these 3 teams. It's time to head on over to our casters for the final game of the day.
4 days of competition. Thank you so much, Kelly. All come down to this. It's a standard battle royale format. 11 games passed so far, 11, and now it's a 3-way race.
It is literally all on the line for so many different teams in this lobby. So many goats in their own rights, all having to clash heads with one goal in mind, that first place spot.
$1 million on the line, 250K for first place. That is just huge. Titles.
始まるよ。
Results of today. And that just happens in the next 30 minutes.
We said it so many times, a lot of people don't get the chance to even compete for this kind of money. For a piece of silverware like that on the stage there, this is a huge moment.
さあ始まります。最終試合。
No delays are jumping right into
12戦目。
And it's 3 teams with a 9-point difference up at the top. Epic World Malabuka.
初動詞で終わるな。
Leading the
勝
whole
ってくれ、頼む。
and it's the first time in that top throne, the big chair. Chappers and Ziandi right there afterwards.
The curse of third place. Everyone thought maybe
最後の最後、ロッキーだけ頼むから映してほしい。
but putting himself in pole position going into this game, can he hold on though and break history?
We saw Ziandi with that clutch as well, no stranger to it. He got into a finals by being great. This time he has to win more than that, a champion type ship to be able to be the big captain. Cammy and Seti as well, they've held on so far. They've been at first, they've been kings throughout the entire 2 days. Now in that third place, they're behind the most when it comes to all 3 teams, and they still want that prize.
Mr. Consistent themselves, it's really hard for them now. They have to go out of their comfort zone to push their way back in. They can't be complacent. Even though the regular style of play is so effective, it's so magnificent to watch and impressive on the eye.
やばい、12000円、バカモンさん。日本勢頑張る、リズ君も琉球もお疲れ様。ありがとうございます。ナイスパーです。いやもうね、皆さんもお疲れ様です。見てる人も。本当にね、見てる側もね、体力使うと思うんで、本当にありがとうございます。ナイスパーです。12000円。ロッキーかぶってるね。いや、まだキルが出てない。
Epic well understands this moment, and both of them rising to the occasion, but plenty more fights for them along the way.
So much more to go.
やばい、大金だ。
With some other these teams just to see if they're in that same spot. Gentle Phantom, they're being affected off spawn. Chappers and Ziandi, usually they're fine.
And Gentle and Phantom, very much a team that could have been an issue, but so
タコボンさんってあれやん、アリケンのとこによくいらっしゃる方やんな。知ってるわ。
俺も来てたわ。
マジ？やば。ありがとうございます、本当に。バカモンさん。
うわ。テイソンたちも頑張ってんな。この初動絶対勝ちたいな、テイソンたち。相手の人もなんかもうやってやろうぐらい気持ちないのな、これな。
もうね、かまそうって最後やから。
失うもんないからな。うん。
ポイント安定してる人はまあ生存したいとは思うけど、もうね、一か八かの大量キルで少しでも順位上げようという。
to soak up a lot of it so far. If they can't beat this first boss, their run is over.
いやどうなんだわかんねえマーフィンたちが。
More difficult challenges, right? But the problem is have they faced them in moments like these, in situations where so much pressure, so much eyes are watching.
でもログとか見てる感じはまだまだねわからんけどね。
長引いてる結構。
We know the goats they can be. But they have to step up and fill that mantle right now. And Tayson looking to do that, pushes his way closer. But now trying to create some space as he drops back. There's a player in his box. Can he get out of the way? Kai now coming in and drops.
テイソンを倒してる。うわこれなえるやろうなテイソン。うわ
もう映ってるけど。
うわ映ってるね。うわめっちゃ悲しんどる。
なんでこうやって詰めてくんだよ。
やばいめっちゃやばい見てられんこれ。これマジ見てられへんやばい。
ドキンソンってドキンソン。
あ引いてるね。やばい今の見てられへんな右上。やばい。かわいそうすぎる。
俺やったらって思うともう発揮してくるわ。
マジかわいそう。1位取れそうなチームやったのに。うわ何1位やったっけ確か今。何やったっけさっき。何やったっけな。いや確か1位じゃなかったっけ。うわ心痛すぎる今のやばい。マジで俺も心痛い今の。表情がやばい。
1位ではないけど4位や。
表情がかわいそうすぎる今の。中東勢バケモンやなマジで。
普通に食ったんだもんな。
俺さ正直これ見るまで全然アジアの方が全然強いと思ったけど中東もめっちゃ強いなこう見ると。
光やばいな。武器やなみんな。 そうね、てかもうこれがまあでも勝負の世界だからな。
1位がマリブかエピフォン、オッケーオッケー。
And it's not like these guys aren't hungry, right? We know how ambitious they are, not satisfied with just picking up the zero build championship. They want it all, but it hasn't quite been that story for them. But this last game is a chance to keep moving their way on up the ladder.
嫌いなのこれ普通に相手のことやって最後詰めてきたやつ嫌いになります。
人としてというかなんかプレイヤーとしてだよ。競技のプレイヤーとして嫌になるからな。
Who are the next people who have a chance to upset the podium to really push forward? It's those on
こ
your
のチームも高い。
at the moment. Queasy and Hen.
6位か5位やった気がする。
Slightly a little bit more behind. It's 6 more points of a difference, so they're 22 away from third place. This means Cammy and Seti
オール一応のチーム
have no pressure.
5位か。
That's what they have to operate as well. Very low stakes for them against people who are trying to take their spot. They get to have a little bit of breathing room.
And that's the problem. That's the challenge for Queasy and Hen. As much as we've just seen them have such a strong game, to really do what they want to do, they're going to have that kind of game again and even better.
Yeah, the big thing for them when they won, when they made that big point gap close, they had heights. They had a little on the elims. They looked good overall when it came to how they played that game of theirs overall when they had the victory royale. 5 eliminations in total that will not kind of fill that 22-point gap. They not only need to win, they need to be on every single layer, every single time, and start on height. That's too much to ask at this stage of the competition.
The good thing is that that's not impossible for this team. We've seen them have crazy comebacks in the past. And so for them, everything will be a chance to make history. Vidil and Amar looking to maybe do the same, not quite on that level.
やばいやばいもうスキンやばいやん。
スキンいかつ。
And it's in these last 2 games that it really
アラブってさ、本当に多いぜ。早くねえでって今の。
ス
トリーマーじゃなくて。
あ、ストリーマーか。ストリーマー本当にストリーマー
本当にストリーマーなんだよな。
こいつめっちゃうまいけど。動きがね。
サノスやんお互い。
それな。
でっか
サノスともなんかいかついやつめちゃくちゃ。
こんなスキンあるんやな。
サノスみたいなスキンあったっけ？サノスって限定モード、うん、サノスだよ多分。サノスって限定モードしかないんじゃないんよ。レッドシーが。手遅れそうじゃねいい感じ。
Especially in some of the latter games, right? That's when you really expect, you know, some of those teams to sort of witter out of the way. But if they can keep on being a team to spoil everything for everybody around them, you know, that makes it just more entertaining for us, right? So, Joti and Vico, not where they want to be. And that's been a repeated theme in plenty of the games. Now trying to get somebody in their way there.
Nice,
okay, so they turn speed bumps into just flat concrete. When it comes to Ronaldo, this man just gets rolled over by Vico.
Yeah, Ronaldo back to wherever Ronaldo is now.
あ、シール逆だとしてるよ。
これ全部逆振ってほしいな。
めっちゃニューゼってヘッドルやっぱみんな食べる気します。最終試合70人です。それにエピコイルとか絡まれたらやばいな。
毒やな。いや、来たはいいけど、あんま状況動いてないからさ。怖いよな。
Second place with 8 eliminations in game 11 was huge. Doing that again in game 12 would be sensational. But they have to go up against Pink and Nas right now if they want to do that. It's not an easy battle.
Not at all. We know they like to start things off in their hot games with a nice mid-game engagement. Will they have the chance? Will they have the time in the room as we see with the zone? Looks like yes. Not that much of a big deal. Let's James William specifically. I feel like if the end game is kind of, you know, overall, they're a computer virus. They get in, they mess up all that organization, everything that's supposed to happen. They steal away every time they're in an end game. Elims are how you kind of differentiate yourself inside that top 3. If you are Epic Will, Chapstick, Seti, Zandy, Malavuka, you don't want to survive for an Os to win that fight if it happens.
サージ当てれる位置作るのとか、行くの。
サージ当てれる位置作って、しかもそのサージ当てれる位置に回復回転もういけると。文句なしです。
文句なしすぎる。
100点満点。
They are able to deal with this fight relatively
い
quickly
や、
and get
そ
to
う、
zone.
辛いな。
There's no reason why they
建
can't
築
put
11やで、
themselves in that
11。
position again. A very similar zone to
し
the
か
one
も
we
下
saw
も動
last
かん
game,
し。
or 2 games ago.
ダブルキーされるんじゃん。え
ファルコン、ファルコン。
しない。
ファルコンだぞ。
ファルコン見るとさ、ダブルキーが脳に浮かぶね。
それな。
Trading surge as they go all the way towards that south. They're not content with just being in this spot towards the north. Many teams in about a minute or two will be exactly where Malibuca and Epic Whale are right now on your screen. Absolutely boxed up with no freedom whatsoever. The fact they're here so early and are still trying to move from mat to mat, from refresh just mine it up again to the next refresh. It's huge, and leave this entire snake of a build behind. M7 have to be careful as they follow it. It slows down everyone behind them. It's huge.
Yeah, for Cal, Nima, if they aren't careful, they might end up running into the wrong place. You can see they are aware of their surroundings, which is a minimum start, right? That's what you want to have at this level. But it's about now how you traverse this zone with your surroundings being made aware to you.
Yeah, Malibuca and Epic, they see their surroundings change. Very good for them to just be able to just get out of that box completely. They had half their vision blocked. Seemed like it's almost planned. They wanted someone to base up right there.
うわー、交戦してほしかったな、なんかすげえ個人的には。おい、もっとファルコンダブルキーしとるって。
And then they're going to be good for the rest of the game. That's just absolutely cerebral for
いや、なんか見えない。どこだろう。このタイミングでいいところまで行ってんの強いもんな、ここ。なかなか奥の方まで入ってくれん。
神もめっちゃいい位置取りしてるわ。
なんか止まったんだけど。あれ
あ、動いた。
おー、動いた動いた。
全員試合
大丈夫よ、みんな。
大丈夫。
みんな止まってたから今。みんな止まってたから今。
前みたいにめっちゃ下らへんにいそう。砂漠の。見えないから。
割と真ん中、もっともっと。
下らへん。
The operating word that they share, no matter what language it is just domination. Look at Epic Whale on West. His entire reign over all the seasons when he's not even trying sometimes, this guy just straight up wins. Look at Malibuca and Raccoon, this chapter overall. I think just shoo-ins to any type of invitational that can almost ever exist, any type of conversation this chapter of who's the best, they have single-handedly changed the game.
Yeah,
it's
really special what we've seen from Malibuca so far, taking somebody new, leading the team to victory, it seems, or potentially right on the way there. Can't get too ahead of ourselves.
フリーキルだ。
This is huge though. A nice look there from Hen. Huge in terms of damage, and also just making their life easier as it heads towards the safe zone. They have such a journey to go.
探すのもう諦めた。まあどうしてほしくないからな。探すところで。
どうせ起こせんだろっていうのもある。
でもスルーされるくらいワンちゃん。一人のことだからスルーされるやん。
The one big thing we've seen from Hen and Queasy, the guys who land all the way somewhere towards the north. I believe for these guys rotating in all the way towards the south zone, that has been their curse. That has been the thing that's just impossible overall when it's all the way towards the desert. They took out cars, they took out launch pads.
なんかマーフェンたちのアンチ言ってそうこれ。どうなんだろう。下ら辺にいると思うし。移動はしやすそう。
移動覚えてねこの試合。
Best of zones for them. In fact, it literally was their main crutch, right? It was a thing that was constantly a thorn in their side. Something that they complained about timeless amounts of weeks and seasons, it seemed. But if there's ever a time to stop complaining, it'd be now. Save that for after and just make it work if you can. Ziandi will be trying to make things work. Him and Chapix on the right path towards success.
Rizart
Clutch from Ziandi. A chance to really staple themselves into that first place slot if they can both be together as a duo.
You can see the difference time makes inside the north side of the zone. Right here moments ago, 3 teams. You had King, you had Cal, and you had Epic Whale just kind of moving close by. Everything looked peaceful. A minute passes now. Certain chaos. A different side of surge. Loss of control. And now Refsguard is going to be able to take him out.
Vadil, he couldn't hold on to the floor. You don't have your German ping here, my friend. Your walls can be taken now. And Refsguard and Kovacs, the Danes, who, to be fair, have some nice ping themselves at home, will be the ones to snuff him out.
クジャク落ちたって聞いたけどナイトロも落ちたんだっけ？
いや クジャックだけ落ちたんじゃなかったかな。
それだけ聞いた。
わかんないんだよ、打つんないから。
They can sit here and hold all these teams and stop them from getting to zone as they now make their way into the safe zone. Easy breezy, no one even there.
ワンチャン注いできてるってあれな、これ。
てかマリオがこれ1位取ったらさ、これ0ビルド3位でこっち1位でしょ。強すぎでしょ。
やばいな、賞金額。
2000万超えです。
やば。
これ4日で。
But you're seeing how safe they are being in this game already, using the grapple glove charges to guarantee their position in the zone. They don't want to take any risks running their way on, then saving the charges for later. They just want to get them out the way now so that they can have a shot at making it and playing in the end game.
They're going to try for it. They're going to be further off now and a bit better off than Malabuka and Epic, but this is a position what can he do from here?
He can get elimination.
もはやおるんか。
Hit some shots. That's for
それすら危ういぐらい薄らん。
ほんまにクジャさん今キル
してた？マジ？いやもう生き返ってるやん。しかもリフレッシュもできてるんじゃない？
あでもナイスさんが出させられて、ナイスさんが出されてる。100まで入れられてる。
マイナスだな、もう取られた。
1か。
でもダウンしたもんか、一人。クジャクが。かっきり入れられた今。ダウンだけ？一応クジャ今倒したよ、ワンパ。
ナイさんは。
ナイさん今ダウンだったっけ？めっちゃキルしてるクジャク。各か。リブットが無理だな。
The crazy thing too, it's not with Chavik's pressure. A lot of the times Zandy can operate because Chavik's finding all the angles and he's there to be able to complement the shots. They're both playing there once, and he found that himself. That's big props.
But the key will be sticking together. We saw what happened last game.
クジャさん一人で生きてるからな。言うても生きてるだけマシ。
They got caught out, split up apart. And that can't afford to happen in this game. They need both of them, the powerhouse together, looking for high ground.
クイジーリリー選手オフや今わ
If they
か
have
る
a
俺は。
shot at solidifying their spot in first place.
And Austin Pink always want to make
これ
things
グリーンのしん
complicated
ど
for
くね。
teams.
マフィンいるよ、真下に。
Have the information, have the blueprint
真下おるよ、これ真下。
where they are and how they want to move.
やばい。
あ、そっか、ブッシュの中ダメージ食らわないんだ。
Just fine.
怖っ。
Using that bush to be able to decline any type of fall.
怖くねえよな、怖っ。
俺途中にしたんかと思った。
俺もなんかグラップラー持ってると勘違いして忘れてたみたいな、なってるのかなって。クジャやられた？ナイストライやな、GG やな。いや
まあ本当お疲れ様。
お疲れ様って言ってあげて。大変だったと思う、ここ。
まだマーフィンに残ってるからな。
ドキンさんは？
マーフィンは。マーフィン、いやドキンさんは多分生き残ってる。まだ生き残ってる。
強気。キルしたな多分今の。いややられてるわ。え？ヘンやるだよヘン。え？クイズって高かった高かった高かった高かった。
バトルワーの難しさ出てるよな。
アラスはどうだっけ？
マーフィンたち生き残ってた。マーフィンたちってた今。
ペケンさんも？
そんな状態じゃなかったな。うわ、ここも生き残ってるわ。
レッドシー。
うわ、セレンもお疲れ様やな。
Still alive, still active, and with so many of these teams who are right outside that top three going down, we have to focus in on who's actually still on that podium. Pink, though, still alive. His story not over, but basically done.
It's only a matter of time, right? If somebody spots him, even gets a whiff of him in the lobby, it's gonna be pretty much over. Taking shots onto Cammy. These guys are obsessed with the players up in the standings. Cammy having some shield knocked off of his bar, but for Pink, eventually you'd expect to see him go down in the feed.
But this is it right now. We're swapping between the teams.
Oh my goodness.
Cammy said they have to be trying for a comeback.
大丈夫かそれ。
9 points
手を合わせることしかできん。
From first, Zandy, no eliminations. They're 4 points away from Epic Whale and Malabuka. Big opening as they get to upgrade some of the shotguns. That's a great one in Chaps' inventory. Now all the way up to Epic status. Speaking of which, 2 eliminations from Malabuka and Epic Whale off of spawn. We saw it happen, and that might just be the difference maker. They're going to be all the way up. So far ahead in terms of points. It's a 6 differential now for the team. Actually an 8. if you add it all up. They have so much of an advantage. It's a catch-up situation with these teams behind. Pink finally down. It'll be Redley and Frosty that pick up the scraps. Steno also active. Every single elimination that comes in from any one of these players, it doesn't even have to be top 3, is going to change the end of their destinies here.
いや、チャピックスたちも強えな。時差倒してる、いいね。Let's go。
ナイス。
We're moving into those moving circles. We're moving into end game. None of our top 3 have control. It's Roshan and Knight that have the pilot seats.
It's no time
頼
to
む
mess around.
もう優しくしてくれドキンさんとかには
You really do have a shot to make history, to change your legacy. And for Roshan and Knight, a team who very much had their chance seasons ago, they're looking to now get back into the party. Join the fun in this final game.
強気やな。チャピックス高くなかったポイントめっちゃ。そんな強気いく。
関係ないんやって多分ポイントが高いとか低いとか常に強気やね
ん。すごいなメンタル。
やばいやばい。
でもブッシュもないからか。もう次第もあんまないな。リフレッシュの時間です。
やばい。返されてる。
While this goes on, though, there has been a silent struggle across the map that's found some peace.
Endless
and Scram. I think I've seen them pick up eliminations so far. They now take the spot of the Titans we saw fall before. Thomas, Tayson, and Greasy. They might be gone, but Endless and Scram were the
みんな
ones
クローバー送ってくれてる。みんな力をマーフィンたちに集中させよう。マーフィンに送るんだ。
いや、マリブが強いって思え。
And people like this on screen to take over. Look at Travis and Zandy with his rotation. Absolutely bare bones and free. Finally starting to build. Can be a city though up inside a little bit of a situation. Zandy with another big knock, and he finds the finish. He gets the crucial refresh break back in the build.
Zandy's on fire right now, and not just right now, but throughout today in all the games, and he keeps his team in it. And now trying to keep moving forward.
どうだマーフィンどこだ。おセンターセンターじゃない結構。結構前らへんだと思う。
Top 3
looking good, but talk about popping off from a pedestal. Fizzle and Dubs up on height. It took one refresh. Still operating through the shadows. Look at the options they have. Gentle and Phantom. Their feet knocked beneath them. Wind out of their lungs. They're going to be looking for any sort of to stay alive. King Steno down. Stop stealing the power of domination off of spawn. They're in this end game. Scram still alive and active. Seti finds another one. They edge even closer. All 3 teams still alive.
All these teams, they realize what it takes to win the whole thing, and they're putting in their best stride. Kami and Seti now, as they move their way on backwards, they're having to.
ここでビクレーションマジでかっこいいよ。めっちゃいいだめっちゃいいだ。
But all these teams below that have so much on the line.
いや、ハイグラ、なんか強気に行ってもいいぞ。
ハイグラ信頼ないぞ。
Break their mental completely down. I know you're really good at playing passive, my boys, but you need eliminations to catch up. Epic and Malabuka, they're way out of the way, and now they're actually in your box. Malabuka looking to stop the third place team in their tracks. They split apart both players.
電気良すぎなんかわからんけど。
Looking at it, but doesn't see anything.
特色ないよなこれ。バケモンや。
Back all the way, Kami stuck in jail for the moment.
やばいやばい。
He's rattling the bars up inside his box. This duel will not stop. He's
ナイスナイスマーフィンたちじゃなかったらどんどんやられてくれ。どんどんやられろマーフィン以外。どんどんやり合い。
マジでまだ2人気持ちる。まだ2人気持ちる。
まあドキドキでした。
ドキ倒してる。
大してリフレッシュ。
マジあるよこれ。
いやハイグラもなんか撃たれてねめっちゃ。
めっちゃドキドキしてきた。めっちゃ痛いめっちゃ痛い。めっちゃめっちゃ。
やばいめっちゃバカバカする俺もやばいめっちゃやばい。
いやマジある。いやマリブが強い。いい位置取りログラ。ハッパーティー残り。はい行けばいけるぞ。
ハイグラめっちゃやられてるよ。
はい見ろ。
はい見てくれ。
来てくれ。
どこいるんだマーフィン。どこ
マーフィン。
あでも高い。ナイス。チル。チャピックスチル。これハイグラ見てくれ頼むから。ハイグラ一人じゃない。ほらハイグラいないって。ハイグラ気づいてない今の。一人だよハイグラ。頼む。ワンチャンだよ。エコパーティー。一人なんだよハイグラ。いやでも これでも世界やから、どうなんだろう。
いやでも、いやこれ、
いや、試合5枚だよ、だって。5枚だよ。
いや、気づけば勝てる、気づけば勝てる。
やばいやばい。
気づけばマジで勝てる。気づけばマジでビッグロイヤル。倒してる、マジで倒してる。はい、ほら勝てる、勝てる、勝てる。ははい、勝てる。打つせ、打つせ、打つせ、打つせ。
ラスト 1v1 だこれ 2v2、2v2 ラスト 2v2 早くらマウイたち
勝て、勝て、勝て、勝て。
マジで
いや、体力ない。
いや、どっちどっちいや、わからんわからん。いや、でもエピコール毎日見ない。やばいやばい。
そうだよ。やばい。
死んでるエピコール。
勝てる、勝てる、勝てる。マジ勝てる、マジ勝てる、マジ勝てる、マジ勝てる。マジ勝てる。勝てるよ。勝つのみんな。みんな勝つよ、これ、本当に。これマジ勝つよ。勝った、勝った、絶対勝った、絶対勝った、絶対勝った。
水ロイしたんだけど、最後。
おい、マジか。
おい、やばやばそれびっくりしたんだけど。
おい、やばいって。
インタビュー見れるよ。ナイスにくらい。いや、これは頑張った、ナイス。最後。
おい。
よかったよ。いや、見せたな。もう終わりよければ全てよしや、これ。
嬉しそう、嬉しそう。
ワーフィン泣いてるやん。
やった、インタビュー切る、インタビュー切る、インタビュー切る。
なんか土下座さん、なんか鉢巻き巻いてね。
髪が前に落ちてこないように。
そういうこと？すごいな、最後ビッグロイしたの。マジですげえ。メンタルえぐ。
いや、マジっすか。最後の最後で勝つか。やば。あ、そっか、チャンピオンのあれがあるからインタビューがないかもしれないな。いや、強かった。ディコイル強すぎやろ。
いや、すげえ最後。
顔かっこいい。
最後、ないんかな、インタビューみたいな。
いや、見たいな。
They landed at Loot Lake and they will take the ultimate loot today. They will be the ones to lift the trophy. And what a journey it's been.
最後にマジでいいもん見せてくれたな。
いやー、よくやってくれたわ。これが見たかった。
マジ熱いな。最後ビッグロイしたのえぐ。
in the Fortnite history books, and now a chance to do that.
にしてないディコイルかっこいいな。
ね。これトロフィーやったんや、やっぱ。このチーム勝つのやばいな、即席。
文句なしだわ。でも、強えよ。
強え。
Huge, absolutely huge, and you can see the confetti too. So nice from these two. You can see the confidence ooze from them as well.
かっこよいものがさ、俺もやりたい。
もうこれもう親友やん、もうこいつら。4日で親友になったやろ、こんなの。もうワンチャンエピックオイル EU 行くんじゃね。
いやー、本当に4日間いいもん見たな。
ね、最後の最後に見れたね。
Congratulations, Epic Well and Malabuka. Let's make some noise for Epic Well and Malabuka. Bringing it home. Congratulations. Try to put into words right now. How are you feeling?
It feels great.
てか、マギたちワンチャン1桁ないからな。
Being a West player.
でもさっき、でもなんか1回15位ぐらいやったんよな、3試合か2試合前ぐらい。15位やったんよ。ワンチャンめっちゃ高いよ。10、どんぐらいだろうな。いやマジ最後これね、みんな途中で寝た人いっぱいおるんよ。でその中で最後まで見てた人だけが見れる感動よね。このリアルタイムで見るっていうのがまたいいよね。
いやマジいいもん見れた。
اللاعب الدو اللي هو مانيبوكا هو اصلا من لاعبين اوروبا، فكان هذا الشيء الوحيد اللي كان يبغى يوصل رساله، وهو جدا مبسوط انه هو اثبت الريجن حقه مره ثانيه.
The expectations were incredibly high all the time for you guys.
Yeah, especially the crowd and the
fans. How did you manage to stay so calm in moments like that in Game 6?
すげえよ。
Or Game 12, I should say.
I mean, you know, everyone's feeling nervous, you know, for whatever reason, whether they're up and coming and this is their chance to prove themselves, or they've been, you know, on top for a while and they want to stay on top as well of expectations.
いや、ようやるわ。
しかも順位も絶対高いよ、普通に。
ワンチャン一人だよ。
كثير من اللاعبين كانوا متوترين في المباراة هذه، وهم أصلا كانوا من ضمنهم، بس كان التركيز إنه كل لاعب متوتر لسبب من الأسباب، سواء كان لاعب جديد يحب إنه يثبت نفسه في المسرح في جيمرز 8 فيتشرينج فورتنايت، أو حتى يكون عنده فرصة إنه يثبت إنه هو إلى الآن. لكن كانوا هم من ضمن الناس اللي كانوا متوترين، بس بنفس الوقت لازم إنك تتعامل مع الشيء هذا بطريقتك.
Well, last but not least, I'd like to offer you the opportunity to say thank you to any of your fans, your supporters, family, people at home that are watching, and people that are here supporting you right now.
Shout out to my friends, my family, and shout out to TSM, my org. Shout out to Sven, he's the best coach, and shout out to the Mousepad company.
Well, you are the Gamers8 featuring Fortnite champions. You are going to take home the lion's share of $1 billion, which is absolutely amazing. Please, everyone in the Gamers8 arena, give it up one more time for Epic Whale and Manabuka.
チャンピオンの後にインタビューってやってる。
Before I throw it back over to the analyst desk, I just want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in to the stream, everyone who was here in the arena, all of the production, everyone on the desk, everyone who contributed to this absolutely outstanding show, and of course, to my co-host, Fancy, you're a legend.
شكرا لكم على حضوركم اعزائي المشاهدين، وايضا الحضور، وشكرا على كل الناس اللي متواجدين اليوم لتشجيع كل اللاعبين المحترفين في العالم. فعلا استمتعنا بالبطوله، وفعلا اثبتنا مره ثانيه مين بيكون افضل في فورتنايت، بالذات في مود الباتل رويال. خلصنا من الزيرو بيلد، خلصنا الباتل رويال، استمتعنا ب4 ايام كانت جدا جميله، والان جاء الوقت نودعكم ونشكر كل الناس العاملين على هالبطوله العظيمه صراحه. بس اخر شيء لازم نروح استوديو تحليلي نتكلم عن ايش اللي صار قبل شوي، نتكلم كيف قدروا مانيبوكا وابيك ويل انهم
マジでまさかよ。24試合中一番最後だからね。一番見せ場だから。24試合よ。
正直そう思ってなかったな。
最後ね。さあ陣だけ見ましょう最後。どんぐらいいったんだろうみんな。
To now Battle Royale, being claimed by an international duo. It has been an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. And a special shout out to VOV for bringing this final segment of the day. Spaceman Takata, it has been just an absolute pleasure working with you guys here, and I am proud to be sharing this final moment with you.
Kelly, it's been a phenomenal weekend. It's been a phenomenal series of matches. The players that have shown up internationally, the first international event since the World Cup, which was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane that we have all these players descending on Riyadh, and we ended in spectacular fashion.
What a run. From day one, Seti Kami dominating, to the almost comeback from Ziandi and Chapix with the back-to-back VRs, but ultimately it was the consistency that mattered, and that's why Malibuka and Epic Whale took it away.
I'm almost at a loss for words right now, what it means, and I said this before, it's almost serendipitous to have this international event, to have duos that were once separated join once again, to have duos that have never competed together, such as Epic Whale and Malibuka. But there's a reason that people say Malibuka is one of the best players in EU. There is a reason that Epic Whale has that 6x in his name from winning back to back to back
11月のまた世界大会がまたより一層楽しみ みになったな。
ね。全然1位狙えそうやね。全然いけると思うわ。
I excuse the pun. It's an epic storyline all throughout, man. Like, how can you not love what these players did the entire weekend?
ルナペポって今めっちゃ来てるやん。ドリーに乗ってるデュオや。しかもアジアの中で。
全然いけると思う、俺、ルナペポ。
ルナペポがどれだけ通用するかっていうのも気になるよね。
気になる。
And they get it done against the top 3 teams in the final zone. It's just absolutely fantastic.
They made it happen, right? From 3rd place in Zero Build, $100,000 to now $250,000 in the Battle Royale mode as well. Epic Oil and Malabuka without any previous experience. They didn't have that duo synergy or time to really build the chemistry, but it didn't matter. They still made it happen.
We always love to say, you know, there's a lot that matters for chemistry, for synergy, but when it comes down to it, being 2 of the best mechanical players, being 2 of the best players of game sense and awareness shows up more in the very end.
And trust was huge for this duo. I mean, it seemed again that the synergy was almost palpable. They didn't have to talk often, but when you see them in game, you not only the comms were fantastic, but just the way they're moving, the way they're rotating, and the commitments they had together as a squad, it paid off in the long run. And when they needed to make late pushes, Takata, they did absolutely that.
Look, looking at the match rankings, after every match, it looked like they finished within 6th to 9th place. But they did that literally every single match. And in Game 11, it pushed them into 1st place. Game 12, they took that crown in the last moments when it mattered the most.
Yeah, they were pretty much in 2nd place the entire competition. I think dropping down to 3rd once, and then making their way into 1st place, like you just said, Takata. And let's remind everyone what these players are going to be walking away with. Reminder that all 44 duos is going to be walking away with some money.
いや、なんかもうね、感情込み上げてきてたね。
is what we are looking towards.
All these players getting a bonus. It doesn't even include what the teams are giving them as they send them out here to support these players, but you're getting a minimum of showing up to the event. It's a vacation, $5,000 just for being here, but it all comes down to who was able to walk away with that top prize of a share of $2,250,000.
お、順位出ました。1位エピックオイルたちです。いやー、さすがですね。
優勝
10ポイント差。2位もチャピックス。3位セッティ。
最後。こういうこの流れ見たらもう文句ないわ。すげえやつらがずっとおる。
エピックオイルたちだって終盤ずっと生き残っとったもん。ずっと生き残っとった。しかも生き残った試合大体2位とかその3位とかもうやばい。安定感やばい。ベストデュオすぎ。エピックオイルたちゼロビルドも高かったんだっけ、賞金。マルブカたちゼロビルドも高いんけ。
ゼロビルドは3位だね。
やばい。
だからもうこの4日間でまあ多分2000万ぐらいはいってる。
やばいな。じゃあエピックオイルたち EU のマリブカとかはさ、FNCS でこういう大金は
モーフィン14位よ。
お、高い高い、めっちゃ高い。めっちゃ高いやん。レッドシーたちも15位。高っ。
並んどるやん。
この2人強っ。2チーム。
いやー、GG。ナイツちゃん惜しいなー。もっとなんか難しそうだったんだよ、見てた感じ。
どんな感じだったんやろうな。
ほんまにお疲れ様の一言やな。
全員お疲れ様です。あれ今何位だったナイトロだけ。何位だった
もう映ってて。
何位だったあ、28か。まあでも全然。
For a lot of these teams, this is practice moving forward. Like, this is a free event to come hang out, earn some extra cash regardless, and in the end of the day, get some good reps in on Fortnite, and it certainly worked out for some of our teams.
You really love to see it, right? An in-person event where the players are competing next to each other. You just saw the excitement from the audience, the crowd.
世界で14位やからね。
When they were lifting up that trophy.
世界のトッププレイヤーたちが入ってきてるからね。すごいよ。いやー。
And for the final moment of the show, everyone, we're going to be giving away a special MVP prizing to the player that was the best out of both tournaments.
じゃあ一旦僕はねこんな感じで配信終わりたいと思います。長い間ご視聴ありがとうございました。いやー本当に今見れましたね。最後の最後でよかったです本当に。じゃあ皆さんお疲れ様でした。またねバイバイ。